When the devil calls.
When the devil comes to town, he will appear dressed in black. He shall arise upon white horses, fallen angels on their back. Don't bother with forgiveness, your salvation can't be found. He will strike upon the righteous and shall burn the heavens down.
When the devil calls. When the devil calls, I'm gonna ride that train. When the devil calls, I'm gonna ride that train. Gonna lay my bullets down, gonna send him back to his grave. When the devil calls, you better hide, 'cause hell's coming down these bloody rails. Devil, when the devil, when the devil calls, when the devil,
Stand before the altar and prepare my level best to strike down this evil demon and surpass this holy test. So take heed upon my warning. Before the devil gets his due, I shall afflict a bloody justice of revenge before I'm through.
when the devil calls, I'm gonna ride that train. When the devil calls, I'm gonna ride that train. Gonna lay my bullets down, gonna send him back to his grave. When the devil calls, you better hide, 'cause hell's coming down these bloody rails. Hell's coming down these bloody devil, when the devil, when the devil calls, when the devil, when the devil calls. Hell's coming down. Hell's coming down. Hell's coming down. Hell's coming down. When the devil calls, I'm gonna ride that train. When the devil calls, I'm gonna ride that train. Gonna lay my bullets down.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
Welcome in, everybody, to the first series of the day. It is going to be, as we get into it, Virtus Pro versus Nemiga. Harry Freak joining me alongside. And Harry, how are you feeling about this series today? You know, what are your thoughts? Because we have seen a decent amount of games so far between the two teams, so there's enough to have some initial thoughts. Is there anything that you've seen between these two teams that we should be looking out for coming into this series?
Oh, there's definitely a lot of things that we should be looking out. Like Virtus Pro on their first series versus BetBoom and Virtus Pro that played against DarkSide, completely different themes, different approaches to the game. Nemiga, on the other hand, finding their their footing here in Division 1. We're seeing that they don't feel comfortable enough going for their classic standard drafts that they usually go for. So I'm kind of surprised by it. I'm guessing they might not be doing too well in scrims against some of the stronger teams with it, or that might be the case. kind of curious now. When the first week has went through, they probably sat down, had a bit of a chat, and came to a conclusion on how to approach it. So I think Virtus Pro, from previous results now, coming in as a slight favorite, but I think Nemiga at their strongest still should have a really good shot.
Yeah, and just looking at the heroes, I mean, we're seeing with Nemiga a couple of techies picks, a draw range pick, the pudge pick. So they are picking some unique heroes, but not to the point, like you say, where they are comfortable picking the what we've seen before. You know, Marine playing those kind of off meta mid laners there as well. He does seem to be picking more along the meta in this, and maybe that is where Nemiga, you know, they might try and step out and do things a little bit differently today. Meanwhile, like I say, VP taking that series, taking the series away from DarkSide, who one of the favorites coming into the new DPC tour, looking like going to be right up there, or they were looking like they were going to be there, right up there in the top three, top four, looking to get towards pushing towards that major slot, but losing that series up against VP puts them on a 2-1 with BetBoom 2-0, you know, Team Spirit at 2-0, Hellraiser's a 2-1, and DarkSide a 2-1 there as well. So that is the top four. But it is only going to be three of those teams that are able to go to the major.
I'm very surprised by the first two picks of Virtus Pro. I expected the Death Prophet to come out as soon as it wasn't banned out, because it was the hero that kind of gave him the victory against DarkSide. So I'm very surprised that they didn't go that route, because how they played against DarkSide is that they picked Death Prophet with a defensive support. It was either a Omni Knight in one time, which is the only Omni Knight pick that we've had, and another one was Dazzle, which is the only support Dazzle that we have had. So this is very surprising to me that they're going this route. But on the other hand, Nemiga, this is their strongest, right? We get Hellscream on a very high damage dealing support, and we get Malrine on a Tusk Timber or a Pango just running towards his enemies. So I think that Nemiga right now, you know, considering the way that these teams like to play, I'd rather be in their shoes than on the other side.
Yeah. Surprisingly as well that Virtus Pro, they ban out the Centaur themselves when it has been pairing so well with the Rubik in the offlane. But it seems, you know, they maybe just worried that Nemiga could have taken it away from them. As we see, you know, standard bans coming out, the Brood, Ember Spirit, a little bit different in that early phase. But the Lena goes, the Slark goes, Timbersaw, like say Centaur, Bloodseeker, Santa, and the Batrider. And Batrider, I think you've got an interesting stat about the Batrider and the Batrider's pick to win rate.
It's terrible, right?
Yeah.
I don't think it's interesting. It's very terrible. I think it's 22% currently for the Bat, and 2-7 I think is the score currently. And checking that one, that is the case. And I think we already talked about it. I don't think the Batrider has no place in the current meta. I just assume that in the Eastern European region there are some problems with them implementing it in their drafts, and obviously that's gonna be a problem when a lot of Ember Spirits are being played, when there's a lot of fighting in the early mid game when the Batrider wants to farm. So Batrider wants to fight laning stage, farm early mid game, fight when he gets a BKB. In Eastern Europe, it's completely different than that. It's very passive laning stage usually, right? So there are exceptions, and then very fight heavy early mid game. So Batrider definitely doesn't fit into that category. So I can assume that might be one of the reasons why the players aren't being successful with it.
Yeah, and we can see that the Magnus coming out as well. I mean, the Batrider has been successful in other regions, but yeah, like you say, Eastern European players just not really impressing on the bat. But the Magnus does come out here for Virtus Pro. Another one of the heroes that pairs well with the Rubik in that offlane position. You know, being able to get the telekinesis into a skewer, get that drag back, and pull them. I mean, that's potentially, if they can get the lane pulled towards the offlane tower, you know, potentially a pullback underneath the tier 1 tower and killing that lane. So Nemiga have to be very aware of the actual push-pull potential coming out here from Virtus Pro in this lane. Really nice anchor point coming out into the fights with the RP as well. Mirana does come through, so looking at with the Rubik here, do you still think it's going to be the off-lane Rubik, you know, the position 5 Mirana?
I think maybe you send the Mirana against the Enchantress.
Yeah.
That's kind of how I feel. The Enchantress creeps are very fast. People tend to believe that it's very easy to get an arrow into the creep. It's really not. But you can do it, right? And or you can clean out the jungle from the creeps that are problematic to you. But still, it's pretty much open for Virtus Pro. Now, when you see the Ursa, both Rubik and the Mirana are actually pretty solid against the Ursa because they constantly poke. It just comes down to it who you feel will trade better with the Enchantress. Rubik, when it comes to 1 versus 1 trading, he wins. Mirana loses. On the other hand, who deals better with the creeps is the Mirana. So it's hard. But me personally, I think I would send the Rubik into the offlane just because he can stand his ground against the Enchantress. You push back the Enchantress, then you can harass the Ursa, and that's the only way that you kind of protect your core in that lane. The Ursa needs to be low, or at least 70, 60, 70% HP, so that he cannot fully commit.
Okay, and we'll see. I mean, the Beastmaster gets ban out anyway here. Would that have been? I suppose it would, because we're looking at these offlaners in the Eastern European region that like to take over that offlane, put the pressure on, take down the tier 1 as early as possible, and then look to put pressure onto the tier 2 to try and force the other team to rotate to take the pressure off the rest of your heroes. So Beastmaster, a really good hero to do that. Pushes through the tier 1 tower. If you leave him on that lane for 5 minutes, he's pushing your tier 1 tower down, and he's taking half your tier 2 tower health as well. So Beastmaster here, Virtus Pro do not want to be playing up against that, especially when it looks like they want to be playing a more roamy, group up and take the fight to Nemiga as early as possible here. Line up with that Magnus coming out.
Last time these two teams faced, Nemiga had a similar lineup like the one they have now, and they won. The problem is, of course, similarity came from how you want to play it, not from the heroes. Actually, it's Virtus Pro that has the Pango and the Rubik, which were the heroes that were pretty much responsible for Nemiga winning their game, or one of their games against Virtus Pro. So both of the games that these two teams played in a third-party tournament, the Christmas show before the DPC, Nemiga won 2-0. Of course, Nemiga from there on hasn't looked the strongest. They did well against Hellraisers in that tournament. In this one, they lost the series 2-1. So they're not looking as strong as they were. But I think this is a real Nemiga draft, right? This is what we expect when we see them. This is full on aggression, with Kiritich having the ability to be aggressive and join his team later on down the line, because that has been the way that Malrine communicates with the other cores has been what has been making the difference. Because what Hellscream and Sobat are doing, they're winning the lanes, and Hellscream is securing the late game, because usually Malrine falls behind. But Malrine's communication in the early mid game and mid game with the other cores is what's making this team super strong. So I'm glad that they got some comfort picks, and we're gonna be seeing them at their best for sure.
Yeah, and looking at the two lineups now, we've got a carry coming up for Virtus Pro, and
okay, we all know what Rob thinks. We're gonna stop there. Again, we see a Magnus Troll. For now, Troll hasn't been looking the greatest. I think in the entirety of the DPC, it hasn't won the game. I know he lost today in China. He lost. It was Team Spirit that played it with the Magnus. It lost as well. So I still have my beliefs that this hero can work.
no, it's garbage. It's 100% garbage. Don't pick it. Don't play it. Wait for a rework. It's terrible. I can't believe teams are picking it up. What are you doing? You're just throwing away the game. We don't even need to watch this. Nemiga have won. Let's just go to game number 2.
This is a bit different, because this is a troll game where there's a bunch of lockdown on his side, so it's easier to play. I think this is one of the games where you go Maelstrom BKB or Diffusal BKB, whichever you feel more comfortable with, whichever you think is better in the current meta. Maybe Diffusal better, because you don't need a farming item with a Magnus, and you can fight immediately. This is not one of those Sanjin Yasha satanic type of troll games when you need to be super strong, because you have so much lockdown. So I think it's gonna be a little bit easier for Virtus Pro to execute it. It's not as hard to do as when we saw Team Spirit played it. Even though they did have a Magnus, they didn't have much lockdown around it.
Yeah, one good RP, like you say, with the Empower. So I don't expect it to be that kind of Battle Fury build on the troll. Maybe the Empower comes out, like I say, the Maelstrom's there, starts to stack that attack speed. And like I say, with the lockdown, he could cleave through a good couple of heroes in these fights before Nemiga can react. But with the Ursa, I mean, that's 3 really big tanky cores coming out on the side of Nemiga, with the Dragonite coming out now as well. Malrine being able to get the save with the snowballs. You've got the Ursa that can enrage. He's going to be able to shrug off a lot of that lockdown as long as he gets it off before he does get hit. And the DK being a big tanky boy anyway, I still think it's going to be really hard for Krillat here on the troll to try and cleave through the side of Nemiga.
Yeah, I really like what Nemiga has. For me, Virtus Pro's lineup is not inferior, but it is Nemiga who are in their comfort zone. You have a tanky offlaner, you have a mid laner who's gonna rotate. That tanky offlaner is good in invading the enemy side of the territory, and he's good at taking down towers, which is what Nemiga usually need to open up the map and go for their kills. So for those reasons, I think they're probably gonna be winning this game. But on the other hand, this is the first time I see a troll with a classic troll lineup. That is, if I was playing this troll, I would feel slightly better because I don't have to play the hero perfectly.
Yeah,
my guy's stun, I press R, I kill people, right? So it's a lot easier. But on the other hand, it might be easier for the troll. It's not easy for his teammates to make it all happen. So yeah, I'm gonna be going here for Nemiga, but Virtus Pro, I think we're gonna be surprised a little bit by how much the troll can do with this kind of a lineup.
Yeah, and if we look at the EGB odds, it is looking fairly even between the two teams. There's not a massive difference here. And guys, again, if you want to get involved, you can check out our sponsors, EGB, by going to their website. And every deposit, if you put your first deposit in, you get a bonus deposit up to $600. So that is available to you if you go in for your first deposit there with EGB, as we do get ourselves into the first game here. I'm still leaning towards any team that doesn't pick up a troll. I do think this hero is just... I'm not going to sugarcoat it. That hero is absolute garbage, and I can't remember the last time I see it win a match.
Yeah, that is true. Like, I've been watching the other DPC regions as well, and really the troll hasn't been looking the greatest. But it's just not a hero that's being practiced too much. I think there are things that it brings you. One main thing is it wins the laning phase. The question is, against the Dragonite and the Zeus, can you really win the lane, or is it just gonna be even? So because of this Dragonite, I'm kind of hoping Krillat does go for the Maelstrom build. You get an early Javelin and then you push him out, even though I do believe that the Diffusal Blade is slightly better in terms of how it would pair with his heroes on his side. So we'll see how it works out for Virtus Pro. But definitely looking forward to this match. I always like to see troll, because I think teams are not using the hero properly, and if it does get implemented into the meta enough, it could become one of the maybe not stronger carries, but ones that you can pull out and actually win a game with.
Yeah, I suppose, this needs to be... Nemiga needs to win the series anyway to get themselves off the board. So maybe this is just VP doing them a favor in game number 1. And we can see that, Hellscream, he's already going to be able to get that D-ward off there as well, taking that away from the side of Virtus Pro. That's a really nice ward just to be able to remove. It takes away some of that map control, so, if there's any rotations coming through as well. Takes away the rune spawn. There is going to be another one on the other side of the river, so that is available to VP if they, spotting out the runes coming into the later part of the lane stage. But it's just, it's extra gold as well for the Zeus, so that's just going to be nice.
Yep, I think vision is a big part for Nemiga in this game. You want to make sure that you're not getting picked off. The way that Virtus Pro creates space for the troll is by them getting a pick-off, going back, pick-off, going back. You're gonna have an Enchantress on your side of the map, constantly poking. You are gonna have a Dragonite taking down towers and giving map control to Nemiga that way, and of course Zeus taking away the map control from Virtus Pro. So I think that's a really big part that Nemiga have to utilize to not give away kills to Virtus Pro, get themselves to a timing necessary with Ursa, get a couple of Roches, and then end the game.
Yeah, and we can see as well up on the top lane, you know, the Ursa is still going to be going towards the Battle Fury because he doesn't have that farming steroid to come out on the side of Nemiga. So Kiritich, he might fall a little, you know, once Notice starts to drop the Empower on the side of onto the Troll Warlord, Kiritich might have a little bit of a harder time catching up here. But we can see the trades coming out between Sayush as well as Sobad, just trying to trade these right clicks, and Enchantress actually going for the Nature to 10 at level 1. So the Fade Ball going to be doing a lot of damage, but the regen is going to be there from Sobad, and Sayush just trying to tick down onto Sobad, and Sobad, he has to be careful because he is getting low.
Yeah, we're seeing a couple of heroes getting quite low on the map. The Enchantress, the Pango, of course, in the mid lane we usually see it. Then the water runes come out, and suddenly that damage is just mitigated. But the one who is getting pressured the most was the Dragonite. Of course,
yeah.
As you approach level 3, when you get 2 points in the Dragon's Blood, everything kind of seems easier. Even though, for people who might not know, he did get a buff on level 1 Dragon's Blood. It used to be 3 armor, now it's 4. 3 HP regen, now it's 4. So it's a lot stronger on level 1 than it actually used to be.
Yeah, and in the bottom lane as well, again, because so it is actually going to be, we talked about it in the draft, but it's actually going to be the Mirana playing it in the safe lane, so not up against the Enchantress here, as Hellscream, he's just looking to right click down and contest Dukas as much as he can in this bottom lane and do the damage well. Krilliat, he's finding a decent amount of farm in this lane, but there's going to be the leap in. Hellscream could be in a little bit of trouble here now as well. He gets a heavenly jump down to the low ground.
Nowhere near to being in trouble. That's the power of the Zeus, and having that jump. I mean, it is a bit of a longer cooldown on lower levels, but he is gonna be completely fine. You know, they use some resources to chase you. Your Dragonite gets some farm, and then he gets super low.
Yeah, and
that was dangerous.
He took a lot of damage there, Vazzy. Yeah, the Hellscream trying to throw the lightning bolt out, trying to protect, but the amount of damage that Vazzy just has to back himself away level 2, so he doesn't have that second point into the Dragon's Blood yet. You know, the regen, it does near double, and the armor as well near double at level 2, so it is a value point there, but Krilliat just trying to take advantage of this level 2 Dragon Knight, just forcing him back with the ranged whirling axes and just the right click damage as well.
Ideally, you would want kills if you're Virtus Pro, but you know it is what it is. If you manage to delay the timing of the Dragonite, keep him somewhat low in terms of items, in terms of levels, then with the rotations of the Pango, you know, in the early stages of the game, once he hits level 6, you can actually kill him. So it's not imperative that he dies, but you need to keep him under pressure.
Yeah. Top lane, Kiritich, is he going to go down here? There's a lot of damage coming through Sayush now as well. The Fade Ball, the right clicks, and Noticed will pick up the first blood. Sayush going to be in trouble trying to chase back here so bad. But is he going to be able to find it? His Sayush in the trees. You've got Noticed still right clicking him. It looks like Sayush is just going to be able to get the TP right back to base and away to safety.
Yep, they get a kill on the Ursa. They get themselves out. Lane's going well for Virtus Pro. This is very important. I think Malrine is going to have his work cut out for him, considering how the side lanes are going.
Yeah, bottom lane, it's going to be a lot of damage onto Vazia now as well, but Vazia should be able to get himself back. Again, underneath that T1 tower, he is going to be fine as Squadix going for a rotation, but it looks like he's just trying to take the bounty rune away from the side of Nemiga with his rotation into the jungle. You know, he's only level 5, so no Rolling Thunder to come out for him. He's just going to be going back to the mid lane, it looks like. Scouted out, though, by that ward on the dire side. I think that just expired. And Malrine's going to see where he comes from. The snowball right into the mid lane, though. Does he have the damage to take Squadix down? Squadix going to be able to get himself away with that swashbuckle right back into underneath the tower.
The idea there was just to keep him away from the creeps as much as you could. The range creep was going first forward. He used the snowball. He doesn't get the experience of the range creep, or at least he doesn't get the gold. And then he has to utilize some of his mana to get some of those creeps. So very nicely done overall there from Malrine.
Yeah, top lane, a little bit of harass coming out onto Sobad, but he's got that Wildwing Ripper. He's going to be able to turn it right back onto Sayush. So Sayush has to be incredibly careful about how far forward he comes with this Wildwing Ripper, but it looks like Kiritich not really interested in looking for any kills here. He's still looking for that farm. He's still looking for the phase boots into that Battle Fury.
I mean, it's gonna take some time for him to get it. Of course, we know how fast the Ursa farms with the Battle Fury, but the troll should be able to keep up, considering the Empower that's going to be coming out later on down the line. But overall, I mean, so far so good for Virtus Pro. Now, the only thing they need to do, keep tabs on Malrine. If Malrine is going somewhere, you either go back, or it has to be read by the Pango, so that SquadX can be there in time every single rotation.
Yeah, you can see there was the call coming out from Sobad for Malrine to push into that top lane on the map. You know, just drawing the little squiggle, but he didn't actually follow up after picking up that bounty rune in the jungle. And now you can see, speaking about jungle, you know, Vazia, he's just being forced, because of the pulls coming through, he's being forced here to try and pull these creeps, clear off that camp, and it is going to be the level 5 for the DK. Krilliat level 5 here as well. But do you expect the troll, because usually we do see the carries leave that lane, you know, give up, maybe move into for peak efficiency, you give it over to the position 5, and as the carry you move into the jungle to try and find a little bit of vector farm. But with the DK on this lane, do you expect the troll to leave it that early on?
He will be leaving it for the big jungle. I don't think he's gonna be going into the triangle, because he wants to be somewhere in the vicinity. Once the push comes through, he comes back over. So that's basically what carries mostly do currently in the meta. Very rarely they go for the triangle. This might change in this game in particular, because you have a troll Magnus, but I think it's much more important for Virtus Pro to retain that tower as much as possible. Slow down Vazia, slow down his timings if he wants to push, even kill him a couple of times, then actually just maximize their own farm.
Yeah, and we see it again. Krilliat is just trying to do his best now, level 5, to try and find that farm. But Takalis, he's going for a little bit of a wander. Who's he going to be able to find as the mid lane? You know, the Pangolier isn't there, and you can see that Malrine, yeah, he's already moving, so top lane, telekinesis comes out. There's going to be the drive back here by Notice as well. Kiritich trying to get himself away. He's going to pop that Enrage, but the Rolling Thunder is going to be coming in from SquadX. Do they have enough damage to take Kiritich down? Kiritich, he's just trying to find any space he can, but with the 3 heroes being here, they are going to be able to claim the kill onto the Ursa. And Sobad, he was already miles away from that. He was like, oh, not my problem, mate. Walking himself away.
Very interesting that Nemiga allowed that to happen. Usually it would be Malrine who's dictating the tempo. With his aggression, he's going to be keeping his teammates safe. But this time around, it was Virtus Pro who were faster, and now Malrine is rotating to defend the tower.
Yeah, the snowball does come through now as well. Malrine, does he want to try and go for that chase? It looks like they're just going to back themselves away here on the side of Virtus Pro. So not getting overly aggressive, not overcommitted, not losing any heroes here. So Virtus Pro going to be fine with just, you know, what aggression they got onto that tier 1 and backing themselves out. But it does mean that Krilliat on the bottom lane, he's going to be left alone for a little bit. They have this ward in the jungle here now as well, Nemiga, so they are going to see the rotation coming through from the Mirana back into the lane. But Krilliat, for the moment, is being left alone, and the Dragon Form is out for Vazia. So Vazia trying to apply as much pressure as possible here to this tier 1 tower on the bottom lane.
Virtus Pro put more emphasis on taking the Ursa down rather than taking the DK down. I think if you put the DK down, if you kill him, push him out of that tower, the Ursa, once he gets the Battle Fury, he's not gonna be farming as much. So I'm not sure if I agree that was the best possible move from Virtus Pro. Of course, you kill the Ursa, that's great, but the bottom tower takes massive amounts of damage, and that's not something you can heal up if you're Virtus Pro. Plus, this troll lane, you know, you won it, but now it's only like 400, 500 gold difference, and if the DK gets the tower, you can't really say that you have won that lane, and it's not an ideal scenario for the troll.
Yeah, but the troll is, like you talked about, in fact, in the river. Arrow's going to connect. He might be able to go into Hellscream. Starstorm comes in with the snowball. It's going to save him for a little bit longer. Can he take down, get the kill onto the Mirana? The Walrus Punch comes out. There's going to be the Heavenly Jump now as well. Decalis, the Ice Shards, and Sobad's going to be able to get the kill here. The Acorn shot coming in from the Warpine Raider to secure it. They do get the revenge on the Raider himself, but Sobad still gets the credit for the kill.
Very weird, you know, you think you're fine, he didn't kill me with the Ashars, and just a wild creep from the jungle appears. So very nicely done by Sobad. They're reading the situation quite nicely. Finally, Nemiga get themselves on the board after so much time, but the DK has taken a tower. So Nemiga, after the laning phase, Ursa is suffering a bit, but I think you're gonna be relatively happy with it. You've opened up the map. If Malrine and Vazia are now able to apply pressure in the bottom side of the map, it's actually gonna be opening up quite a lot of space for the Ursa to come back into the game properly.
Yeah, and the push potential that does come out on the side of Nemiga here with the Enchantress, like I say, with the Dragon Knight. Virtus Pro, they need to be very careful about how long they leave these heroes alone, because could end up that this tier 2, I mean, the Dragon Form will be wearing off now, but it could end up that the tier 2 tower gets put in a lot of pressure, a lot of trouble from the DK. We are going to be seeing a smoke rotation, though, coming through from Hellscream and Marine. Ducalis, does he want to walk up onto the high ground? This is going to be a mistake here. The snowball comes out, the Walrus Punch will be there, and with no vision on the high ground, Hellscream and Marine just easily pick off the Mirana.
You're making a mistake, Ducalis. He went into a DB Tusk. Yeah, that's a one punch if I've ever seen one. But it is what it is. It does happen. A smoke was used, so not the worst thing in the world. But here's the thing: Nemiga now with that tower down, they can have the vision and apply the pressure that we were talking about in the draft. And you are farming the troll. That's nice. But we also talked about it. You need your other heroes to be strong so they can set up things for the troll so that he can do his thing. Of course, they're gonna be taking the tower, but I would like if Virtus Pro could, on some of their other heroes, get a little bit more farm. And Magnus, he wants to go for the Guardian Greaves and the Blink. I kind of prefer the Blink first, because currently Virtus Pro, their ability to make plays, it's very, very limited, and so bad is in their face. Nemiga have all the info in the world.
Yeah, and again, look at the Enchantress playing this kind of semi-core farming through the Radiant Jungle, finding these items, and I wouldn't be surprised if, again, if the Hurricane Pike starts to come out, you know, after so Dragonlance into Hurricane Pike, looking into maybe the Greaves as well for the Ench, you know, already having the Nature's Attendance for heals, but so bad, he's doing all right in terms of, it's not amazing, but for a position for the farm isn't too bad here for Enchantress.
Got it.
Definitely not, and now the Dragon Knight has the blink, so that changes things a lot, especially because the mid lane tower is down. You have the ability to gank whoever you want. Versus Pro, they're trying to make something happen desperately with the Moonlight Shadow, but it's just not that easy to do. One big thing for Virtus Pro though, Diffusal is done from Squadix, so at least that's some way to engage or catch people. You slow them down, you go for the Rolling Thunder, and your teammates can connect.
Yeah, they are going to be going for a smoke in the river here, trying to wrap around, maybe try and find out the Ursa. Kiritich, he's going to be a ways away, though. Do they have the engage? Do they have any gap close? No, they don't. Kiritich will be able to get himself back underneath that tier 2 tower, away from, obviously, didn't know the danger was there, but maybe the Spidey sense is working. Yeah. Marine's Spidey sense is there, not going to be going off at all. He's going to be caught out 3 heroes, and Ducalis will be able to claim the kill up against the Tusk.
That was actually weird. Even Kiritich's movements, I thought the way he moved there looked like he was unaware they were being ganked, considering that the bottom lane was heavily pushed in and no one was showing on the map. For me, that's a red flag that you get out, but Nemiga dropping down their focus for a second, and it's gonna cost them Malrine. At least Kiritich doesn't go down.
Yeah, that is a good point here. The Ursa needs every second to keep up with the net worth of the Troll. The Troll doing quite well here. If we take a look at Kilya, he does have that Maelstrom. He's able to farm up when he gets into the fights as well. He will have that Empower that's going to help him, you know, just find the farm, find the extra damage in the fights as well. So, Troll Warlord, like you said, the Maelstrom build does come through, so he's trying to take full advantage of that while he's got it before these team fights do start to break out.
Okay, judging from the gold that the Magnus has, it looks to me like he is gunning for a blink. But before that, Nemiga, they're trying to utilize the blink that they already have, and the Ducalis, he has felt the punch once, and he doesn't want to do it again. Nice scan.
Yeah, really nice scan there. And Vizzy Marine just wasting a little bit of time. You see that the Troll already TPs himself away, so he's not going to be sitting on that lane here. Sayush just trying to do his best, but he's going to be caught up with the Dragon Tail. The blink comes in. Even the Thunder God's Wrath going to be committed onto this kill, onto the Rubik.
They didn't know what was coming. You know, you don't know if at that point maybe the Magnus has a blink. Okay, he was showing on the bottom lane. Never mind. But there could be a re-engage with the Rolling Thunder that is going to be problematic for you. So I would always, especially in a game where there's not too many kills, just use the Thunder God's Wrath. It's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, the Moonlight Shadow's going to be here, but it looks like VP going to use it to get aggressive. The arrow does miss. Dragon Knight will still be killed off, and Squadix claims the kill so bad. RP committed here just for the Enchantress, which not a bad thing. They're going to be able to take down Bambi here now as well, with 4 heroes stacking up around him. This should be an easy kill. As slow it is going to be. So bad will go down.
Yep, slow but easy in the end. I have to say, with these spells, big spells now being used up, it might actually open up the map for more aggression, because we have only seen 8 kills so far. The teams have been very passive. But when that happens, teams usually start using their spells for a pickoff just to open up the map. But once you do it, opening up the map and using the big spells, it kind of pushes the other team into aggression. So I'm expecting Nemiga now with the BKB on Malrine, with the blink on the DK to go for a move. The best one I can think of: smoke, kill around the Roche pit, go into the Roche, or just walk into the Roche pit. Considering that you have a 9-second BKB with a Tusk, you should feel confident enough to go for something like that.
Yeah, he's even got the double damage rune as well, stacking up, going straight for the Ags. So Malrine here, he wants to be, being able to snowball in and just kick anyone back into the wasted arms of Kiritich once Kiritich is ready to fight. And Ursa, it looks like he's going to be the BKB for the Ursa straight off the bat as well after this Battle Fury. And that's going to be, what is it, about 1,600 gold away? Yeah, it's not too far off here for the speed that Kiritich is farming with this Battle Fury.
I'd say now in week 2, given that we have the player camps here, I don't know if you remember in the Christmas show when we were looking at Kiritich and Malrine, the way that they were focused looking in their screen. They don't look as focused in this game, I have to say. They are... and they're not playing their classic style of Dota, really just running at the enemy. So I don't know what the deal is. Hopefully everything is fine there in the team, but they're just not as invested. Their eyesight isn't that focused on the screen as it was when I last looked at them play. And this is, if Virtus Pro gets the Roche, it's a big problem because you're an Ursa lineup and you have all of your timings. You're gonna get a tier 2, fine, but in these 8 to 11 minutes where you can't get the Aegis, Virtus Pro can most definitely equalize the count and get a tier 2 of their own.
Yeah, and you can see that the TPs are coming out now as well towards the bottom lane. They're even going to be able to get the catch out onto Malrine. Malrine, he's forced to pop that BKB, trying to walk himself away, but the Rolling Thunder is still going to be coming through the Moonlight Shadow as well, and it looks like they're going to be able to get in with the Troll, the right clicks, but the Snowball, keeping him alive for a little bit longer. Can he clean him up, actually? It is actually going to be the kill onto Malrine. Malrine goes down. Really nice effort there from the side of BP just to get that kill.
And you can see the items from the Troll. Maelstrom into a BKB. He knows he doesn't need to do anything big. He doesn't need to be this frontliner. He can just attack the tower, poke back, go back, but just wait for his teams to engage, get on someone, lift them arrow, whatever, and then he can go ham. So he just needs to be able to get close to them and then not get stunned. He actually did get a Yasha there in between, just for the extra farm. That's something that we see from time to time. And now he's just gonna be going forward. Everyone surrounding him. Everyone wants to make Krillaz shine.
Yeah, and they can play this kind of 4 protect 1 on the side of VP. He does have that Aegis anyway, so he's going to be able to just wander away from the rest of his team while VP look and try and make space. So bad again on the bottom lane. He actually went for the drums, and he's still got a decent amount of farm, but he has slowly slipped down the net worth table there. You can see that he is dancing between the lowest tier with the Mirana, but it's still not bad for the Enchantress. But again, Kiritich trying to do his best, trying to find this farm. Obviously couldn't contest on this Roshan, so now this is the time that Nemiga, they want to be avoiding as many fights as possible. As Koyat as well just continues to farm, looking for a BKB of his own here on the Troll Warlord.
Your timings are still getting delayed. Nemiga, their lineup heavily revolves around having better vision and getting the right jump. If you're getting pushed back, if you can't use the Zeus to the ward, if you're not getting, pick off here and there, kind of reducing the division of Virtus Pro, it's a problem. So they're definitely not happy. Of course, you look at the Aegis and you don't want a big fight, but you at least want to apply enough pressure so that you can get a pick off here and there, or at least threaten with it.
Yeah, and we can see as well the BKBs. Again, Ursa has his BKB, Malrine has his BKB, but Malrine's had this BKB for a while and he's only used it defensively once. And like you say, that Nemiga, they just don't seem to be finding these times, finding these rotations. The Dragonite building towards his own BKB, but that's still going to be a whiles away here. The Mirana, even just being able to take down the Enchantress's tomato there, just get a little bit of farm for Ducalis himself.
Oh, this should not be allowed. Virtus Pro are pushing in every single lane. We're even seeing the Enchantress getting a gem. Nemiga, they are aware that they feel claustrophobic on this map, and they are the ones arguably have better vision heroes, or at least they should be on the opponent's part of the map, harder to kill, but they're just not feeling like that's the case. So now what they need to do is get the map clean out of enemy vision, and you see they're even using the Zeus ulti to get the info of where the enemies are. It's showing that Nemiga, they definitely feel very uncomfortable currently with how the game is going.
Yeah, 3 heroes were smoked on the side of VP when the Thunder God's Wrath did come out, but the Troll and the Marana were still visible, and you can see that Kiritich, he takes it as a sign, moves himself away from that dire jungle. He just wants to be as far away from there as possible while still getting the farm. Krilliat looking to push down. They do take the tier 2 tower on the bottom lane here on the side of Nemiga, but Krilliat can have an instant response, it looks like, on the tier 2 tower on the top lane. So what can they do with this? There's going to be the snowball into the Pangolier. Do they have the lockdown? No. The RP comes out. The catch is going to be there, even through the BKB Dragon Knight telekinesis, so they do get the kill eventually onto the Magnus Pangolier there as well. But Vazia, he might pay with his life. The battle trance, does he want to try and use it here? Troll Warlord is the Moonlight Shadow, so he gets the kill onto Vazia. Can he carry on chasing? Well, the pause comes out, so we're going to find out as soon as the pause resumes, but that's still not a bad fight from Nemiga. You've got the Enchantress that's still pressuring the tier 3. Pressure at tier 3 now as well. Mouse. I'm assuming that's going to be his actual mouse that he's using and not a mouse loose in the in the office somewhere.
Hopefully that is the case, but here's the deal. If you remember, we casted a game where there was a Drow Ranger with a Venge and stuff like that, and I always said the Drow always needs to be there when the fight starts, so that she's doing damage even before all of the saves, the stuns come out. Yeah. The same thing is here for Virtus Pro as well. You have the Troll, you have the counter initiation. He needs to be in the fight already, or at least very close to it, so as soon as the first stun comes out, he starts dishing out the damage, because he's the only constant damage dealer on his team. Everyone here can contribute on the side of Virtus Pro, but he's the one who applies constant amount of damage and can bring these heroes down during the RP stuns and the follow-up stuns as well. He was nowhere in sight. He was getting the tier 2 on top. The Enchantress was doing the same on the bottom lane, and Nemiga used the tankiness of their cores, the Dragon Knight and the Tusk, to get the 2 cores of the enemies. So Virtus Pro, they really have to always look where the Troll is. Troll is not close. We are not using spells. We are not fighting. And it also has to be Krillat who is giving the info to his team. Like, not there, be there in 5 seconds. And in those 5 seconds until he's there, you do absolutely nothing, or this is going to be the result.
Yeah, and again, just looking at the bottom lane, that tier 3 tower, it didn't take a lot of damage, but that was the fight without the Enchantress. You know, if we take a look at the fight recap there as well, you can see the Dragon Knight, he put out 2k damage. You know, he really was in the middle of that fight as Krilliat just continues to try and find the farm, but without the Ench, you know, the Ench, you look at it, you think, okay, it's just a support, but with the drums going out, the extra attack speed that be offered from that, with the impetus damage as well, that's still a lot of damage that was lacking from that fight, so that could have potentially gone even worse there for Virtus Pro.
And no one else from Virtus Pro was actually close to it.
Yeah.
The Troll still had the Aegis, not the easiest target to go for unless Krillat makes a big mistake. He probably wouldn't die, and then you would commit onto something that's very dangerous. So I think Nemiga made the right choice. They got tier 2, they pressured the bottom lane. Virtus Pro didn't have to TP, and that's the vision that Nemiga needed. You know, now you know exactly where Virtus Pro are, and they don't have an Aegis anymore, or allowing yourselves to approach the fight any way you like. And Nemiga, they're ready to fight on the bottom lane. They want to take this one now.
Yeah, they are going to be showing a couple of heroes in the lane, but on the side of Virtus Pro, but Nemiga, they're pretty much gearing up for this tier 1 tower push. They're looking to try and maybe catch a hero or two that moves up to defend this, and Dragon Knight comes through. The Dragon Tail is going to be there now as well, but the Force Staff away onto the Troll Warlord, so they're going to be able to keep him safe even with those Ice Shards being thrown out. The Troll, he's going to be surviving through, and like you say, he, you know, if Krilliat gets caught out, he was in that fight. He just moves himself out of this now as well. He wants no part of it.
Very good smoke. They're trying to catch them on the retreat. Virtus Pro are TPing out, leaving 3 of their heroes stranded, and they're gonna get cut off right now. They have nowhere to go.
Yeah, Ducati even leaves himself up to the high ground. The Ice Shards comes through. Thunder God's Wrath's gonna be there. They're gonna be able to get the catch out, and even with the mechanism, they still get the kill onto the Magnus. But can they get anything else? They really might see the courier, but the courier in the trees, just trying to fly for his life here. Okay,
Hell Scream. He used the ulti only when the smoke broke, and Morana was in such a perfect position so that in the end you only get 1 hero. That could have been much worse for Virtus Pro. So I think after losing only 1 hero in that retreat, you're gonna be super happy.
Got it.
Yeah, and you can see the Vazia as well. The Dragon form will be wearing off, but it looks like Nemiga now, it is their time to get aggressive. Smoke coming out though from the side of Virtus Pro. Are they gonna be able to catch anyone out of this? It looks like Vazia is just going to be able to get that blink away, and there was no engage coming through here from the Pango. The Pango didn't want to try and blink into that. He's not too far away from the Basher as Kiritich on the bottom lane gets the kill onto Ducalis. Ducalis just a little bit too far forward.
Usually with the Mirana, that's not the case, but he used way too many leaps in the previous escape. So now it was, it just didn't have any. The only thing he had was a force staff. Obviously not enough to kind of get yourself far enough away from the Ursa to be safe.
Yeah, and you can see now that this kind of, like you talked about, the 4 protect 1, or 3 protect 1 at the minute with the Mirana still being dead, but Krillya, he's just being body blocked by the rest of his team. You know, they are providing this buffer just in case anyone tries to make a move on him. What was Storm here? It's actually going to be Maori. He just pops the BKB, walks away. That's still, it's a pretty big activation there on the side of Nemiga. You know, you pop in that BKB, it takes it down to 6 seconds. It's down for 90 seconds as well, so that might be a decent time in here for Virtus.pro to get aggressive as you see the Moonlight Shadow coming through, and they want something from this. They know that BKB is down. What can Virtus.pro get from this? They're going to be able to find Sobat. Sobat not going to be able to get himself away, and Squadix picks it up with the Swashbuckle. The damage enough to get the kill onto the Enchantress, and now with the pressure that they can apply here, Virtus.pro might be able to put pressure and do damage, you know, create enough space here onto this tier 2 because, oh, Roche, sorry, it's going to be a long one here. The Roche, a minute and 20 before the big man's back up.
Remember when we talked about Krillat being the main damage dealer? That's not gonna be possible any longer. Your main target, if you're Virtus.pro, is the Tusk. He has an Aghanim Scepter. Every single time Krillat comes into a fight, he's gonna get kicked away. He doesn't have the blink, he doesn't have anything. He's just gonna pop his BKB, walk up to the troll, kick him away, and your teammates are not gonna be going down, allowing the Ursa to go forward. And that is why this Thunder God's Wrath is gonna be so beneficial in fights, because the Ursa will have info of where the enemies are. You can say, oh, troll has been kicked away, and then suddenly the Ursa can jump anywhere he wants, because he knows that none of these heroes can do damage sufficient to deal with him. So what Virtus.pro need to do now, they need to itemize to keep this Ursa at bay. They need to itemize so that he cannot kill them. But if you look at Kiritich, he's always already preparing for that. He wants the Abyssal Blade, he wants the Nullifier, he wants to cancel out the possibilities of him being guided as much as possible, because he knows that's the only way Virtus.pro are gonna be fine with it. Kite Ursa long enough for the troll to keep returning into these fights.
Yeah, and you can see as well that they want to, again, they want to take down this tier 1 tower, because Roche, he's going to be up in the next 3 or 4 seconds here. Saush just needs to hide himself away in the trees. Be careful about being caught. How about Maori? He's already deep. No, he gets the blink. He gets the blink over. So Saush, it looks like he's already got that snowball. He's still got the snowball, excuse me, as well. So if things did really kick off, he could pop that snowball, delay for as long as possible, you know, wait for the rest of the team to rotate in. But this is going to be, I mean, 27 minutes in, 8-7, so it's not the massive slaughterfest that we used to see on Eastern European. But Telekinesis comes out to the Dragon Knight. The Dragon Knight has that down. No, he's not actually going to be able to get it off now as well. And Dragon Knight, he's got that. It's in the backpack. The BKB was in his backpack. He couldn't get it off. He's going to be controlled. He's going to be killed off. The RP comes through as well. They take down 3 heroes. And Virtus.pro, they can just move themselves into the Roche pit.
Well, the plan didn't work out, because your Dragon Knight can still die. Pango does enough damage to kill the Dragon Knight, and then the troll is actually in a perfect position where Nemiga are, because Malrine kicked him away like, haha, you cannot hit my Dragon Knight, no problem, there's gonna be an RP and I'm gonna come back over. So the plan for Nemiga, I actually thought it was a good plan, but not executed too well here, and it's gonna cost them not only the 3 of their heroes, but the Roche as well. First Roche for the Ursa, it can be given away. Second one, not so much. If you give away the second Roche, it's a problem, because without the shard, Ursa, that's 1400 gold that you have to give away to be as strong for something that's just gonna be given to you. So Virtus.pro very, very happy with this, but it's still not over. Nemiga still have ways of controlling the troll. They just need to be more wary of where the rest of Virtus.pro are, and that's one thing you didn't really have the Thunder God's Wrath.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't give the shard over to Noticed. I think it was Pango that took it. So it's still a really good shard. You know, he's going to have that roll-up. It's going to offer him some protection in the fights, but I genuinely thought they would have prioritized the Horn Toss coming out from Noticed on that Roshan shard.
Yep, definitely would have been the case. And the shout out to our sponsor, CGB. We're seeing here that now they heavily favor Virtus.pro. Easy to do so now. So if you guys want to get involved, you can get to the DGB site and, you know, get yourself your first deposit there. It's going to be doubled either way. But this is now a really good spot for Virtus.pro, because they can just run forward. You don't even have to get involved when the troll shows himself, you can wait a little bit. He can wait a little bit with his ulti, and it's not that easy for Nemiga to kill him even when they're kiting him. So if the rest of Virtus Pro aren't getting caught, Nemiga, they get forced to commit onto the troll, and then everything changes. Then kicking him away isn't going to be that easy. So Virtus Pro, they feel super confident right now.
Yeah, at least for Nemiga in this next fight, you know, Vazia has his BKB in his item slot and not his backpack now, so he doesn't have to try and drag it in and wait for. I genuinely don't know why it was in his backpack. I don't know what the issue there. He didn't have it, so he was controlled. He had to wait for the cooldown on it, and he just died before he got it off. And at least this time, if a fight does break out, the Dragon Knight should be prepared.
Yeah, definitely should be the case. Very weird, but you know, the item just gets delivered. You know, mistakes can happen. Anyways, though, Virtus Pro, they still have this issue with catch, right? Because when Nemiga see troll on the map, they're like, okay, we probably can't die.
Yeah.
So we're just gonna go and do something else. And that is annoying Virtus Pro a little bit. So they try to keep themselves off the map, then push out the lanes fast, and then connect again around the mid lane. Because from the mid lane, you can control the majority of the map. In the fastest way, right? And now as soon as they see Vazia using the fireball in the bottom lane, they're gonna assume he's there, and they immediately transfer. But they're not gonna be diving too much into the trees, so as that they can transfer to the mid lane yet again. We're seeing they're not putting much emphasis on it, especially not with the troll.
Yeah, and Vazia is just going to be able to try and skip this wave, you know, take the pressure off that tier 2. But with the troll, I mean, the troll, because of the stacks coming through from the fervor, he takes down that tower so quickly, and now the Rolling Thunder. They might even be able to get the kill onto the Dragon Knight on this bottom lane. Dragon Knight, can he get himself away from this one? He doesn't have a TP. He doesn't have the mana for the BKB. Oh, the Diffuser Blade from the Pangolier, it stops him from getting the BKB off again. So he's just going to be run down. He's going to be killed off.
Yep, he's dead. Actually, very annoying there on the Mirana, and it's hard to TP out when there is a swashbuckle basher on you. So that's pretty much a 100% bash chance, unless you're super unlucky. Of course, you know, it should be coming through. So very tough for him to get out there. Got a little bit greedy. Mirana canceled the Blink Dagger, and then once Squadix was close, it was pretty much set in stone that the DK was not coming out of that one. And Virtus Pro, they disposed of him quite fast, actually.
Yeah, with the heroes and trolls going to find himself a haste as well. So they are going to, again, just be able to apply pressure. Krillia, though, he's just hiding himself. He's under vision. He will be spotted out there, so... You know, the D-Ward will come through from Decalis. I guess he was looking through it, yeah. So they do get it with the gem as well. They get that extra little division. But look at him in the mid lane. How quickly he's just going to be able to rip through this tier 2 tower.
Yep. Way too strong. This is what happens with the troll with the Magnus. You don't really need any damage items. You get empowered, and your damage output is going to be insane because of the massive amount of attack speed if you get to this point. And he got to it. I mean, when you look at him, he's stopping the network chart. When it comes to early game, Ursa rips apart the troll. Later portions of the game, it's completely different. Ursa has to pop his enrage as soon as the whirling axes come out, and then once the troll pops his ulti is longer than the enrage. You outlive the Ursa, and then you just smash his brains in. So it's very uncomfortable currently for Nemiga, and you're seeing that they're not getting out of the base, and this is it. This is kind of them being punished for not being aggressive enough early on, which they could have been, which is the way they usually play Dota. But as I mentioned, they just haven't been looking like themselves since the DPC started.
Yeah, and the Moonlight Shadow is going to be coming through as well. Smoke coming out from the side of Nemiga. They might want to try and make a move somewhere, but we can see if we just keep an eye on the VP move themselves around. I mean, Roche won't be coming up for a while. Yeah, the Aegis did just expire, so it looks like VP, they want to be playing together. They know if they get caught out in like a pair or just the three of them, they could be in a little bit of trouble, lose some objectives. So they are just sticking as close together as they need to, that if something does break out, they can react, can get themselves involved. And Nemiga not going to be able to find anything with the smoke. So Kiritich just going to go back to farming the lane, and he does have that Abyssal now. He's going towards the Nullifier, which is going to be quite nice for the Ursa. But in these, like I say, in these fights, the Troll might just, or should just be able to take over from them. Even going to be able to see an Arcane Rune. Does he pick it up? Is he going to be leaving it? Okay, he does leave it for the bottle here with Squadix. He picks that one up. Yeah, Vazia just goes back to farming in the jungle as well. Sobat trying to do what he can to get these D-wards off. But again, VP just keeping themselves together, keeping themselves close in, just in case anything kicks off. And
for me, this this Nullifier on the Ursa is the game changer, right?
Yeah.
Because once he gets it, whoever he jumps should be going down. If he pops a BKB or if he pops the Abyssal Blade, doesn't matter. There is gonna be some Yule Scepters, and I like that they're going for those because those are the Ursa counters. No matter how much status resistance you have, the Yules doesn't care, so you're gonna be in the air for 2.5 seconds. So that's something that he's gonna have to be afraid of. But in terms of using it as a defensive item, that's not gonna be happening once the Nullifier is there.
Okay, we're going to see some smoke on smoke coming out here. The wraparound coming through from Nemiga. Maybe using the Dragon Knight as bait, but he's going to be so far right. He comes up. There's going to be 3-4 heroes around him. Is he going to be able to get... Again, he's completely out of mana, trying to do his best to keep himself alive, but he couldn't get the BKB off again. He's going to be killed off. Has that BKB been used once? It's not. It's a fresh BKB. So to speak here now as well. 4 step away from the toast for the toast. He's going to be cleaned up, killed off now as well. And you can see the Squadix. He's just absolutely everywhere, finding his heroes left, right, and center. The buyback comes through from the Dragon Knight, but he's not going to be able to get there in time, and they lose. It's triple kill for the Troll Warlords. And Kiritich, he just has to go for the TP away. Yeah, the Dragon Knight, he's just completely out of mana. Every time this fight breaks out, the Swashbuckle coming through. The right clicks from Squadix with this Diffusal Blade, clean him up, and because of the cost, the 50 mana cost now on the BKB, he can never get it off.
It's a complete disaster here for Nemiga. You know, not only because the DK died, but because the gold lead is getting so overwhelming that Nemiga, even once they get their items, they're gonna be responding to what Virtus Pro have. Virtus Pro already has something to counter it, right? One of the main things in that fight, I mean, it still wouldn't have changed the outcome, but maybe saved the DK for a little bit longer and given the space for Nemiga to run, was they wanted to kick the troll away. But if you look at the Magnus, he has a Lincoln Sphere and he's just putting it on the troll. Kick can't go through, right? Because they changed it. It used to go through Lincolns, just like the Waller Sponge doesn't go through any longer. So it does break the Lincolns. The troll doesn't get kicked away, and he just is there, stands his ground. So Nemiga, even though they came up with this super good idea, like, we're gonna get the troll away, they won't have the damage, now it's not gonna be working any longer because the Magnus has the Lincolns. And guess what? Magnus is always gonna be playing around the troll. If the rest of them are making a chaotic fight, no, Noticed is just waiting. Where is Krill at, and are any enemies around him? If they are, I'm gonna RP and he's gonna rip them apart.
Yeah, you can see that Squadix has got a Lincoln Sphere of his own now as well. Looking at the Troll's items, he has that Satanic. So even if he does get down with the 6-second BKB, you know, he's got that Battle Trance. He has that Satanic there as well. So Kuliat, he has so much sustain in these fights that I don't know how Nemiga even get through him. But it looks like, again, they're grouping up the Roshan. It's going to be 35 seconds away before the big man's back up. Moonlight Shadow going to be used once again. The RP, they've caught out, but there's going to be the Dragon Knight. No, they catch out the Dragon Knight as well. Thunder God's Wrath does get used. Walrus Punch is going to be there. The kickback as well, but it's going to be onto Hellscream. So Notice, that just puts Hellscream in danger. And Notice right on top of him this time. Dragon Knight does get off his BKB of Krillia. He's going to be coming in on the right cliff. He gets the Abyssal Blade through now as well. The Dragon Knight goes down. And that's going to be no buyback here on the DK as well. They've got drag back. They're going to be able to find on Sobad. He gets picked off. And that's perfect time now. If anyone checks his Roche pit, this could be another Roche going the way. The third Roche going the way of VP. And it is just going to pop up as they walk themselves towards the pit.
That's really bad again. The Ursa doesn't get the Roche. It's a problem. And he's right under enemy vision. So if he's not careful, Kiritich can die as well here. Oof, okay. At least he has a ward there on the cliff. Seeing the enemies moving, he was aware that something was a problem. In that fight, Troll wasn't part of it. He only came towards the very end of it. And Nemiga, they just can't kill heroes. Kiritich is way too afraid to commit. I think with the Nullifier, that might change, but the gold lead is getting out of hand.
Yeah, the Dragon Knight, again, it feels like every time I say the Dragon Knight's name, it's to complain about something he's done, but I'm not trying to flame him, but it was just that as soon as that RP came out, he tried to jump in, get the Dragon Tail off to save his teammate. He blinks right in front of Notice. Notice gets the skewer back onto two heroes. All of a sudden, it's not just Malrine in danger, it's the Dragon Knight there as well. And when the Walrus kick came out, it just puts Notice right on top of Hellscream, so Hellscream has to reposition. And speaking about being repositioned here as well, they're going to get the drag back onto the Tusk. He's going to be killed off.
Oh, he jumped in to try to get the kick off and instantly lifted there by the Aerobic, or the Yule Scepter was used. It wasn't really the lift, so it doesn't matter. It's still instant. He was just spamming it in front of his troll. Do they have vision in the enemy base? No, they don't. So it was definitely him just spamming it in front of the troll, understanding that someone is going to be jumping on him, and that's just going to be an easy kill. Now they go for the troll, but this is just not a fight that you can win that easily.
Yeah, the Tusky has to buy back. He wants to get involved because that lane of Rax, I mean, they get the melee there. So that's going to be a really nice pickup from the side of VP. A buyback and a melee Rax. This lane going to be pushing in, and now they can move the aggression to where they need to on the other side of the map if they want to. It looks like they're trying to get that outpost back as well to make sure there's no backstabs that can come through from the side of Nemiga if they try and push out in the mid lane, if they try and push out in the bottom lane. But do they want to try and group up for the fight? The Lincoln is on Krilliat. He has that blink available to him as well. The arrow's going to fly through. Doesn't actually connect to him. So bad will be able to move himself away from it. But all 5 heroes now. The ultimates are up on the side of VP as well. They're going to be able to find a catch. In fact, you look at the group up here from the 3 cores of Nemiga. They got caught out in an RP. That could be risky. There's going to be the 4 staff away. The Dragon Knight was rooted up now as well. The Lincoln's being popped again. The RP will be there. Has the lockdown. Thundergot's Wrath comes out.
Isolated.
He has the troll underneath that tier 3, but he does have that Aegis still for the next 3 minutes. So Mari, he might go down again. That's going to be the dieback here on the Tusk. And Krilliat, all of a sudden, the second RP comes through. He get the kill on Savazia. They're going to be able to take down Kiritich now as well, even through the Enrage. And that's going to be all 3 cores being taken down on the side of Nemiga. GG being called.
Yeah, they knew that this was it, right? Because this fight was the best possible scenario for Nemiga. RP comes out at the same moment the troll is tossed under the tower. The Ursa is keeping him at bay. You're surviving for long enough because the troll is not fighting you. And you have absolutely no chances of killing any one of the heroes, right? Ursa cannot kill the troll. The Tusk and the DK, they can't do anything. Hellscream, if he gets close, he pretty much dies from AoE spells that are thrown down. And, you know, Nemiga at that point, they call GG because they are aware there is nothing else they can do. The fight cannot go better than what it just did. And you didn't even get close to killing a single hero. It's not like, oh, they were at 20% HP, maybe next time we just use that one little spell better and everything goes great, or Virtus Pro makes a mistake. No, this is perfect. We did everything perfect. Virtus Pro, you can't say they messed up, but they got outplayed and they still win the fight without any chances of having a casualty, let alone a hero dying. Yeah,
and I will concede that the troll looked okay there. Not amazing. You know, it wasn't the game winner by itself. I think the Magnus found some really clutch RPs. Squadix being able to get on top of heroes. The amount of times he caught out the DK and was just able to clean up all his mana before the BKB came out. It really was a great team effort coming out there from the side of VP, and being able to pick up this game in game number 1. You know, it just puts Nemiga down that little bit further. You know, they've still not picked up a series, and taking that first game, it might just put the mental pressure here on Nemiga before they can get into that second game. So they do need to pick themselves back up to be looking towards coming back in that second game.
Troll is a team hero. That's just how it is. It has to be the entire team playing the troll pick. I have to say though, Nemiga still aren't looking like themselves. I cannot get my conclusion. The troll looked good, but the entirety of VP looked good because they weren't pressured at all. I didn't see Nemiga pressure their enemies at all. They got the blink, they got the 2 towers. They could have definitely went around killing people, and they just played a lot slower. And I told you, I can see it in their eyes. They're like this. Not talking, not anything. They're just focused, right? But now they were just talking, you know, scratching, stuff like that. You could see they weren't 100% invested. I don't know what the problem is. I'm just hoping that they deal with it so that we see them at their best. And if they're losing to a VP, at least they can say, we played our best Dota today.
Yeah, and that is only going to be the first game, so we are going to be able to throw it to a break, you know, and come back with the second game right after this, guys. So we'll see you for the second game of Nemiga versus Virtus Pro after the break.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
Gonna send him back to his grave. When the devil calls, you better hide, 'cause hell's coming down. Devil tell you the God's gonna cut you down. Cut you down. You better run. Let me tell you the God's gonna cut you down. Spoken
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the wise choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
Welcome back into the second game of this first series of the day. And Harry, yes, okay. Again, I will say that Troll, it looked impressive in that first match. I know there's a couple haters in chat that are like, "Ugh," but it was. I still don't believe in the hero overall. I think it was a good team game coming out from VP that made that Troll look quite impressive. But coming into the second game now, you talked about Nemiga. They usually look. They have that aggression on them. Is that something you think they need to try and prioritize in the second draft? You know, look to put in more pressure on the side of VP in that early to mid game.
I mean, most definitely. I think it's normal development in any team. Nemiga got into Division 2. They crushed Division 2. They picked up a new lineup. They got into 2 or 3. They crushed it, right?
Yeah.
They felt like they were on top of the world. A third-party tournament before the DPC season, they do well in it as well. But the DPC season comes, and this young team, Malrine is the youngest player in the Eastern European DPC, I think overall, not only in Division 1. Time comes, you start losing. You start doubting yourself, and this is what it is, because Nemiga would usually go for massive risky plays, not in this game. So it's normal that they're dropping the ball. On the other hand, Virtus.pro, their players are a little bit, you could say, more experienced the side of Nemiga. Even though you and me have watched Nemiga and they've looked amazing overall, it's just that the guys are young, right?
Yeah.
So they need time. And Virtus.pro, they're showing that they have what it takes, especially against DarkSide and now against Nemiga. They're showing they have what it takes to win against most of the teams here in the DPC. So props to them. And yet again, we're gonna be seeing the same opening. So both teams, they think draft, it's not the issue, it's the way that we play. And I agree. I think both teams, again, if the draft was the same, both of the teams would have the chance of winning.
Yeah, and I like that Virtus.pro. They know that Malrine, he likes that mid Timbersaw. The Bat Rider being taken out as well as a center, but yeah, focusing on that so it's not just the standard bans with the Treant being taken away, the Tusk being taken away. They would much prefer to let the Tusk get through for Malrine here than they would the Timbersaw, because Malrine's Timbersaw looks incredibly impressive, even from the mid lane where you don't usually see the hero play. And it's could be something different if the Death Prophet does get through. Virtus.pro pick it up this time. And we've talked about this hero, how incredibly good the hero looks at pushing down lanes, but how much sustain it gets in that early laning stage as well. It's so hard to pick off in this laning stage. The Death Prophet at the minute, I'm surprised we're not seeing it more and more.
Yeah, Virtus.pro, they won against DarkSide both of the games. They had a Death Prophet, but they played it with a defensive support. Now they don't have that one. So in that regard, I'm a little bit afraid for them. Plus, they don't have a way to deal with the Tombstone. So I'm not sure if it's gonna be Virtus.pro as strong as they were in the DarkSide series, because it's just not the same thing. But what I do like, I don't know if you remember a couple of days ago, there was a Death Prophet and a Viper in the same team. Now there's a Pango. So you have one hero that is pretty much static and one hero that is mobile. They're gonna be playing in the early mid game and the mid game. So that is what I like on the Virtus.pro lineup. But if they can't bait Nemiga onto the DP and save her, it's gonna be an issue, because if she dies, your damage output is very limited.
Yeah, and at the minute it is just going to be, like you said, the Death Prophet that puts out a whole lot of team damage. They ban out the Beastmaster again. I was going to say that, again, just being able to reflect what the DP wants to do in there. Do you expect actually this to be the mid or the offlane DP?
Offlane most likely. You picked up the Clockwork, most likely to lane with that one. Now when you see the Terrorblade, the offlane Pango wouldn't be that bad. So I think they played the offlane DP both of the times against DarkSide. Let me just check that one. Yep. So, from what they've played in the past, I would assume that it's Squad X Spango and it is a notice DP. But looking at it right now, I actually feel like an offlane Pango would do just as well, but I think they're gonna stick to their guns. You stick with what you know. You don't experiment too much in this regard, because even though a hero might be better in a lane, if you know the matchup better, you're just gonna stay the way it is. So I do assume it's a mid lane Pango and an offlane DP with the Clockwork position 4.
Okay, and we'll see now that, I mean, Virtus Pro, they need a carry, and you were talking about the the lack of damage coming out from the side of Virtus Pro. Only really the Death Prophet here. Would you expect? I mean, it's a lot of physical damage coming out from the side of Virtus Pro, with the the Exorcism and the the Pangolier just being there. Would you expect a bit of a mixed hero to come out, because the Lena's gone, which is a big mixed damage carry hero that we're seeing a little bit more. I can't even say a little bit more. We've seen it banner picked every single series. And looking at Virtus Pro's lineup, again, Nemiga, they have a decent amount of survivability with the Tusk. High armor coming out with the Terrorblade here as well. They've got the Undying that's going to be able to, drain that strength away, drain the and heal out with the Sword Up as well. So are you expecting a bit of a mixed damage carry to come out here for Virtus Pro?
I would like it, but the one that comes to mind is the Morphling, and it was just banned out.
Yeah.
So I don't know really if there's anything else. The Drow Ranger comes to mind as a good hero against the Terrorblade in particular. But overall, looking at it, there aren't really that many heroes left. Maybe you can go for something like an Arc Warden, but I'm not sure if Krillat plays it. It actually would be a pretty cool pick for Virtus Pro. No one other than the Tusk is really a problem to the hero, but you would have to deal with the last pick, I guess.
Yeah, and even Nemiga, they're taking this time over this final ban as well. So it's going to be a little bit of breathing time for them to discuss this and think about what they want to be removing. But I'm trying to think of what Virtus Pro could pick up, like looking at the hero list, what they might want to be going towards here for this final pick. I suppose we're going to find out the Ursa does get removed, so Nemiga want to be taking that away from the side of Virtus Pro, which it makes sense, because even with it being like a majority right click hero, the Fury wipes stack up, and those Fury swipes, they're pretty deadly on their own.
Monkey King comes to mind as a solid one. I wouldn't mind that one. It goes well with the Death Prophet. I'm trying to see it. Heroes who have re-engage. Heroes who can protect the Death Prophet, who might keep you guessing if you really want to go for the DP. That's something I would like to see. But they go for the Drow in the end. This is risky for Virtus Pro because it gives Nemiga a clear target that you want to go for, right?
Mm-hmm.
Tusk is going to be rotating to that Drow Ranger over and over and over again. And you can just... Death Prophet uses her ulti, no problem. We don't have to defend the tower. We can just hunt down the Drow Ranger. So that is making it a little bit scary here for Virtus Pro. Nemiga, they're probably gonna be getting a hero that can dive the Drow Ranger with the Tusk, that can contribute a bit. I wouldn't even mind a Dragon Knight again, to be completely honest. It would lane relatively well against the Drow. You have the bonus armor to deal with the piercing shots. It only comes down to, does Vazia feel confident enough, because he didn't feel that way in the last game.
Yeah, I'm looking at it, and like you say, another dive hero would be nice. You know what? Pick up the... No, maybe not. Maybe not. Let's ignore that. That's
what? Yeah, you cannot leave us hanging like that.
I was gonna say, instead of picking up a hero that dives into the Virtus Pro lineup, pick up a Pudge that brings the Drow Ranger to you. But putting the Pudge in the off lane, I'm not a massive fan of that.
No. A Pudge would have been okay for Virtus Pro though. The only one that you're scared of is the Terrorblade, and you're not going to be the first one that he goes for, and you could be a DP save as well. No, would be okay for them. For Nemiga, not so much. Tusk is usually a very good hero against the Drow as a position 4. So if maybe they want to put the Zeus in the mid lane, I doubt it, considering that what they played in the past. But I wouldn't hate it overall, because Drow hates laning against the Tusk in all scenarios. They get on top of it and you just die.
Yeah. What about, is it the time for the return of the Sand King? In the off lane, you'll be able to get the
No.
dive in.
No, because we got a Nature's Prophet, and
Never mind.
I'm fine with that. I'm
Yeah.
actually fine with the Nature's Prophet. You push down towers. You are a lot more capable of joining in on when Malrine goes onto someone. You have 2 global presence heroes right now. The only hero that the Nature's Prophet is really, hates playing against in this game. Of course, Squad X in team fights, but you don't really want to get into big team fights. But the problem is that the Clockwork can hunt you down. That is one thing that annoys you. But I think he'll actually be fine. I like this from Nemiga. They have the heroes that can create space, and hopefully they are gonna be playing their fast-paced Dota. If they do, I think they have a really good shot in this game number 2 to equalize it and force out a game 3.
Yeah, Virtus Pro are in the driver's seat at the minute. They have that the mental over Nemiga, but with the Nature's Prophet coming out again, it applies the tower pressure. I think that was something that they were missing in the draft. It's got, like I said, the global presence, being able to get right on top of the drow there as well, just being able to TP in right next to her and help out if the Tusk does want to be diving for that. So I'm interested to see how this Nature's Prophet is going to play, but I think with the Drow Ranger, I just think we've seen Drow Rangers be so effective in the DPC so far across so many regions that I think this one, I'm going to go Virtus Pro. I think, with the draft that they do have, I think they just have the protection to offer against the Drow Ranger with the telekinesis coming out, with the hook shots as well as the cogs. It's going to be able to create a barrier as well. The Pangolier running in front with the Rolling Thunder, just being able to disrupt anyone trying to get close. I just think I prefer the draft coming out for VP here. And guys, if you do prefer either draft, you can get involved with our sponsors over at EGB. Again, your first deposit will be matched by EGB up to a limit of $600. So if you want to be taking advantage of that, you can head over to our sponsors EGB and get involved in the Dota 2 action.
I'm not sure about the Virtus Pro lineup. I mean, I like the Drow versus the Terrorblade, but I don't like what they have protecting the Drow. I don't like what they have out pushing the lanes. I think if Nemiga play aggressively enough, they got this one. So I'm gonna be going for Nemiga here. Looking at it, too much pressure is going to be on the Pango. Squad X, he played a perfect game earlier, but now it's a little bit tougher to do so, and he needs to do the exact same thing. Why is it tougher? Because you have 2 of your cores that don't really move with you all the time. If they get to a point where Virtus Pro are strong, where they're standing down and just pushing down towers, the Nemiga are going to be very sad. But I think at every point in the game, Nemiga have this split push potential, and it always gives you the ability to make a play against a hero like a Drow Ranger, which can at any point in the game just die, get blown up. It's a dangerous lineup to play into.
Okay, we'll see. I mean, there's going to be some aggression coming out in the top part of the river already. Notice taking the brunt of the damage there as well. So bad. He's still chasing out. He's trying to throw those decay stacks onto Notice as well. And Notice just trying to run himself away from this. But so bad, the zombie, he wants those brains. And Notice, he's going to be taking, again, a lot of damage coming through. Wasn't another decay stack to be thrown out by the Undying. But it looks like it's just going to be the straight TP from Notice up to the top lane.
Yep, I mean, he would get chased down wherever he goes there by the Undying, so that is actually a really smart approach.
Yeah, I didn't realize that the Undying has the boot, so he has that speed advantage here as well. And Notice just being forced. Look at how far he's being forced back on this. Notice. Well, Sayush going to try and come in and protect, but so bad. With the 4 stacks on the decay, with tangos as well, he's looking pretty... He's just going for max mangoes as well here on the Undying, which I'm so used to seeing now. I'm surprised he even came out with boots and just didn't put it all into the mangoes. But without the boots, he wouldn't be able to get as aggressive onto Notice as he's doing here in this lane.
Slight mistake though, he does allow the creeps to get slightly closer there to the enemy tower. The problem is that Virtus Pro, at least Notice, is so low that he can't get that easily to the creeps. So, so far so good for the top lane of Nemiga, but yeah, we can see the other places on the map, they're not looking too shabby either. Nature's Prophet obviously is going to be laning quite well here. The Clockwork just doesn't provide too much when dealing with units, even though it is double the damage on the creeps with the battery assault.
Yeah, and you can see that Ducati even gets a self forced out. Back on the top lane, though, again, notice he needs to be careful because it's so bad. He's looking to get the group up. He's looking to get those two-man decay stacks wherever he can find. So you can see the difference here that Kiritich just feels so comfortable on this lane where noticed he's trying to play as far away from Saryush as possible without getting caught out so they can keep themselves both from getting those decay stacks on them. And Sobat, he's trying to find that position. He's trying to find the gap in the trees to get something more onto Notice. And Notice, in fact, it looks like Sobat coming up again. Going to be slowed down. Telekinesis does get the drag back though onto Sobat. So Sobat not going to be able to close the gap onto Notice. And now Notice, with that Spirit Siphon, it should be able to turn this right back around onto Sobat.
When the meta comes out, you can't really do that much. That Prophet has 4 armor, not bad, not good, you know, but a Terrorblade with the meta will hurt you definitely, especially because your HP is so low. At least Virtus Pro, they're doing a good job not getting double decayed. When you have 2 ranged heroes, if that does happen to you, you're pretty much just losing the lane by making moves like that. So I can understand they're keeping them away. And so bad, he just wants to be super annoying.
Yeah, and even the zombie's going to get the chase down here onto the Death Prophet. So bad. Does he actually get anything out of this? There is going to be a telekinesis, so into the Spirit Siphon is so bad. The Crypt Swarm, it's not going to be enough damage, but Saryush will be able to pick it up with a right click. He gets the kill, the tips come out, and they celebrate after the pressure being put on this lane here. Kiritich, Metamorphosis will be wearing off. That's going to be down for 90 seconds now as well. As noticed, he's trying to get aggressive now onto Kiritich while the Undyne's missing from this lane and try and get something, scrape something back in terms of last hits up against the TB. But on the bottom lane, Bazia takes down Ducati, mid lane as well. We've not really spoken about the mid lane as the Swashbuckle comes out and Malrine even throwing out the taunts, telling Squadix to come at him.
The thing about the mid lane, even last time Malrine did do slightly better than Squadix, so I assume that's gonna be the case right now. He just understands the matchup just slightly better. Usually we see these be relatively even, but he gets slightly ahead. To be frank, it's normal considering that this is his best hero, right? It would be very weird in a 50-50 matchup that he doesn't come out even or maybe slightly ahead, given that it is his main hero. Nice move there with the illusion coming out from Kiritich though to try to deny the rune from Squadix, but nice move also from the support of Virtus Pro just to make sure that that doesn't happen.
Yeah, there was a rotation into cards. I'm just going to say he died so he could get back into the mid lane and fill up the Pango's bottle. And yeah, he moved himself around to make sure that the bottom water rune was secured. As Squadix, how's he? I mean, he's not doing too bad. He's only going to be a few last hits behind here with the full wave as well. This should be the actual creeps to catch up against the Tusk in this lane. Back on the top lane, though, a lot of aggression coming out onto Sobat. Now, with the 2 points into the Spirit Siphon here for the Death Prophet, even with those decay stacks coming out, Notice has a lot of sustain up against this Undyne if the Undyne wants to try and come forward and get those right clicks off.
I mean, Sobat, he did die on the top lane, but he created a very nice lane for Kiritich. The problem is, does that get pushed back right now? Usually the Undying starts falling off around 3, 4, 5 minutes, depends. But this time has passed. He's just not as strong as he used to be, and we'll see if Kiritich getting the early advantage, if it is going to change much. Ideally, you want to go into the jungle, but bottom lane, the Nature's Prophet is in trouble. This is a big kill if they can get it.
Yeah, the cogs into the multi-shot, and it was a really nice gust as well when the Prophet was on a decent amount of HP, just to stop the Prophet from being able to get the TP away, and then when he gets so low, the TP is available, but if he gets caught out in one place like he did to Callister with the cogs, it was an easy pickup for the Drow.
Yep, very nice, considering that you were quote-unquote losing that lane, not really too much. If the Drow isn't dying in the lane, you're happy, and now you even get a kill. That's actually big. So very nicely done by Ducati to keep himself healthy enough so that he can go in and create space. But bottom lane, Noticed is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, the rotation Vazia, as soon as he comes back, he just gets the TP up to the top lane. Saryush, it's going to be the double kill on this lane here now as well, and Vazia's the one to pick it up, and they might even be able to apply pressure to the tier 1 tower. The creeps are still there for the Metamorphosis, the illusions for Kiritich to be able to help push this lane in, as well as the trains here for the Nature's Prophet. But Malrine, he's being caught out. He's going to be trying to get himself through the snowball, but he's in the Roche Pit trying to buy some time, trying to buy some space for Cogs. It pushes him back. Yeah, he's in the Roche Pit, but he's not trying to... Does he try and deny himself to Roche? He's trying to buy as much time as possible, but no one's rotating over to help him, so he's just going to go for the TP, and now Hellscream will be here, but Squadix, he gets the kill with the Swashbuckle. Ducati inside the Roche Pit with the Battery Assault, and Roche will be able to get involved early on in the game, the first 6 minutes, as he takes down the Clockwork. Hellscream, he wanted that kill, just couldn't secure it. Bottom lane though, Krilliat, the Sprout comes through, the Gust is going to be there, but the train's the right click. And Vizia gets the kill onto the Drow.
Vazia with the Nature's Prophet getting more involved in kills than he did in the previous game with the Blink Dagger on the Dragon Knight. So just goes to show that he feels more comfortable on this hero. But yeah, coming back to that earlier fight, you could see that Malrine wanted to push himself out of the Roche pit with the shards. And then he remembered, I don't know if you watched it when Nisha stole the Aegis with the Tusk. There, it's very hard to do so.
Yeah.
He would probably just get trapped in. So he decides, okay, let's try to go and kill the Clockwork. In the end, he gets pushed by the Cogs and doesn't manage to do so. And the Roche is the one that's gonna get involved in the kill. But because of these moves from Vazia, Nemiga are just looking pretty strong in this early game. And solo killing the Drow Ranger, that's something that shouldn't happen really.
No, Clockwork wasn't able to catch up there, but top lane, again, if we go back to the Squadix, he's just looking to pressure with the rest of his team, which means that the bottom lane, this is okay, he's going to TP down. The Rolling Thunder does come through. Vazia, there's going to be a Sprout, so it stops the Cogs momentarily, but with the Bastard still going here, Vazia, he's trying to buy time, he's trying to do what he can, even throwing out the Nature's Wrath, he's still going to go down here, Vazia, even with the extra little bit of sustain he's got. Vazia, Squadix just waits, he gets that killing blow, and if he needed it, the Swashbuckler was only a couple of seconds away as well. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, a lot of aggression coming out, because Krilliat did move himself into the mid lane here, and they were able, Nemiga, to just dive close to the tier 2s and put the pressure onto the Drow.
And they were trying to kill him, but Krilliat got a really nice silence off, and then he called for kelp. So once the silence on Malrine was done, he couldn't get the Walrus Punch out, and it just saved his life. So it was he himself who basically made it happen. If you time it correctly, it's not that hard to do. You can silence the Tusk right as he stops the snowball, and then there's no follow-up. So very nicely done by Krilliat overall.
Oh. In the river though, Hellscream, he's going to be caught out. Squadix not going to be able to finish off the kill, or is he? Swashbuckle 1 second away. Top lane, you do get the go on to notice now as well, so Malrine will get that.
Yep, that's a really nice fast play there. Malrine, we're seeing a big difference to how he's playing this game. Much faster, much more involved around the map. Vazia, of course, is allowing that to happen. Using the Wrath of Nature, pushes in the creeps, and then you can read the map more easily. But Nemiga, they're being greedy with this one, and the response is coming.
Yeah, sorry, she's looking to engage. She throws out that Fade Bolt now as well. The Ice Shards are going to be coming through though, onto the Rubik. Rubik going to be punched up into the air. Do they have enough damage? Rolling Thunder comes out from Squadix, and Sayo, she's going to survive through this. Rocket Flirt's going to spot out, and the Rolling Thunder actually connects onto Malrine before it ends. And can he get himself away from this one, Malrine? He dodges off the Swashbuckler. He's teasing with the high five, but the Ghost comes in. Or he might be eating that high five. Krilliat throws it out. She says, yeah, buddy, we are going to be able to get this kill. He gets taken down. Krilliat claims the kill, and Hellscream has to go for the jump away.
Are we in the gym? Yeah, buddy. Lightweight. Not the case, but Notice this is in trouble again. Of course, Terrorblade, even with the used Thunder, you don't have the slows, you don't have the stuns without your Tusk there, and that's not gonna be a kill. But the thing is, Nemiga, they were really trying to get that tower on top, because if you do, it's much harder for Virtus Pro to utilize this Death Prophet. That's why they put so much emphasis on defending it, because that's your access point to really take the top tier 1, and it's pretty much necessary with the offlane DP to be able to get towards that tower. Speaking of which, Vazia has already taken the bottom one down.
Yeah, being able to apply the pressure. I mean, the Drow Ranger has left the lane ages ago, so it is a free lane to Vazia. Just trying to give the Clockwork some solo XP, get him towards that level 6, get that hook shot up, but it looks like, again, Virtus Pro, they want to be running around, they want to be looking to try and find out Kiritich, and Kiritich, he's going to be in it, but he gets caught out. There's going to be the Swashbuckle come through now as well. Kiritich, he has to move himself away as Sobad looks to back him up here. Bottom lane, like you say, Vazia, just applying that pressure, and only the Clockwork to really try and push that one back. As Malrine, the smoke comes out here from the side of Nemiga. They're looking for Krilliat. Krilliat. The smoke breaks underneath the wall. Krilliat, though, the snowball's going to be there as well. Do they try and throw out the walls? But they are going to be able to. And they get the kill. Thunder God's Wrath gets used. Hellscream as well, getting that D1, but Malrine gets the kill onto the Drow. As noticed, using the Exorcism. Fortification's going to be there for a little bit, but with the Exorcism, with Squadix, as well as that Catapult, this tier 1 tower will be going down.
There we see the difference to when he uses the Gust properly and when he makes a mistake. The snowball came out, he used the Gust onto nothing, and then he just dies, which might be the fate of so bad in the mid lane.
Yeah, the cogs do come through and you get the kill. It's actually going to be DarkSide that picks up someone up. Rolling Thunder though onto Mallory. Mallory throws out the snowball, trying to buy as much time as possible. Dodges off the Rolling Thunder as well, and they should be able to get the kill onto Notice. Notice is going to go down. The Swashbuckler though, it is going to be answered back immediately now, as well as Visor going down. Squadix, he picks up the kill onto Hellscream, and that's going to be effectively a 3-for-1.
Overly aggressive move coming out from Nemiga. This is the way that they usually play Dota, without fear, and then they get caught, but they can go again. It doesn't matter. Still, of course, in that particular scenario, just focusing on the tower, maybe going back and re-engaging would have been ideal. But you know, everyone is a general after a fight, so they'll go a bit more aggressive. They'll lose heroes, but they'll continue to push in the top lane and the bottom lane. And now we're seeing the lackings of Virtus Pro lineup. Drow Ranger slow, Death Prophet slow, and you are up against the Nature's Prophet and up against Terrorblade Illusions, and we are seeing it applying so much pressure to them, they just can't alleviate it on the map.
Yeah, and Maureen again in the mid lane trying to do what he can with the snowball, but the lightning bolt being stalled by Sayush, it's a lot of damage to come through, and the Tusk, he can't cross that river. Has to be really careful about going for the last hits. Vazia in the jungle, he's going straight for the axe here for the Nature's Prophet, and how's he looking in terms of, he's top of net worth, so he's having a decent time. Even after being picked up a couple of times by the side of VP, he's still finding all this farm. He's finding the net worth, he's finding the pressure as well with these treants into the lane.
When the game is about split pushing and not engaging until it's your team getting in, the Nature's Prophet will always be ahead. And we are seeing he's massively ahead of everyone else around the map. Now he has the Aghanim Scepter. For people that don't know, now his ulti root, it has a lower cooldown. Not only will it root, but it will also allow Nemiga to control the map better, with Wrath of Nature always being used. And now Nemiga can go for aggressive moves, because look at the waves. It's always towards Virtus Pro.
Yeah, well, they're going to be able to find the kill that he's taken down. Sayush, he goes down immediately. Are they going to be able to take down Notice as well? The TPs, well, it doesn't matter. DarkSide comes in and tries to get that hookshot off, but Vazia, Sprout comes through, and DarkSide will be picked off now again. The kills go in the way of Nemiga. They take down 3, so getting a bit of revenge for all that last fight. It's Kiritich just pushing into the tier 1 tower in the mid lane.
Very nice read from Kiritich. This is why he's a good carry for Nemiga, because he understands when his team is gonna go forward. And this is something that we saw in Division 2 in the previous year quite a lot, that when his teammates were going for aggressive moves, he was always out pushing lanes. It's lanes over anything else. It's making sure that your teammates can continue to go for that one. They're not creating space for you just so that you can farm the jungle, but also that you can make things happen so that it's easier for them to continue applying the pressure. Krillat is farming, so there are some things going for Virtus Pro. Looking into the late game, the Drow Ranger can be a problem for the Terrorblade, but Nemiga are working towards it. Virtus Pro never get to that point where they can fight. They've only taken down one tower, and you have a DP lineup, so you're not happy.
Yeah. Well, there might be the wraparound coming through onto Squadix now as well. Snowball's going to be there, tries to get himself away with the Swashbuckle, but the damage, it's going to be way too much. And Squadix gets taken down. Kiritich now applying pressure with the rest of his team. He's got the Metamorphosis, he's got the Illusions. Vazia with the trains coming through in a few seconds as well. This tier 2 tower, in fact, he doesn't even really need to pop the train, so this tier 2 tower will go down. And all of a sudden, Nemiga, after losing a couple of bad fights, they're right back into this. Vazia, he wants to rotate out. The pig pole comes out though from the clockwork, so he's going to be able to go wee all the way away from the Nature's Prophet. And meanwhile, Kiritich just continues to apply the pressure with his illusions onto the tier 3.
Yep, that's the plan here. Nemiga, they don't have to go for a 5 versus 5 ever in this game, really. They can just continue playing like this. Usually teams, they get to a point where they think, okay, now we can go forward with 5 of our heroes, and you put yourself in a position where you might be able to lose a fight. If Nemiga continue playing like this, it's very hard for Virtus Pro. Squadix, again, he needs to do some heavy lifting. He has a diffusal now, so his damage output is great, but he needs to be playing with the clockwork every single time the Nature's Prophet is split pushing. You need to be there. People on Nemiga need to die if Virtus Pro are to get themselves out on the map.
Yeah, and Squadix, Sayush going for a wraparound. They're actually looking for Vazia here in the dire jungle. Are they going to be able to find this Nature's Prophet? It's going to be the jump in. Vazia with the Rolling Thunder. They're going to be able to get on top of him. And now Vazia, do they have enough? The hookshot comes through, but it actually hits onto the Centaur. There's still going to be enough lockdown here, though, for that Nature's Prophet. He's not going to be able to get himself away. The snowball comes through, but it doesn't matter. The Nature's Prophet is already dead. And now DarkSide with the chase down. shield crash down to the lower ground, but the ice shards, it does keep Squadix as well as DeCalis just from catching up to the Tusk. And it looks like that was just enough to keep the Tusk away from danger, but not enough to keep the Nature's Prophet alive.
Malrine is thinking about Midas. It goes to show that they don't want to fight. You know, just some of these smokes from Virtus Pro, they're gonna be fine, but top lane, they still want to fight.
Yeah, the Thunder Gods comes out there. Squadix takes a lot of damage, but he has those bottle charges. He has the sustain as well from his wand. So Squadix, he was at risk, but in the end, he was just fine from that. And you can see the disengage coming from Hellscream, from Malrine, moving away from Squadix. Not sure where everyone from the side of VP were, so didn't want to over-engage, and Squadix gets out alive.
So Vazia, he has the shard now. So even more vision, some slow ability to pick off. It's just showing what these guys want to do. It's very much obvious, and Virtus Pro, looking at them, they can't find the right response. As I mentioned, they can go for the smokes, get the kills, but if towers aren't falling, you're gonna be really sad, and so far, it just hasn't been going their way.
Yeah. I'm looking at the Clockwork. I mean, Clockwork's super poor, 2.5k, but he's finding the initiations with this hook, and that's kind of his job, the hook into the cogs, and then if he's alive, great bonus, but if he's not, he's found it. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, they're going to be able to get the jump, and they get the kill onto Noticed here as well. Vazia, is this going to be enough? I mean, there's no buyback here on the Death Prophet. There's going to be the contest from the Radiant Treants, though, coming out from Sayush, as Kiritich looking to clean these up, and they've moved themselves into the pit. Clock, he's looking for that angle. Is he going to be able to find it to get the jump in? Rolling Thunder now as well. They get the Gust out onto the Undyne. Undyne taking a lot of damage. But the snowball, yeah, it's going to drag them both into right onto the Drow Ranger. The Drow Ranger going to be stunned up. They're going to be dropping the Tombstone now as well. Vazia TP's in. Krillia trying to get the TP away. He's going to be able to get himself out. Sayush and DeCalis not going to be as lucky.
I'm actually surprised Malrine didn't completely focus on the Drow there. Krillat had nowhere to go, but he just wanted to kill the Rubik first so he doesn't get lifted up. In the end, Rubik still does use his spells, but Nemiga are gonna get what they came for, and that's the Roche. No Rolling Thunder, no ability to defend this one. You have to let it go, and then you at least assume Virtus Pro are gonna be able to push out lanes. Not gonna be the case. The illusions, the Zeus already in the spot to prevent that from happening.
Yeah, look at Hellscream here now as well. He's got that. Oh, there's going to be TP in for Vazia. Squadix. He's caught between a rock and a hard place here. Squadix tries to get himself out with the swashbuckle. The roller comes out now as well, but he's going to be chased down, and Hellscream has that lightning bolt in a second or so, throws it down, gets the kill, and fries the Pangolier.
Why didn't he TP out? As soon as the lightning bolt came out, he knew they had nothing to stop his TP, and he didn't go for it. And at that point, it was just over. Once the Nature's Prophet with this amount of farm comes over, you're just dead.
Yo, DeCalis, can he get himself away from this? He's just going to be able to do it on foot. It looks like no gap closes, no nothing. DeCalis, if he got into massive amounts of danger, he had the hook shot away too if he wanted to use it. But as it stands, no gap closes, and DeCalis can just hoof it away.
And you see, sometimes Terrorblades, they get a Yasha and then go into a Skadi. Kiritich, he's like, nope, illusions equals split push equals enemy cannot play Dota. And they're just continuing to strangle them. Virtus Pro, they feel suffocated right now. They just know what to do. Your only play now, farm the Drow Ranger and make sure that she can attack in fights. That's it. And hope that she's gonna get enough hits in without the enemies getting on top of her so that she can rip apart through the Terrorblade.
Yeah, and you say that though, but it looks like Nemiga, they're just looking to group up. They're protecting the TV. TV's dropping those illusions, and the Drow Ranger can't even come in close here. Krilliat, he's still looking for the farm, He's looking for that Manta style of his own. He's only got the Dragon Lance as well, so he's not got a Hurricane Pike. If the Tusk does get on top of him, can't force away with the Hurricane Pike. So there's going to be the smoke up in Nemiga. They want to be taking advantage of this, but DeCalis again playing body block as the cogs come through. Thunder God's Wrath, they know where the Drow Ranger is. There's going to be the TP again from the Nature's Prophet, trying to chase down the backlines. DeCalis, he's going to be chased down and killed off the pig pole this time. They're going to make bacon out of that clock.
Very easy looking for Nemiga now. Virtus Pro, they're trying to find some ways to just farm the Drow Ranger. They're not even trying to fight, because they know how that could end up.
Yeah, noticed he's going to be caught in the Sprout. The silence comes out onto the group, but look at the damage as well. The tower actually going onto the Nature's Prophet. Rolling Thunder comes through. They're going to be able to take down Vazia with the help of the tower. Squadix, can he go for even more now as well? The Rolling Thunder, they might be able to take down the Undyne. No, the uphill misses. He does eventually go down, but it takes a little bit longer than they wanted to. But it looks like now, VP, do they want to try and chase? Drow Ranger does have the full Hurricane Pike coming out, so he can chase if he wants to, but it looks like they're just going to settle for the tier 1 tower in the mid lane.
Yeah, remember the talk about you never have to give them a fight, but some teams get into a feeling that they can do whatever they want because they're so powerful. Yeah, well, just happened to Nemiga, went overly aggressive, Virtus Pro punishes it, they see that he can go for more kills, and now they open up the mid lane tower. Still, is it gonna change much? It could, because you do have a clockwork, but Nemiga just need to get into this presence of mind. Don't fight, push in the lanes, and then it's gonna be super hard. And if you look at Malrine, Blink, he's going for a poor Squadix.
You see poor Squadix. Snowball's going to be coming through. The hook shot there as well to catch up. Walrus Punch does get used on Squadix. Looks like he's going to be able to walk himself away from this one. Yeah, the train's trying to chase him down, but it looks like, again, the piggy pull for the clockwork. Can he get himself away from this danger this time? The Sprout comes out. He doesn't have the cogs. Even the illusion is not curated. He's going to move in. Does he get the kill into Squadix? Squadix, he stops. And the Snowball, that will still connect. The Rolling Thunder is going to be going. They might be able to turn this one around as Tusk. There is going to be the mech coming out from the Undying. So Malrine able to walk himself away from this one. It costs him the clock, but the Pango does get out alive.
Yep, barely. He does live in the end. Yeah, you said it correctly there with the help of the clockwork. He does live. And again, wanted to talk a little bit about Malrine item choices. His item choices are showing I never want to fight. Blink Midas into an Aghanim Scepter, right? So we're gonna push in and I'm gonna pick you off one by one. You will fall and I'm never gonna put myself in any kind of danger. With this, the only thing he's scared of is potentially jumping in and being lifted up immediately. But the way you do it, you jump in, you snowball, and then you kick someone and the snowball just takes you out. And you going towards your team, you know that the fight is gonna be going your way.
Yeah, and I do think the snowball into the kick is going to be a little bit more effective in this game up against the Drow that doesn't want a hero right on top of it. I mean, the Troll in the last game, he was like, bring it on, you know, I'll 1v5 all of you in the end. But yeah, the Drow Ranger, because of the way the marksmanship works, you know, he doesn't want to be crowded out in that mosh pit of heroes. And the further away he is, the better. And like you say, Tusk just want to try and force something different out in these fights. Get on top of the Drow and put it in the middle of 4 or 5 heroes.
So, yeah, look at the top lane. They can't fight. If Nemiga are in a good position, they can't fight. And Vazia is just being greedy, and they can't even punish him. At least now, the Clockwork will get a ward down, so maybe you can catch someone in the triangle with their farming. But you actually have to do it. By applying pressure by Virtus Pro, if you're trying to kill someone, it will force out TPs from Nemiga, and currently it's the only thing that might actually allow them to take off the pressure from their side of the map.
They are going to be going for a smoke rotation though here, VP. They're looking for that backstab coming through. Wards do get dropped to the Sentry, so they know this is here. They're pinging it out, and you can see that Nemiga backing themselves away. They don't want to be caught out, even dropping some wards of their own. And yeah, so looking at this VP, they're trying to find these catches out. They're trying to find that engage, but Nemiga, they're just heads up every single time, it looks like. And now they're going to go for a smoke rotation of their own.
Very easy when the lanes are consistently pushed towards the enemy favor. They're reading the map perfectly, but it's not that hard to do so. Virtus Pro, on the other hand, they're reading the situation now quite nicely as well, because they're leaving a couple of heroes to break the smoke, but Nemiga, they find an opening. They'll get themselves out on Virtus Pro.
Yeah, VP able to disengage here now as well, but there's going to be the force staff here now as well. The jump up telekinesis. He might find the Rubik. Sayush, the Sprout comes out, the Snowball's going to go in, and Vazia is going to be able to get the kill, sending Sayush down.
You got one kill. Nemiga were hoping for a chase down where enemies are breaking ranks and you're getting a couple of kills, but a kill is fine. They're getting into enemy territory, so Virtus Pro are gonna go for a fight.
The Diffusal Blade, it comes out onto the Terrorblade. Snowball's gonna be there though for the save onto Notice. Notice gonna be stunned up for a little bit, but they get the kill onto Snowball now as well. And though, there's gonna be the TP on the backlines from Vazia. So Vazia, even the Sunder, it comes out Squadix. He's gonna lose so much health. Notice being chased down with the Scardy damage though. There's gonna be just the mechanism, no Greaves here for the Death Prophet, and he will finally fall.
That's a really good usage of the multi-shot coming out from Krillad there at the end. He has done a good job in this game, mostly understanding when the snowball is gonna connect and how he can help his team there. So Tusk was very low, and he's coming in with the snowball just to make sure that the DP dies, and then the multi-shot does kill him. So overall, you know, not the worst thing in the world for the side of Virtus Pro. 2 for 2. You're gonna be pretty happy with that one, because you're getting a fight, right? obviously you would want more. You
Yeah.
want to get more so you can get out on the map, but it's showing that you still have the capability to take these fights.
Yeah, and
Are
Krillia,
scanning.
he does have that shard queued up, but he's also queued up the butterfly. Would you expect the Drow Ranger to finish this, or to pick up the shard before even starting on the butterfly?
Oh, I'd like to see a shard. Yeah, there it is. Against the Nature's Prophet and with you having issues dealing with the lanes, the shard is a necessity. With the shard
Yeah.
and the drow, you can definitely push into the wave. Even if there's a billion treants there, you're gonna kill all of them. So that is one of the main reasons I want to see it there.
Okay, so that's going to be scouted out. The River going to go for the hook shot actually in this. The River, excuse me, Sayush gets the kill there with the Fade Ball to follow up those Squadix. He wants to be coming in with the Rolling Thunder. They want to go for even more off this now as well. He doesn't have a Blink Dagger here on the Pango, so he has to do it in this ball form. And who's he going to be able to catch out? No one. Does find a couple of bounty runes as well. That's nice. Krillia again grouping up with him, just helping protect Squadix if he did find somebody. But yeah, there wasn't any engage after that Rolling Thunder comes out. Nemiga just say, you know what? We pull the ripcord, we eject, and we just move ourselves away.
The next Roche is gonna be an objective that is out on the map that Virtus Pro could actually find a fight around. So it is very important. That's why they were using the smoke. It is very important for them to control this Roche area, because if they don't, if they just let it go towards Nemiga, then Nemiga will really just be able to come up to the high ground and start going ham. Or they could just continue split pushing, but the main thing is Virtus Pro, they want to force out a fight, considering that it's very hard for them to catch multiple people. If there's a place where Nemiga are gonna have a lot of heroes in that they're gonna want to commit, it's around the Roche pit. So that's why they're putting so much emphasis. Unfortunately, though, their board does get scouted out and taken down.
Yeah, and Vazi here as well. He's just looking to keep this pressure on the other side of the map, maybe. Because, I mean, Roche, it is going to be a minute and a half away, but they don't know that. So Vazi's doing his best to try and pull VP down to this bottom part of the map. Maybe look to open up that Roshan for the side of Nemiga, who are going to be going for a 4-man smoke here. Can he find anything from it? Malrin, he's looking for the jump in, but everybody's moving themselves away. They know that Nemiga are missing off the map. They don't want to be caught out, so they just back themselves up to a high ground position, group up here as well. Thunder God's Wrath comes out, so they're going to know, but the Force Staffs and Blink Daggers away now as well. They get the kill onto the Rubik. Can they go even further onto this? Notice. Can he get himself away? He's going to be silenced again. The Force Staff, but he gets sprouted out. He's trying to go for that TP again. Can he get himself away? He will be able to with the help of his teammates. So they lose that Rubik, but it looks like they're not going to lose much else here on the side of VP.
And Nemiga are saving some of their buybacks here because for a second Roche, you usually want to have those buybacks. It's usually going to be a time where the outposts might not be taken or where you're going to have access points. Obviously, Virtus Pro don't, but Nemiga, they do have access points to the pit. So ideally, you want to have multiple buybacks and make sure that you don't lose that Roche. Virtus Pro, they have 2 of those, but I don't think that I think that once they get the money for some of the bigger items, they're just going to go for them because for them, they need to be stronger right now. If you're saving gold when you're this far behind, it's really going to matter in fights.
Yeah, Marin again, they are looking for the jump onto the Death Prophet. The Death Prophet was cleaning up the creeps in the mid lane, so they know somebody's here. So although the Force Staff, they're going to be able to get to Carlos, but Carlos, he dropped the cogs. He might still be able to, will still be able to clean up onto the Clockwork. Can they go even further now as well? The backline's Vazi's already TP'd in. Krillia, he's trying to go for the TP away now as well. Do they have the damage to take him down? They don't. No, they do. Vazi, he gets that last right click off. It was 0.5 of a second left on that TP when they got that last right click coming in. And he was so close to getting himself out. But the extra damage was enough to get the kill.
And look at the lanes. Usually when a fight ends, when you're on the aggressive, at least the lanes are pushing out. Not going to be the case because Nature's Prophet uses ulti and suddenly all of the creeps are dead. So Nemiga, they can decide, do we go for Roche or do we just continue doing the same thing? And they're going to go for the first option because it feels like Virtus Pro can't fight it, and that is definitely the case. 35 seconds until they're holding Thunder. There is absolutely no chance you're doing anything about this one, but they're gonna try either way.
They are going for a smoke. I mean, they have an exorcism to fight into this, but you can see that Nemiga, they're comfortable just letting Vizia as well as Kiritage in his pick go for the Roche, and the rest of them just playing body blockers, looking to make sure if a hook comes in, it connects onto them and not inside the Roche pit. Snowball onto Notice. Notice, can he get himself away from this one? He has that Force Staff, but again, Vizia is going to TP in, block his path, and Notice, even with the mechanism, will still be going down here.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And they get the kill. take the Clockwork down. Clockwork bought back as well to get into potentially looking to contest Roche. And that's going to be the Clockwork down for the next 45 seconds, no buyback.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Nothing changes here. It's really nothing will change until the end of the game. Virtus Pro, they're gonna be forced into fights that, you know, they don't really want to take because Nemiga have all the info. Also, they're 20 minutes into the game, so Bad got the gem, making sure that the enemies have no vision around the map. So Virtus Pro, they're playing in the dark currently. They have one ward there on the left, but getting towards it is pretty much impossible without the smoke. And you smoke up, Nemiga are gonna know. Guess why? Why? Because all of the creeps are in your base.
Yeah, and we can see the lane pressure point, like say, being put onto VP. That Nemiga is so comfortable. Look at they're even split up. They're not expecting any rotations from VP. No quick ganks. And if they do, you know, you have the TP that can come in from Vazia is just clean up heroes left, right, and center at the minute here, going towards the Hex as well, which is even gonna, it's just gonna accelerate the amount of pickoff potential here on the Nature's Prophet.
And one thing also changes right now in the game is that Malrine finally got his Aghanims. He didn't have it in the previous fight. So now you push in all the waves, you see where the enemies are, you find the right initiation, you jump in, you kick them back. Last game there was a Lincoln coming out. This game is just a luxury that none of the heroes of Virtus Pro can afford. Plus you don't really want to get it because it would be just for that spell. And it's really a too big of a luxury to use for. Plus, you're not really gonna be together as you were in the previous game because you're constantly being split apart by Nemiga.
Yeah, and you can see again, Notice trying to do his best to push out onto the lanes being pushed in. The double catapult wave, this next creep wave coming in as well. It's gonna be hard once the, like I say, when the double catapults start to come out. The amount of pressure that Nemiga putting on anyway, and with the lanes being pushing in, that Nemiga. How do VP even contest the amount of aggression, the amount of pressure being put out on the map from Nemiga? Oh, they're gonna find the Callus.
Answers you don't. Yeah, Kiritich really wanted that nullifier from the previous game. Like, I didn't get it with Ursa, but I'll get it on a Terrorblade. Much more unconventional item on the hero. But you see, with the Force Staffs, with the Ghost Scepters, Virtus Pro itemized to keep themselves alive. That's not gonna be happening any longer.
Yeah, Drow does have that butterfly, which is going to be a decent boost of damage, as well as the survivability coming out from the right clicks of the Terrorblade. Vazia there as well. But it's, I mean, 33 minutes in, only just going for the BKB on the Drow Ranger. You know, kind of learning that he can't just be around these fights without the BKB. He's getting caught out, he's being controlled, and he's being killed off. And even, I mean, we're going to be seeing the Sprout coming through now as well, the Sprout leashing on the Nature's Prophet, so that's going to be another big obstacle that the Drow has to try and deal with.
There is kind of one rule that pros usually keep up to when buying a BKB. If you know that you're going to fight, you buy a BKB. So it's usually when you're winning, you can choose those fights. And if he was winning in this game, he would maybe even get it like Hurricane Pike, Yasha, BKB. But because they're losing and being constantly split pushed, it's not like the BKB will make much of a difference. But now he understands there's nothing else left. Nemiga are coming for us at some point, so I might as well have it. There's not better to buy. Maybe you could go for a Silver Edge, argue that it's better, but overall, Krilat alone on the map is just dead.
He might find Vazia here. There's going to be the jump in. The 4-star 4 comes through. He's got that BKB, but he should still be able to interrupt as well. It's going to be the point-blank hookshot, and he wasn't able to get the TP away. Really nice pickup, and Krilat getting the kill there as well. That extra gold for the Drow Ranger, getting him closer towards that BKB. That's always going to be appreciated there by the Drow.
Nice kill, but do you get anything out of it? Oh, they're staying around this ward. This is very smart from Virtus Pro.
Yeah, you can see the snowball in now as well. The kick back onto Squadix. Squadix, though, he's got that roll-up. Can try and get himself away. Shield crack there as well. They get the kill onto Malrine. Mechanism's going to be dropped in now as well. With Kiritich, does he want to chase in Vazia? He's still going to be taking so much damage. Look at the damage coming through from the Drow Ranger and Vazia, but the multi-shot. Vazia, he's going to survive through this. Is there going to be any chase? Squadix, he might be able to get him with the swashbuckle. He does! He gets the kill. And that's going to be the death of the Nature's Prophet. You're dead for 100 seconds. Krilat has the TP. Notice, does he get himself away from Sobad there as well? They did lose 2, but it looks like the benefits outweigh the downfalls there from the side of VP. Getting the buyback and the dieback from the Nature's Prophet, that is massive to relieve the pressure here on the side of VP.
They got 3 cores for 2 supports. That's how it is. definitely heavily getting the lead, you know, or decreasing the lead. It's not going to be that big of a deal in terms of Nemiga's lead, but it is showing that Virtus.pro can find a fight. Did they take the gem as well? No, it's still on so bad. So that's kind of unfortunate. But that was just beautiful from Virtus.pro. You go towards the bottom lane, you get a kill, you've pushed out the lane a little bit, and you put a ward. You know Nemiga are coming over. But the thing is, you're ready. And if you're ready with this Virtus.pro lineup, you can always fight. It's just that fights are never allowed for you to happen. And you know, Drow Ranger didn't get the chance to hit the Terrorblade, but it's gonna be very nice to see when a hero with 34 or 44 armor, when you look at him now, is just being ripped apart by right clicks.
Yeah, and the Drow Ranger as well, that BKB after that last fight accelerated so far ahead, about 300 gold from being able to complete, which puts Krillia on another power spike that you can see that VP 2-3 minutes ago, they were uncomfortable coming out of the base, and now they're crossing the river onto the enemy side of the map, trying to get extra farm, trying to find maybe a pick-up if they can find an opener or two here as well.
Yep. Getting out on the map, something they haven't been able to do for pretty much 37 minutes ever since the game started, but now they're there, right? So they're trying to utilize it. Nemiga, on the other hand, these are the times where you play it slow. You just wait to push out the waves a little bit, see someone out on the map, and then get into a comfortable position altogether. You might lose another 1,000 gold or 2 to your enemies, but then you can smoke, then you can get the vision out, and just continue playing Dota the way you did so far.
And it looks like as well, Squadix is going to be going back towards that Lincoln Sphere. It works with the Sprout leash as well, right? That if it's cast on the hero, it breaks the Lincolns, but if it gets cast on the ground, it still applies the leash.
Exactly.
Right, exactly.
Considering when you're rolling, he's still using it on the ground anyways, so it's not to help you. It's gonna help with the kick. That's the main thing. You don't want your heroes being kicked back. That's the one thing that you want to prevent. Obviously, it's not easy, but looking at Squadix, like what else is he gonna get? He has everything he needs currently in terms of items.
Yeah, the scan comes out on the map here, and they're gonna know roughly where the side of Nemiga are. But I mean, what can VP do to try and take this fight? Do they just need to look for it to a wraparound, get to the back lines, maybe take down Vazia again because he's still not going to have that buyback? Or, you know, do they just wait for Nemiga to push into the base and just wait and get the pickoffs that way?
Going into the backlines for Virtus.pro would be like the worst thing they can do. What you want to do with this lineup is just make sure that you hold the line. Like there's a clear front that no one is moving away from, and just staying there and fighting, and the Drow Ranger going ham. That's the type of fight that you want. If you make the fight chaotic, it's actually going to be benefiting Nemiga because they're faster to move around it.
Okay, 4 heroes grouping up. They do have a ward down as well, but Squadix, he's just going to go for the blink away. It's again, you can see that Fazzy, he's not worried about the rest of his team. He's playing away from the rest of his team, that he knows he can TP in. But if VP do find a good opening and find a good jump, Fazzy could come in a second too late. You know, it might just be too late on the TP, but he does still want to be going towards the Hex, it looks like, getting the gold out from that, which does mean that he has to separate from the rest of his team to find that farm.
Speaking of the hexes, you know, and those late game items, Nemiga, they are not pressuring enough, in my opinion, and they're giving Virtus.pro time. In the ultra late game, everything changes because there's just so many items involved, and one of those items are the hexes. We're seeing that currently Virtus.pro are not looking to get them, but after these Lincoln Spheres do come out, that is when they're going to be trying to go for those. That is when maybe Krillat is going to be going for a Silver Edge, having some ways to get out on the base, and then you will itemize properly to get out on the map, something that you haven't been able to do for the majority of the game. So currently not yet, but maybe in 10-15 minutes, this game could become dangerous for Nemiga. So right now, they're waiting for Roche, and I expect them to apply a little bit more pressure once they do get it.
Yeah, and the Drow even taking the Tome, though, just to get that little bit of extra XP. It's about half a level at level 22, but this Roche, it's been started here. Nemiga, VP, they're drawing the battle lines, but the wards, I love this ward in the just outside the Radiant base, so you can see there's no smoke coming out to Kalis. Does he want to try and go for that hook shot? There's going to be a Nimbus as well. They're trying to stack up. Ice shards are going to be there, though. Rocket Flare comes in. They know this is happening. Can they get there in time? It looks like they're just going to let this one go. As a hook shot, it comes in, puts DeCalis into the position on top of the map. But Malrin, he gets a kick back. They're going to be able to get a kill to the clock again. DeCalis, everybody else on the rest of his team starts to move away. He gets clock blocked there with the hook shot. And all of a sudden now, Nemiga, they have another advantage with an Aegis, and with no clock on the map, no hook shot coming out for the next 30 seconds or so.
And finally, Nemiga do have a 18 fight spell. Terror Wave is here. So Kiritich with the Swift Blink, he jumps in, uses the Terror Wave, and he just rips someone apart. And that is one thing that you're gonna have to be very careful if you're Virtus Pro. You know, a hero gets kicked back, and then you're running, you're like, let's save him, and then suddenly this guy jumps in, he just pops it up, and you're all just gonna get smacked, or at least one of your heroes is gonna die, and the one that got kicked back as well. So it's a lot tougher now for Virtus Pro, because just instantly like that, with the Roche being taken, the gold lead of Nemiga, it just skyrockets.
Yeah, and you can see that VP, they want to go for smoke up, but EGB saying the odds are ever in favor here of Nemiga in the second game. It's not impossible for VP to come back. It's just going to be a very uphill battle here, and you see them smoking out, maybe using these illusions as bait, looking for the Nature's Prophet, because the Prophet, again, the buyback, it's 47 seconds away. So if anything else broke out, in fact, they might be able to get a wraparound. Do they see? I think they do. They might be able to get the jump onto Sobat, maybe Kiritich. But Kiritich with this Aegis, the hook shot comes in. It's going to be on top of Sobat now as well. The cogs get dropped. The mechanism comes out. Sobat, is he going to go down? They need the damage to finish off the job. They do take him down. And that's going to be the gem on the deck now as well. The Gust comes out onto the Terrorblade. The Terrorblade.
No matter.
The back lines and Krylia. Is he going to be enough to do the damage onto the Nature's Prophet? Again, Nature's Prophet, but the Aegis gets popped, and Krylia, he's just going to be taken down here. Sobat does get the kill with his buyback. No, he's trying to do what he can with the Exorcism and Spirit Sack now. Over Kiritich, looking for that chase down. He has the Sunder still if he needs to pop it. And the buyback, it comes out from 2. Is it going to come out from Dry Ranger now as well? DeCalis trying to do what he can with the cogs. He might be able to get the kill actually. Force staff out. He doesn't get the Sunder. He's dead. 84 seconds. He take down the Terrorblade, and now the chase is on from the side of VP. Can he get Sobat? Sobat brought back in this already. If he get the kill now as well, he's going to be down 90 seconds.
I thought I saw a second there where the Terrorblade could have used the cheese. He had it all the time. And if he does, then it's a completely different fight, because he had a BKB, he had a Sunder. He could have turned around to fight. Even his meta is now back up, but I think at that point it wasn't there just yet. But Virtus Pro, that was a really solid way to engage, and the Drow Ranger really got the damage in. Of course, they outsustained her because of the Aegis, obviously, but it goes to show that if Krylat is in a good position, they can kill the Terrorblade. They just showed it twice in a fight, but the first time was pretty much apparent with Krylat just holding his ground and smashing everyone in front of him. That's a big fight for Virtus Pro, because we are getting to that point where you're gonna have items to get out of your base. And notice, I'm seeing that he's looking towards this Hex more so than the Link is here, because he knows it's a game-winning item. It's not an item, let's not lose this one. It's an item that's gonna help you take this game over and potentially win it. Of course, they're still on the back foot, but they're showing that it's not impossible to put up a fight.
Yeah, and I like the Witchbane being picked up on the Drow Ranger. I kind of say the same thing every time this item comes out, you know, especially up against the Nature's Prophet. The extra damage, you look at him, he's got 2.4k mana here. The Drow Ranger, the extra attack speed is going to be nice. The extra damage that comes up because of the giant mana pools of both the Zeus and the Nature's Prophet here. That extra damage is going to be really nice on the Drow Ranger, but having the Purge as well, you know, having the basic Dispel on either yourself or an enemy, that's a really nice thing to have for a Drow Ranger that does seem to be, you know, wanting to be getting into the middle, wanting to get into what I call the mosh pit. The kick goes out though. DeCalis, he's been caught out, killed off Snowball as well. Do they get the kill to Sash? They absolutely do. Vazia pops the BKB, the right clicks, but you can see VP, they want to get themselves back onto the high ground. They don't want to be facing a literal uphill battle here. Kryliak trying to go for those right clicks.
That's two heroes without buyback, and Nemiga knows it. Clockwork, he didn't die after his buyback last time, so he's not gonna be dead for so long. But look at Virtus Pro, they're coming out of the base. If they just stay on the high ground, that is dangerous. That is actually very dangerous. They want to try making something else happen, but this is the power of the Terrorblade. Once he comes over to your base, you better be there or he's gonna destroy everything.
Yeah, look at all the illusions again, the massive creep wave pushing in as well. You can see the Squadix is trying to do his best. He might even be able to take down the Tombstone with the Manta style illusions from the Drought, but they are going to lose a lane of racks here. There's no answer to this. Until VP is 5. You can see again the Dance Prophet trying to do his best with the Crypt Swarms, the Rocket Flows coming out as well. Multi-shots even being used to try to clean up this creep wave, but the damage coming through. They might have to stun though. Did they have to lock down onto the Terrorblade? The damage is coming through from Krillia. He might be able to with the disarm now as well. Even the BKB, but the Manta Style's going to be popped. He does get that Sunder off. So it's a lot of damage onto the Callus, when they might still be able to go for that chase. The route though onto Squadix is going to be the Nimbus being dropped as well by the Zeus. And Terrorblade, all of a sudden, he's right back into the base. They're right back applying the pressure here to Virtus Pro. Hellscream even gets the kill onto Noticed.
I noticed was there in the back, like trying to find the wraparound, not to allow Nemiga to run away. That is a very weird sprout coming out from the Nature's Prophet. I think he wanted to stop the Pango, but then he just kind of made Kiritic's escape impossible because he blocked it out. So it almost cost him the Terrorblade's life. But he finds a under target. He still had a cheese. This time around, he definitely had the chances to use it. So his life, it looked like he could die, but he was probably always comfortable that he was getting one or the other off.
Yeah, and now he's just going to be able to walk himself, or walk his illusion up anyway, onto the high ground to try and take down this last tier 3 tower. Vazia, he was taking himself down to the bottom lane, but is he just going back? He's just going to go back to farm.
Refresh on the Terrorblade is here, so he can refresh his meta if he wants to, but no reason right now. He can wait those 30 seconds to have the meta, to have the BKB. For a second, he was thinking about going for an MKB and just jumping on the Drow Ranger, but he sees that it puts his team in an uncomfortable position where they have to dive forward, and none of them are so good at doing that. So he just tries to keep himself as useful as long as possible with the refreshes. So he's gonna stand his ground. You're gonna have a double BKB, and the chances of you dying are very, very low, especially if Malrine is on the task of protecting you with the snowball, which he should be at this point. I think kicking someone out is nice, but it's not necessary. Saving the Terrorblade's life, that is necessary.
Watching Vazia as well, TP literally from camp to camp. That peak efficiency here from the Nature's Prophet now that he has the teleportation cooldown removed. Double damage rune in the river as well, if anyone goes back to pick that one up. So all of a sudden, again, Nemiga, like you say, they can wait this one out. If they wait themselves for at least 30 seconds, I mean, that's potential for another Aegis as well. So Nemiga, they can take the time about this, and they did get aggressive like you were calling for in the first game. They found the aggression, they found that space that they needed to find the pickoffs, and all of a sudden VP, after looking so strong in that first game, are just being forced right back into the base. And with 2 lanes of racks being down now as well, I don't know how long they could leave to potentially contest something like a Roshan.
Yeah, I can see that Krillat now he was probably thinking between the Lincolns and the Silver Edge, but now with them losing, actually 2 lanes, 2 full lanes, it's gonna be very hard to leave the base. So he's just gonna put everything into that one team fight. So the Lincoln's there, and it does make more sense. And we'll see if Krillat is able to farm his buyback in the next 2 minutes so that he can have it for the possibly last fight of the game.
Looking at Vazia as well, he's got 9k gold here on the Nature's Prophet. He wants to go straight into the Daedalus. He's got the gold as well to turn the Aghanim's Scepter into... Well, do they have enough to get the kill, though? Callus is going to be taken down. Hey, look at they might be able to... No, so bad, though. He's going to be able to regen again. He's got the Greaves. He's even got himself the Holy Locket. So he's got a whole load of healing coming through. And Squadix can't get himself away from this one. Yeah, not with the TP in from Vazia now as well. Vazia, the Ice Shad's come through. Squadix is going to go back in the box. And with the clock being down for 30 seconds, no buyback. At least Squadix has the buyback. This is the opening that Nemiga want to get themselves into the base to look potentially to end the game.
And he's gonna have the Rolling Thunder as well once he buys back, because it's such a low cooldown now, considering that he's level 25. But Kiritic with the DD, man. As soon as they saw that one, it was bail time. Unfortunately, though, Nemiga did manage to run down the Pango, but on the other hand, he does have a buyback, so he's gonna be here to fight yet again. It's gonna be one more 5 versus 5 for Virtus Pro, if Nemiga even want to give it to them, because, to be honest, they don't really have to.
No, they can just do this. They use the illusions from the Terrorblade. They use the creep wave. They get a little bit of damage onto the racks, and they just back themselves away. Roche still going to be just under a minute away, but Nemiga not given, like you say, VP the opportunity to get a quick pick off and maybe potentially take the Roche for themselves.
That's the idea. The one way that Virtus Pro maybe come back into this game is you win a fight and you get Roche, and then you can play Dota. If Nemiga get the Roche for the next 8 to 11 minutes, there is no coming back for you, because that's the big thing. Nemiga can make a mistake, dive your fountain, buy back, and then die again, but that's very unlikely that it's gonna happen, so we don't assume they're gonna be making that big of a mistake. But when it comes to Virtus Pro, maybe making something happen, is the Roche that they could contest. That's why Nemiga are just pushing in the lanes, setting up vision, and preparing for the easy Roche. At Virtus Pro with their current items, I'm looking if they have any smokes ready. It seems like no, they don't have a single smoke. So yeah, they're not defending that one. The Roche will just go away.
Yeah, and you can see that Nemiga, like I say, they are setting up around this Roche pit. They're looking for it. It's going to be coming back up now. Vazi's just getting himself straight in there. He has the Daedalus as well, so that extra damage on top of the extra damage. The MKB as well, stacking it up here for the Nature's Prophet. And well, VP are pushing out only so far though. DeCalis, he's going to be rooted. He's going to be dead. Kiritic just immediately gets the blinking, gets the kill. And again, the Clockwork, he has that buyback, but he's not going to be able to contest onto Vazi. Vazi's just doing this single-handedly here in the Roche pit.
You leave the base without the smoke. I mean, that's what you expect. At least they got the ward down. But yeah, no way you're gonna slow down the Roche. No way you're getting that away. And now there's double cheese. There is gonna be a refresher shot on the Zeus. He wants the orb, but obviously now he has this one, so he doesn't have to buy it anytime soon, and that's gonna be so much damage going their way. They smoke up, and there is they don't have a terror wave, at least something. So blink and terror wave can't really work. Nemiga could wait for it, but I think with this kind of lead, they can just do whatever.
Yeah, the Rolling Thunder is going to come through. Squadix is caught. He was caught in between the gap. Oh, that's just heartbreaking here. And now the kickback as well. They might be able to do the damage. He popped that Aegis. Kiritic, though, he just wants to take that second set, or the third set of racks even. Fazia, he's going to be able to go for the BKB with the right click damage coming through from the Drow Ranger. No, it's not. He's got the Guardian's Creeps. He's going to sustain now the kickback. They're going to be able to take down this Clockwork. Can they go for even more though? Squadix, he wants to get this dive in. They've got the Aegis already. Can they go for even further though? VP, again, do or die time for them. They might be able to get the kill. They will be able to get the kill onto the Tusk. But it's still going to be mega creeps coming out here from Nemiga. They've still got a whole lot of pressure coming through. The illusions from the Terrorblade and VP. If it wasn't an uphill battle before, God, it's an up mountain battle now for them.
Nothing changes. Still, the lanes are going to be going their way, right? It's the same as for the last 50 minutes.
Yeah.
They've always been on their side of the map. The creeps are going to be running in. The only problem is mega creeps. They don't really give that much gold, but all of them come alive to you, so at least something. But overall, yeah, pretty much bulletproof plan from Nemiga there. Get the Nature's Prophet in and just get the racks. And Sayush, they know he's here, but they want the bigger kill.
Yeah, they actually might be able to jump so by the Force Staff. Is actually going to be caught in the Nimbus now as well. Kiritic takes down Squadix. Sayush, there's going to be the no cooldown TP coming in from Vazia. And they take down Sayush. So the big difference there is Sayush TP'd on top of the cliff. He got those wards down, but he doesn't have his Ags. And it wouldn't have been, you know, so he doesn't have any extra spells to steal. He doesn't have any extra slots. If he does steal a spell, he loses the TP, which keeps him locked down on top of the cliff. And he doesn't have that no cooldown TP as well. So he was waiting for that TP to come back off cooldown to get into the fight and not be caught out on the cliff. And it didn't work out in time.
Yep, now you're missing your main teamfight hero. We're probably going to be seeing the Drow Ranger do some damage in the fights now, as we saw how she's ripping apart through Nature's Prophet, but you're gonna have to be so mindful of your positioning. One misstep from the Drow and you just die, and that's gonna be keeping you far enough away so that Terrorblade can do this. Look at the zero committal from Nemiga, kind of the story of this game. They never really came in for a fight, and they still won the game.
Yeah, they get the nullifier onto DeCalis, then he just walks himself away, dealing with the creep wave. And like you say, he's just using his Manta, he's just using his illusions to push down onto the tier 4s. He's hanging himself back, even popping the meta for this now as well. And I don't know how VP I'm going to be able to contest. No Pangolin for 47 seconds. DeCalis is dead for 50. He pops the BKB, but the train's getting close. Mallory's trying to close that gap now as well. They're even going to be able to get themselves under notice. Notice the damage. You can see that even being controlled through this. Vazia, he takes down the Death Prophet, they kick back onto the Drow Ranger, and this should be game number 2. Nemiga evening it up in this series here today.
Yeah, Kirich just doesn't get to take any damage from the fountain. He was in the fountain there. Now he's gonna get kicked in there, and they bring it down. That's quite nice. Of course, the GG is gonna be called, but Virtus Pro, at least they make it fun there and do bring down the Terrorblade. But yeah, Nemiga, 55 minutes or 56 minutes of gameplay. And I don't know if there was a second there that they thought they were gonna lose the game, and that is a problem for Virtus Pro. It's frustrating, but you know what? They did force them to exert some of the energy, so it might be a little bit harder for Nemiga to play the last game, given how much effort needed to be put into winning this one.
Oh, I don't know. I feel like Nemiga there in that second game, they were been laughing, they've been joking. You know, they might have even had a TV show in the background somewhere that they were watching, because that just didn't seem difficult at all there for Nemiga. There was a couple of times that VP looked like they might have been able to make a comeback, but in the end, you know, the game, Nemiga, they were solidly in control of that. They didn't have to overcommit, and it was enough that they just... They found it. They found the victory. And what else can you do here on the side of VP but try and go for that mental reset coming into the third game? Just say, we took the first game, we know we can take the victory. And Nemiga, they are now in that driver's seat.
I think Virtus Pro already in the DarkSide series kind of answered their question. The way that they play the DP lineups is by having the defensive support, something they didn't have now. Completely different lineup, a lot more mobile on their other two cores, or on their carry at least. So I think that's the first thing. The other thing, though, you know, you might be saying Nemiga we're watching a series there, but games like this are sometimes very hard to play because you're constantly invested. I'm pushing this lane. There's constant communication between the players, so it is taxing to play Dota like that when you get into it, because you know that a big mistake, it's hard for you to make it, but if you do, you could lose the game. So the focus is pretty much needed. So we'll see if it was a problem for them. Obviously, these are professional players; they can play a lot of Dota, but you know, the fatigue can be an issue. Hopefully, not for today. So I'm hoping for a more even game number 3 than this one was, and if it could be a little bit more faster, that would be nice to see as well.
Yeah, the play between the two teams, I mean, Nemiga taking the time with that, they had no reason to rush it out, so they were able to just sit back and play with their food, effectively, you know, on the side of VP. But yeah, coming into this third and final game, we know now that Nemiga, they don't have the problems with the aggression. They can take it to the teams when they need to, so we'll see in game number 3 if they're going to be able to apply the same pressure, or VP, if they have an answer to counter how Nemiga played in this second game. But I'm just thinking, because coming into, do you let Malrine? He's looked all right on the Tusk. You know, 2 games in a row. Do you give the Tusk in this third game? Do you think?
I wouldn't give him Tusk ever, but overall, he in the first game he didn't look so great, so they gave it to him. I think after this one, maybe they think about banning it out. But there's so many heroes that you would have to ban out from him for the first phase, and I think Timbersaw is the main one. So you should overall be fine and should have a way to play against the Tusk, but it's always tough if it is Malrine playing it.
Okay, well, we'll find out after the break if he is going to be able to get the Tusk or not, and we'll see you guys for the third and final game after the series right after this break.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
situations. Sit on a raise that I don't have the patience. Nah, all these options in rotation. But with you, I wanna tell them all I'm taking. Been thinking about it all night. I'm over all the short-lived hype. Something different about our vibe. Down to be loved, down to be loved by you. I'm down to be loved, down to be loved. I'm down to be loved by you. Someone I wanna down for you. Hit it wrong, got it feel so right. Building an empire if we try. I'm down to be loved by you. Someone I wanna down
your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
Welcome back into the third and final game of this first series of the day. Nemiga impressing in that second game there. I didn't really think they had it in him after the first game, but they proved me wrong, and I am 0 for 2 today in terms of predictions. But Hurry, you've been on the money both times. Looking for this third game here. Nemiga, again, they showed they can play. They showed they have that potential to play at the pace that just upsets VP. In this third game, what would you like to see them draft to take advantage of that aggression that they do have in their lineup?
Well, you know, I still would like Nemiga to go for a lineup that fits them as a team.
Yeah.
We're seeing that Melreen did get his Tusk banned out. Usually we would see them after that pick up a Pango, but they decide to go for a Centaur and a Techies. And I think this is good, right? Every position 4, or at least most of the position 4s in Eastern Europe, know how to play the techies. And if Melreen is being countered, then just get the aggression and the damage from somewhere else and get a good hero for him in the game. I think that's the right approach, because these two heroes can play the Nemiga style gameplay.
Yeah.
And then you can just get Melreen to adjust rather than Melreen just setting up the gameplay and then everyone else adjusting. I think it's fair to say it can be done. The guy is more than a one-trick pony, though. The difference between his Timber and the Tusk with everything else is just massive. That is definitely important to point out. So we'll see how far he goes without those two.
Yeah, I am interested to see what's going to be left for him here coming towards the end of the draft, and they might just pick it up in the the final slot here for Nemiga, because like you say, the Tusk, the two heroes he's comfortable on, the Tusk and the Tim Saw already taken away, even the Bat Rider gone as well, which again a little bit surprising for me because of how underwhelming the Bat Riders looked. And I don't know if I don't know if any team needs to fear the Bat Rider, to be honest. To me, it's one of those heroes that teams in the Eastern European region, at least, they know how to play around it. It's not that the Bat Rider is weak, because we have seen him win a couple of lanes, but coming further into the game, the Bat Rider just seems like the teams know how to deal with him. So
That is true. That is true. The thing is that counting off any hero in Dota is something that you should very rarely do, because it just so many options and ways to play this game. And for some games, the Bat Rider is gonna be good, even though he is, at least in Eastern Europe, bad for the majority of them. That might be because every single time he would have been perfectly good, he has been banned out, because he has been banned out for a solid amount of times.
Yeah.
So you never know. You feel like your DP, your Rubik aren't going to be doing that well against him. Maybe you're going to be picking something that doesn't really want to play against the Bat Rider, and it's normal just to take him out. Even though in the games that we watched him, even the ones that he won, it wasn't like Bat Rider was destroying everyone. That just means he was picked because there was nothing better to pick, rather than it being a really good Bat Rider pick, which Virtus Pro twice in a row now feel like would have been a good hero for Nemiga overall.
Yeah, and we can see that the offlane for Nemiga, it is going to be the Centaur and the Techies. The Techies as well gets to get aggressive from a distance here, and that's what I like about this hero. Just being able to throw out the sticky bombs. If there is a kill potential, you can dive yourself in with the blast off. But the Centaur can be the one that that gets that kind of solo XP as the silence comes out as well. Ooh, so position 5 silencer then.
Yes, that's a position 5 silencer most likely. The idea here is to jump in and to blow up a hero.
Yeah.
Even Virtus Pro now go for a defensive support, which they did in the series against DarkSide. Once they had an Omni Knight, the other time they had a Dazzle. The global silence doesn't allow you to save people.
Mhm.
So it's immediately going to be a problem. The only hero that comes to mind that can maybe deal with it just all of his own accord is the Oracle, but you have to know where the enemies are going to be coming through. So right now, I think you go for more damage and they go for the Lina. But again, Lina with a slow hero. Now you have two slow heroes that stand their ground and don't move around the map too much. Nemiga themselves tried to play the Lina in these kind of lineups, and Malrine went for a Shadow Blade early, but still didn't work out. So I don't think this is the best lineup to make the Lina work unless you get heroes that can get pickoffs, and that's why Marcy is fine. Marcy is fine. This hero at any point in the game is very good at getting pickoffs, and that's how you'll create space to get into the later portions of the game at least a little bit stronger and not it being a repeat of the previous one.
Yeah, and would you expect, because we've already seen in this region, the Clockwork, actually Nemiga removed the Clockwork themselves, but there is still the Venge that we saw that was really effective up against the Lina Yoke, dragging her right underneath into the danger. Ursa does come through here for Nemiga, but so I suppose it would have to be a mid lane Venge though, unless you did something like put the Silencer in the mid lane, so maybe not. Maybe not.
The Venge in that game was good because of the entirety of the draft. In this draft in particular, the Venge wouldn't make sense. I can understand what Nemiga are going for. They're going in full burst. Heavy physical damage is something that Lina hates. She hates playing against people who can lock her down during the BKB. So you want to go with a hero that that buys a basher and is pretty much certain to get the bash off. Ursa fits that profile perfectly. So now you have two heroes or two combination of heroes. One is Techies plus the Centaur, the other one is the Ursa himself that can kill someone once the Global Silence comes out. So Nemiga Gaming, for them would want a Vision hero. Something like a mid lane Zeus comes to mind, but overall Vision hero or a tower taking hero so that you can open up the map or have vision of it. If you get the right jump with these heroes on Nemiga, you're going to be in a good spot. But if you're living in the dark, these four heroes are pretty much useless.
Yeah, I'm just again, the Beastmaster gets taken away from Nemiga, and not going to be seeing that at all this series. I'm just trying to think what is left. The Primal Beast goes as well. For potentially taking towers, we've talked about. I mean, you prefer the Dragon Knight to be, because obviously it's that split between ganking and taking towers. So you prefer just a dedicated tower taker. Like, I mean,
I'm okay with the DK.
Yeah.
I'm okay with the DK for Nemiga. It wouldn't be bad because you already have solid amounts of damage to get that first kill. So you could have that frontliner, but in the early stages of the game, it's very hard to kill. I think that's actually a smart approach. Nemiga could approach this one. You get a DK, you take down the early towers, and you just posture aggressively on the enemy side of the map. Something else that comes to mind that isn't the tower taker, but it's only important for the tier 1s to fall, basically, on the side of Nemiga, is an Ember. I don't know if you remember Ember plus the Silencer, where the Ember couldn't die. Okay, so no Ember. It was actually banned out in the first two, which is actually quite curious, to be honest.
Nemiga, unless I'm remembering wrong, which is a great possibility. I'm pretty sure Nemiga have banned that Ember Spirit every single time around in the first phase.
For a good reason as well, because Squadix has been looking amazing on these mobile heroes. So that's why I'm expecting Virtus Pro for it still to be a carry Lina, offlane DP, and them getting something that has some kind of innate mobility on it so that he can make moves around the map, because he has been the one to do it, and they definitely need it in their lineup.
Yeah, they banned. I mean, I was thinking about the Lesh there for Nemiga. Again, tower taker, great gank potential as well, sustains through the fights. But for Virtus Pro, how would you feel about, because talking about the mobility heroes, something like the Storm Spirit for Squadix? We saw it a couple of days ago, and it wasn't the best hero, but being able to get the mobile, get onto the back lines, maybe disrupt the techies and the silencer.
Storm would be okay. Tiny, I think, would be decent. Considering you have a Marcy on your side, the lifesteal is nice. You can toss back people, even if the Centaur gets to a point where he's very hard to kill, you can toss him back. Even if Nemiga go for something like a Dragon Knight, toss him back in the on your side of the map, you can kill him. I wouldn't mind something like it. The problem is that Virtus Pro, they have no vision heroes. That is a issue for me. So a Tiny, you see missing off the map and he doesn't have info of where his enemies are, it's gonna be an issue. A Storm would be a little bit easier to play, but harder in the current meta overall.
Okay, well, we'll see. I mean, this reserve time really burning down here So they're gonna ban out the Tiny themselves. So yeah, Nemiga, we're really thinking about that. Take away the Tiny, and we know how strong that Tiny is. We've seen him so far in the DPC. You know, he rocks most matches that he's in, pun intended. But so Virtus Pro aren't going to be able to pick this hero up. They need to go for somewhere else. They do have a decent amount of reserve time here as well to think about what they do want to be picking up here on the side of Virtus Pro.
I'm trying to think about it. Something fast. It has to be fast. Do you really go for a Storm? I don't know. The Storm is a problem because sometimes the hero is lacking the damage. If you get the range drop with the Silencer and the Techies, you survive, and then it's a problem. Plus, if you get caught by the global silence, there's going to be a follow-up on the silence from the techies and you're just dead. That's why something a little bit more bursty. Oof, okay, that is fast. Not necessarily bursty, but when you have your ulti actually is. Actually, that fits it quite well. But are they going to be playing it on the mid lane, or is this going to be a mid lane Lina with the safe lane Nature's Prophet? But I think this actually rounds up the Virtus Pro draft quite nicely. I think this is actually a really good choice.
Yeah, and again, tower pusher can split push around the map, apply the pressure around, and especially when Nemiga, you know, their lineup, it doesn't really want to be respond, but the Pugna comes out. We've seen this a couple of times as well. It is getting a little bit more popular on the Eastern European DPC. So Pugna, it is going to be the mid Malrine as well. Noticed on the offlane Nature's Prophet and Squadix on the mid lane Death Prophet.
So that's how they're gonna do it. Okay, either way. I love both lineups. I have to say, I really love both lineups. I think that Virtus Pro, it looked scary for me for a second, but Nature's Prophet was a perfect one. Lanes well against the Ursa. Sometimes the lane can go badly, but Silencer there doesn't really help the Ursa all too much. So lanes well against the Ursa, pushes in the waves, forces Nemiga to respond. Nemiga, they have tower taking potential. They have good late game with Ursa, good late game on Virtus Pro, and they have good catch on Nemiga, plus a lot of burst on all three of their cores. And plus the techies as well. So this is definitely gonna be who plays better, and it's actually hard to say here. I'm gonna be going. Oh man, this is a tough one. I really don't know who to go for here. I'm gonna go for Nemiga, because I think they have the tools to deal with Virtus Pro. I think it's slightly harder to play their lineup, but they just have so many tools to do so. And opening up the map early should give them the gold advantage enough for the Ursa to get the roach. So I think that's the reason I'm gonna go for them. Plus, they have ways of dealing with the split push. One downside of their lineup, no vision, and that could cost them.
Yeah, and Nemiga, they need this win to keep up with Virtus Pro, to keep up with Navi as well in the DPC table. They are currently sitting on 0 wins and 2 losses, so this win would put them on equal footing with Virtus Pro, put them both on 1 win, 2 losses here. One move right at the bottom of the table, 0 and 3. I don't know, I mean, because they've got Virtus Pro to play against DarkSide, BetBoom as well. So it's going to be tough for everybody's bottom of half the table, but Nemiga this time, both Nemiga and Virtus Pro, they want to win this game. If you take a look at the odds provided by EGB, you can see that it's quite even, a little bit more in favor of Virtus Pro. And guys, if you want to be involved, don't forget EGB do daily giveaways every 30 minutes, and all you need to do is place a daily bet of $1 to be able to enter into those giveaways. Those are available every 30 minutes, and all you need to do, dollar bet every day, click the take part button, and you'll be entered into those giveaways.
That being said, the game will be starting here, Rob, and I think this is going to be a very interesting one. It's all about movement. It's all about catching this Nature's Prophet. On the other hand, Nemiga, I really like what they went for. They have so many options to play with, but it's not easy getting those heroes together because you're all constantly going to be pulled away from different sides of the map. So Nemiga have to make sure that what happened in the previous game to them, they don't allow that to happen. Though, of course, Virtus Pro, they don't really have that much of a split push type lineup. It's only the Nature's Prophet that is providing that. So that time where the Nature's Prophet is easily killed and when the Lina has to farm, it is a time where Nemiga need to be punishing, where they need to be getting kills.
Yeah, you can see that Nemiga, they're grouped up on this high ground. They're looking for anybody unlucky enough to walk up, but Virtus Pro, they're hanging away. They're still being grouped up as well. Only really Notice that's away, and if Notice walks up this way, he's got his treants that are playing for this vision in front of him, so not going to be able to get anything out of this there, Nemiga, looking for that high ground placement. And Virtus Pro just playing safely where they did get a really nice ward on the cliff here on the side of Nemiga, just off to the off lane, just to see any rotations coming through, any potential ganks through the river, anything that... But I don't know if the Death Prophet's that hero that does like to move off the mid lane to apply that pressure to the side lanes before at least doing some damage to the mid tier 1.
You can move to the top lane. He's probably not going to be moving to the bottom lane. If Squadix does that, I'm going to be seeing that as a mistake. You can do that with the mobile heroes, but sometimes we see a Death Prophet move towards the top lane, and that is fine, because mid lane might be dangerous for him, especially when Malrine gets level 6. Rotation from the techies, jump in, there is a chance they just blow him up. So I wouldn't mind him, considering that you're not really going to be stopping Malrine from pushing anyways. I wouldn't mind him just going for the top lane and making sure that the tower falls as fast as possible.
Yeah, again, Spirit Siphon comes out to Decrepify onto the Death Prophet in the mid lane just to try and separate Squadix from Marine. But how do you play this lane if you are Squadix? Because like you say, Marine, he wants to be applying the pressure. So do you want to be maxing out the Crypt Swarm in this lane, or do you still go for those points into the Spirit Siphon?
I would be very surprised if he doesn't max out the Crypt Swarm in this one. Pushing out the waves in this game, in this series, in this lane as well is very important.
Yeah.
And Pugna is a very fast hero, so it's not like you're gonna be able to get on top of him with the Spirit Siphon every single time. So I would like more points in the Crypt Swarm overall.
Okay, well, we'll keep an eye on that. In the top lane here, we can see that, again, Saush on the Rubik, so he's going to have a decent amount of contest coming out with the Fade Bolt, and as well as the right click that the Rubik does put out, but it looks like so bad. He wants to be putting pressure onto Notice again, and Notice, the curse is coming through, flying through from Sobad here. Level 1, the Arcane Curse. It's going to be a lot of damage onto the Nature Prophet, but he does have those treants to try and get aggressive, to try and find those last hits for it. Meanwhile, bottom lane, how's Vizi going to do as this Centaur up against the Lina? How does this lane play out? Is it okay for the Centaur once he gets that Vanguard up, or is there still the kill potential coming out here for the Lina?
There's always kill potential. Centaur, of course, he does go for the 2 rings of protection just to keep himself safe from the physical damage. That's the downside of the Centaur, that he has 0 armor. But with 2 rings of protection, you counter it, and this hero always does well in the lane. Just has good damage and good animation. Just very easy to CS with him.
Okay, and how about, Dakalis Master is one of those heroes that got hit with the nerf stick really hard. In fact, got hit with the nerf stick a couple of times. Ice Frog went back for seconds on that, but how does this Marcy, especially in the position 5 against the techies, how does it want to play? Is it just going to be constant pulls because you can't really get up for the harass because of the sticky bombs coming out like this on the techies? What does Dakalis need to do on this hero?
Get levels, get more points in rebound, and be sure to, before Nemiga can go forward, that you're getting kills. Mostly, I'd say on the Pugna. Pugna would be your go-to hero. If you catch Pugna, the Nature's Prophet comes in, that's it. When it comes to the lane here, keep Krullat safe. Don't allow Krullat to be pressured. It's very tough now with the Marcy level 1, level 2 to really get kills, but they're still going to try to go on Vazia.
Yeah, they're going to get the drive back now as well. Vazia taking a lot of damage, but the blast off comes in from Hellscream, and Hellscream might have just been enough to put off. The damage as well. Vazia, he was still looking alright, was able to walk himself away, The LSA comes through, Vazia taking a lot of right-click damage, and that's going to be the first blood going the way of Krillia. The Dragon Slave doing enough damage to get the Centaur low and pick up the kill against the Centaur in this lane.
It's definitely his mistake. Good thing is he can recognize that mistake and not do it any longer. But you would be like, yeah, don't walk into the enemies and just die. He had some regen on the techies. I think he would have been able to continue laning there. But overall, it's still gonna be a kill for Virtus Pro. Nice pressure applied there from the Marcy. I have to say that the Kalis used all of his spells perfectly, thus delaying the stun from the Centaur, and that's why he took so much damage in the end. It was enough for one more stun from the Lina later on to get the kill, but it was Vazia who just came a little bit too close.
Dakalis, at least he loses his raindrops to the courier. Hellscream, does he want to try and... No, he's not going to try and bounce out. He was just pulled back in by the Marcy, but the LSA, again, the right clicks isn't going to be able to take the Hellscream down with the Dragon Slave, but there's going to be the blast off, so he gets himself away. Or the neutrals might have something to say about this. 40 health here for Hellscream. Has that tango, taking him back up, so he will be able to just push his cart away from the danger. Salve back up and get back to lane.
Even though when Techies was changed, oh, actually TP to the mid lane from Ducalis. Is he thinking he can kill Malrine here? That's very optimistic.
Yeah, they have to get right on top of him. There is going to be the dive in, though. And now the pushback onto Malrine. Malrine can get himself away. The Spirit Siphon still goes to get the kill.
They actually got him, even though he was on his own high ground and being somewhat careful, but he definitely wasn't expecting that one. As soon as he oversteps a little bit, he does go down, and now Sobat is in trouble on the top lane.
Yeah, he just hung around right in front of Sayush and let Sayush get so many free right clicks, and Sobat has to go for the TP. Sayush, he's not going to be able to get the vision, didn't have the mana for the Fade Ball anyway, so didn't secure the kill onto Silencer. But yes, Silencer, he was just, I guess, trying to pull the aggression away from Kiritich here in this lane, and he got punished for it. He got pushed back and nearly potentially got killed off there.
Yep. Nope. For now, so far so good for Virtus Pro. They're getting the early kills in lanes, and they're probably going to transition that into some kills in the early mid game as well. Until the Centaur is able to move around the map, Nemiga can't really make too many plays, and you just need to keep tabs on the Pugna. So very soon I think Nemiga supports are going to start rotating around the mid lane, because you cannot allow Malrine to go down. You need him to be doing very well, but now even Notice is coming over. Malrine is in trouble again.
Yeah, nice backstab coming out from Notice now as well, but there is going to be the life lane, not enough in the Spirit Siphon to keep him alive, or is there? Notice gets the kill onto Malrine. Sobat TP in, but they might even be able to get the Hell Scream. He dashed himself over to the high ground into the waiting arms of Notice. Just says here, take the triple kill, it's yours. And now with the Exorcism being about halfway, 2/3 of the way through, as well as the Trinity to Notice, they're going to be able to apply pressure to this tier 1, maybe potentially take it down, as it was all up to Malrine to push this lane in. You apply pressure to the tier 1 on the Radiant side, and they say, no, we're not going to let this happen. We're going to take this tier 1 tower down first 6 minutes of the game. They get that tier 1 tower.
Oh, Virtus Pro were a step ahead of Nemiga every single time. Malrine, first he didn't read the Ducalis TP. Okay, that was hard. Then Nemiga are like, okay, we're bringing our supports. This isn't gonna happen again. But that is where the Nature's Prophet comes in handy. And now, when the Pugna wants to push that mid lane tower in the mid lane, with just the TP and the Marcy, they can kill him. Malrine, he's in a very uncomfortable spot. The squad, it seems like he wants to rotate towards the top lane. With this mid lane tower being down, I don't necessarily think he needs to, but having the Arcane Rune, it's actually a move that can work out, though he does not have an Exorcism currently.
Yeah, well, I suppose you know here, if you're Squadix, that he was seen by the ward as well. It looked like moving through, he was seen by this ward from the side of the Dire. Getting vision, Kiritich moved himself into the jungle. But yeah, you know that Malrine now, he won't leave this lane. He's going to push into this tier 1. He wants to even out these towers. So you have free reign to move to another lane here. And like I say, Malrine, he doesn't move off. He's trying to nether blast down this tier 1 tower, which just leaves you open to push down, even if it's just right clicks with the treants here from Notice, to take down another tier 1 tower. 2 in the first 8 minutes of the game.
Oh, Nemiga are in trouble. They're already in trouble in this one. That was a really nice TP from Krillat to the mid lane. He knows bottom lane, it's very hard for Nemiga to get the tower, even if they get the dive on the Kalis and kill him, which isn't working out too well currently for them. It's they can't take the tower down that easily, right? So defend the mid lane tower, get the 2 towers, and now they're TPing for bot. They want to crush Nemiga right now.
Yeah, Vazia's going to go for the TP, but there's going to be the disposed. Welcome to Suplex City here, Vazia. And they're going to be able to get the kill onto the Centaur. He got close to getting the kill onto Marcy, but that would have been your life, the position 3 for the position 5. And Squadix, again, so again, peak efficiency here for VP. They move, or they might even be able to find the kill onto Malrine. There's going to be the Sprout into the trees. LSA comes through, Laguna Blade thrown out, and they get the kill there onto Malrine. But yeah, so peak efficiency.
We know.
I can't say it. It's gone. I cannot say the word.
Efficiency. It's okay.
Efficiency. Yeah, so they take the tier 1 tower. They move the Death Prophet off the mid lane, which creates space for the Lina to find that solo lane XP. Lets the Marcy get solo on the bottom. Squadix, he's able to group up with the rest of the team to find that tier 1 tower on the top lane, push down onto the bottom lane. You know, it's now this Death Prophet. I didn't expect him to be roaming in the first 9 minutes, but they found the timing here, VP, and they're going to be able to take down all 3 tier 1 towers in the first, 11 minutes of this game.
Oh, he didn't take the tower just yet, so we'll see. We'll see if that even does
I said 11 minutes.
Yeah, I know. You wanted to say first 10 minutes or 9, and then you just you backpedaled because you saw it wasn't going too well there. But the problem is for Nemiga is that he used the Exorcism with an Arcane Rune, so he's gonna have it in no time. The downtime is gonna be very low, and Nemiga they're helpless. I mean, when you look at their heroes now, not being able to push that is why you pick the Pugna, and you just got completely dumpstered by Virtus Pro. They have no play. They need the centaur to get a blink as fast as possible. And Vazia, he hasn't even finished off the phase boot. So if I was Marine now, I still want to play around the centaur. That's your best bet. Being in the mid lane, you're just putting yourself in a vulnerable position.
Yeah, and so bad, only level 4, so there's no global silence to come at just yet. He was taking a lot of damage as well. What did the Rubik steal? Rubik's going to have the... Is it the Nether Blast? It is going to be the Nether Blast now. So that's a really nice spell, especially when you start to, you put the Arcane Supremacy points in there. It's a 14% spell amp, the extra distance on that as well. And even Sayush is going to be able to find space, but on the bottom lane, they might be able to go into Ducalis. Ducalis just running himself away from the creeps, it looks like, and now Squad grouping up. Still got 30 seconds on the prediction. Is it going to be enough to take down this tier 1 tower in this bottom lane? They've got the creeps, they've got the catapult coming in as well.
Arcane Rune once more. If he wants to use the exorcism, he can. Again, downtime is going to be really small. And yep, their siege creep is a traitor, but it doesn't matter. They're still be able to take it down.
He's not a traitor. He just had better things to do. And first 11 minutes, I might have made it up when he was backing off, but it's still really nice timing coming out from the start of VP. That against Squadix, I didn't expect the Death Prophet to be this aggressive on the moving around the map, but because, like you say, the TP's in from Noticed, the rotations from Ducalis, it put Maureen on the back foot that once this tier 1 tower goes down, he doesn't want to leave that lane. He wants to even it up, and it just creates a space for VP to get so active on this map.
He should have left it. The thing is, he definitely should have left it and went towards the center. A tower needed to die. You have a Pugna that's not taking down towers. It's a problem. And now the Pugna is so easy to kill until he gets this 4-staff that it's almost impossible for Malrine to play Dota. Every single time that the Ducalis is close to the Pugna and there's one more hero, it's gonna be a problem. At least Nemiga, they break a smoke for Virtus Pro right now, so they won't be getting on top of the Pugna yet again.
Yeah, and you can see that, Sayush, she's playing so far forwards here. The Kiritich is in the jungle, he's looking for the farm, and he's at risk of being invaded. So bad at least now is level 6, so he does have that global silence. Bottom lane, Ducalis is finding the free farm, level 7 on the position 5 Marcy. In terms of net worth, 2.4k. It's the space being created by VP. L-Screen? Never mind. Ducalis is going to be able to get there. Just puts that sticky bomb right up in the air, and Ducalis goes for the TP away. At least now, fortification is going to be used because it's going to be the first tier 1 tower just to buy some extra time. But VP know this is happening. They can see 2 heroes, and they say, cool, you want to take our bottom tier 1? You've got nothing to get to in time to contest us. We're going to go into Roche.
And I think we already saw this today when one side has an Ursa and it just doesn't get an Aegis. That's gonna be happening here again. I really like the what the techies did there. This game is not going well. I might as well take away the the chances of enemies killing me. I'm just gonna use my bombs on myself. It's just the state of the game that they're in right now. If you look at Nemiga, they will get the blink on the centaur and then they can finally play Dota. But every single little thing in the early game that could have gone wrong has gone wrong. Roche gone, all of your towers gone. You have only taken 1 tower, you have a Pugna. That's usually a hero against which you cannot defend the mid lane tower. With good movements, anything can be done in the world of Dota.
Yeah, I've kind of learned my lesson now. I'm caster cursing these teams every single time I open my mouth, so I'm just not going to call any, oh, I like this, oh yeah, that's nice, oh that's, because, saying how Nemiga got that aggressiveness back from the second game. It's disappeared, and 7-0. You can see it on the scoreboard that VP absolutely running this game.
Yeah, and Lina now has an Aegis, means that she can get involved early, something that we don't see, but usually it's Maelstrom BKB, that's when the Linas get active. It's not going to be the case in this one because you have an Aegis, it's going to keep you alive. Also, one thing that we haven't discussed much, Squadix has the Boots of Travel, so Death Prophet is no longer that static hero that just stays in one lane and pushes the tower. The hero is going to be everywhere, especially having the Nature's Prophet. Nature's Prophet DPs in, creates treants, and suddenly you have a DP to think about there as well.
Yeah, and look at this as Malrine. He's trying to go for the deny, but it doesn't matter. They're going to be able to get Krilliat here onto the tower. The drain, the reverse drain, it's going to keep him alive. He keeps him going. I mean, he has that Aegis anyway, but it was enough to keep that Aegis for a little bit longer. And now put the aggression onto the side of Nemiga. They've got the dive into Sobad. They have the disruption again. The dispose comes out. Sobad can he get himself away from this one? Dukal's going to be drained down. The Sprout comes out, and it looks like VP can they back themselves away. A lot of damage to the Marcy, but it's only going to be the position 5 Marcy. Hellscream gets the kill into Dukalis, and they pick up the first kill. Can they get another one from this? The drain coming through from the Rubik, but he is going to be taken down. They get on the board finally.
I'm just hearing slurps here, like from one side and the other. That's what is happening, and Kiritich will be fine. Yep, that's one thing that VP don't really have without their supports. The stuns are lacking, and you are very fast with the Nature's Prophet. You're very fast with the Death Prophet. They're connecting as well, going around the map, but you cannot keep them in place. And the only thing that helps you is the Wrath of Nature. So I think Noticed will be probably holding on to that one if he feels like they're going to be going for moves. But overall, Virtus Pro still quite happy with that one. But Nemiga can finally try to play the game, considering that the Centaur has his blink.
Yeah, and we saw that just how beneficial that could be here. Malrine, how is he looking as well in terms of the group of the smoke out? Let's see, because I mean, Malrine's hanging around on half health. He wants to get that drain off. He wants to be, taken from the other side from VP, and he's got the Force Staff now as well. So if he does get into trouble, he can Force Staff himself out. Oh, the wards are down. They see Malrine. Yeah, they might even wrap around on the backside. There's not going to be a smoke here from VP, but they're just invading. The scan comes through, and Nemiga just have to back themselves away. Even Kiritich having to leave his farming spot.
Nemiga are getting a taste of their own medicine from the previous game. You smoke up and the enemies just know, because looking at the lanes, they're pushed way too far and no one is showing on the map. And considering that they're losing, they feel like they need to bring a bit more heroes. I would at least like so bad to be somewhere else on the map. Show yourself a little bit, maybe even die to the rotation of the Nature's Prophet, and make sure that your team can get something done. And, speaking of which, Nemiga do take down the tier 1 in the mid lane.
Yeah, but we can see the odds going in favor of Nemiga. It's just nowhere near in favor for Nemiga. Straight up favoring VP in this third game here on the site of EGB. And again, don't forget, guys, you can visit EGB, get involved with all the action. Your first deposit, you get a bonus deposit matching up to $600. So check out our sponsors, EGB, as the tier 2 tower, the catapult going, the exorcism going, even the trains coming out here from the Nature's Prophet. And this tier 2 tower, there's no way it's going to carry on. But they're trying to trade off a tier 1 on the side of Nemiga on the top lane. What can they get with the rest of this exorcism? It looks like Nemiga, they just have the space.
Another arcane rune as well, so it's not like you're gonna have any downtime. Plus he's gonna be using the boots of travel. That's a 25-second cooldown now, so he can be anywhere on the map. And this is the speed at which Nemiga would like to play this game, but they can't. And Virtus Pro, they're gonna be smoking up. See, Nemiga now, either they die or they pull back. Okay, that's a good spot for Vazia to break it apart.
Well, the start of the Centaur, telekinesis, the LSA, there's going to be the dive in. They might be able to get a double off this. Global Silence comes through, but, Krillette just says, okay, I'll just right-click here. I'm massive at the minute, and Lena, the chase down. Malrine, he's already used that Force Staff with that Sprout. Is he going to be able to get himself away? He's got a Quell Blade for issues like this, but the trains, look at this, the LSA comes through. He decrapifies himself, but he just throws out the Laguna Blade here, the dive in. Underneath the tier 3s, Dukal's going to be surviving through that. And now the TP's towards the tier 2s with the boots of travels from the Death Prophet. Death Prophet, how far away is that exorcism? 28 seconds. The pressure that VP can put on 3 heroes dead. They might even be able to put something onto the tier 3 in the mid. Potentially force a buyback out here from the Pugna.
Okay, I was hoping when I saw the drafts that this is gonna be an equal game where people are running around and killing each other, and Virtus Pro just absolutely annihilates Nemiga. Game still isn't over, but you've lost all of your outer towers. Now that Link Dagger on the Centaur, it's not gonna be doing too much because you have no tower to play around. And also, what the hell was that blink from Vazia? Like, what the hell was he thinking he should do there? They have no vision. He just jumps in blindly and gets ripped apart by the Lena. Krillette is kind of always somewhere close to his team, and now he has the boots of travel as well. The one downside of the Virtus Pro lineup, or the Virtus Pro heroes, the DP and the Lena, that they can't be everywhere on the map, is now taken away just because of the overwhelming amount of gold that they have.
Yeah, they have this high ground ward here on the side of Nemiga, trying to get the jump up, but couldn't get the gap close in time. Noticed he's running himself away, so the taser not going to be effective there. Nature's Prophet, does he want to throw out the Wrath? He is. They've even found Malrine the Force Staff, but they have the vision, they have the root coming through from him, and they might be able to catch up. Does he get himself away from this one? Because he's already used that Force Staff, so the chase comes down. down Stampede, but there's still going to be Squadix. Look at how fast Squadix is. And now the BKB is going to be popped. They're going to be able to go into Sobad with the Exorcism going. They get the kill onto the Silencer. Can they get even more out of this? The Bullwhip, though, onto Marine. Marine's going to be pretty darn fast in the river. Vazia, he doesn't land the Storm. He's going to be in trouble. The Spirit Siphon is coming through. Telekinesis to lift up into the earth. It's going to be the dive in from the Techies, but Techies just puts himself in danger now as well. He might be able to get the kill onto the Death Prophet. No Death Prophet. He gets so low, but it's only going to be close, not confirmed. And now Krilliak is chasing. He wants the vision onto Vazia. Vazia, though, he's going to be able to get that blink away. No way to stop the TP.
Okay, that was close for Nemiga, showing signs of life for sure, showing that they can still kill the Death Prophet, and cutting out the BKBs now is the best thing that you can hope for. Really, that's what you want. Nemiga's lineup is very good at bursting people down, so that always gives you a possibility to play this game. We haven't talked about Kiritich much, who is 0-0-0, so, you know, a dream carry game. Overall, though, when he looks at the score and when he looks at his teammates, he's not going to be too happy, but at least he himself is having a solid game. BKB will be done. Once he has the blink, that little amount of damage that was missing on the DP, it's going to be there next time.
Yeah, and you can see that it looks like, I mean, VP don't want to give it to them. They are moving themselves around. Vizier's still finding the space to try and get a jump in with this blink dagger. But I don't know what he can do, like you say, until that blink, until he's got the follow-up with the Ursa. So he is going to be coming in invis to the other side of the map. Is there any sentries down? It doesn't look like it, so at least he is going to be invis. Looking for this engagement. Has that Stampede up in the next few seconds as well. But again, VP, not sure where everybody is. Just move themselves back into a defensive position behind those tier 2s, grouping themselves up. So if anything happens, it's only Notice that's roughly away from the team that can TP in to help out his team if things kick off.
They see the top lane, oh, no one is there. Well, guess what? They're probably going for a move. It wasn't the smoke, but Nemiga were going through an area that they themselves control, and with Virtus Pro not seeing anyone, they just moved themselves back. Now, when they see the techies on the top lane, they're gonna feel confident enough to go a little bit out there, and we'll see if they want to do anything big or just move towards the Roche pit. They're actually clearing out their jungle. I feel like top lane, you take the Roche with the next Exorcism, which you have in 10 seconds. That's probably the best move they can make.
Yeah, and you can see that Notice on the bottom lane. I mean, Kiritich is in the jungle. He's looking for the farm. The Nature's Prophet, though, is pushing out this bottom lane to try and de-push, you know, and make maybe Nemiga pull towards that bottom lane while they can move themselves into the side of Roche on the side of VP. Kiritich, though, how's he doing in terms of that farm? That Blink Dagger's still going to be about 750 gold away here for the Ursa, so this is the time. VP, they know Roche is up. They move themselves into the pit, and I don't think Nemiga can come in to contest this.
They have very limited initiation, to be honest, and if Krillat and Squadix position themselves properly, which currently they're not really doing, you know, they can't get double fruit stomped, but Nemiga were showing some heroes in the bottom lane, so that's enough security to just stay here and be able to take the Roche. Second Roche taken away from the Ursa, as I mentioned, we already seen the scenario once today. It didn't go well for that team. It was Nemiga as well.
Yeah, and again, you can look at VP, happy to get Krilliak in the pit, let him get the final hit on Roshan, while the rest of the team already moving out for looking for the picks. And Marine, he's going to be the first target as well. The diving from Ducalis, he gets the kill. Can he go for the techies now as well? What was Stone? It's going to be the sticky. Laguna Blade flies through, and Krill gets the kill here onto Hellscream. And Squadix, oh, he does have to be careful, but they have the vision. They get the silencer, the blink away, and now the silencer is going to be able to get the TP. Anything to disrupt this? No. So
who got the shard? Who did they give the shard to? Okay, they gave it to Nature's Prophet or the Marcy. I would assume it was the Marcy that got the shard. I don't think he bought it. Did he?
It's a good question, and I'm going to say I don't know, as the Centaur will go down. But yeah, no, I think the Prophet already had it because he already had that curse of the old growth.
Okay, then is the Marcy. That's an interesting one. Overall, you don't see it too often. I remember Wildcard Gaming in the last chance qualifiers and in the NA qualifiers for TI. That was pretty much the Marcy with the shard that brought them there. So if you're very confident with that one, you're quite nice. And we talked about Nemiga and their ability to burst people. Well, having this kind of a save just takes that away from you because you can always save your buddy.
Yeah, and look at this now. Again, the Exorcism comes out. They've got that drain, but the Force Staff to break it. And Death Prophet's going to be pushed all the way away. They take a tier 3. They still have the Aegis. They can look back. They can reset. They've only really lost the... No, I can't even say lost because they got something from it. The exorcism will be down, but everything already on the side of VP, it's up for them to use to re-aggress if they want to.
Nemiga, they're coming out, but now they're way too deep. There's no way that VP are gonna be caught by this one. The only way that you can get the kill is if VP are like, yeah, these guys are crazy, they're not gonna be chasing this one any longer, and then you just overstay. But no reason to do it. They understand this game, the way it is right now, you lose it only by being careless. If you're not careless, you're completely fine.
And how's... I mean, how do Nemiga... They're moving themselves around. They're keeping, again, the blockers on Ursa. If anyone jumps in, they can react. But because of the way they spread out in a line, it means that they can... You know, VP can just do things like this. They get the telekinesis, the sticky bomb onto the Silencer. And Silencer, he's not going to be able to get himself away. And the Centaur, the Ursa, were already too far away to react to that fight. So that's a Silencer for nothing. And now Krilliak going to feel comfortable, still with his Aegis, to move themselves up onto the high ground here, to put aggression onto the set of racks in 25 minutes into the game.
Nemiga, they don't even care. They're like, take it, we don't care, it's yours. Mid lane is the hardest one to take, the easiest one to deal with if it has been taken for you. And they are gonna go into the back lines there and try to find someone.
Well, I mean, Hellscream, he tried to get the dive in. It is going to cost him his life, though, as Krilliak just continues to go. And now that the dive through, yeah, Krilliak gets a kill on Marine, and he's going to be able to take down a set of racks as well. Nemiga just can't respond to this.
It's very much over. This game, it needed to be even for both teams to work out. If Nemiga are snowballing, Virtus Pro are in trouble. If Virtus Pro are snowballing, Nemiga are in trouble. And this is more than a snowball. 18-2. You have 2 kills with Nemiga. It's like, and both of those, were they both on supports?
Yeah,
I know one of them was. It's just disastrous.
And yeah, Krilliak again still has this Aegis. He has his Gluttony now as well, so he's going to be able to get the root off the interceptor for an LSA. If he goes down here, he's got a second life to come back. The extra range, the extra damage that he's got coming out from the Dragonlance as well. He's ready to say, this is my base now. And you have to be the ones to push me out because I'm staking my claim. I'm setting my flag here in your high ground. And what are you going to do about it?
Well, Kiritich is gonna try to finish off his Basher. That's kind of the idea. Get the Basher and then get one last fight going your way. And that's what Nemiga have. They're gonna go for one last fight. I don't even know if you save the buybacks. You can see that Pugna and the Techies do have those. But overall, it's all or nothing. To be honest, I wouldn't even mind Virtus Pro if they start losing the fight by any chance. They just buy back and come back into it. Because Nemiga, they have enough in the tank for one bit. And yeah, we're seeing that the Techies did spend some gold, got the Ether Lens, and understandably so. No way you win this one by saving buybacks, and very low chance of winning this one either way.
Yeah, but the further, I mean, again, they're trying to play around Kiritich, get this protection off for the Ursa. But the longer they're out of the base, the more this is going to push, and the more the VP are going to know something's up because the lanes aren't being de-pushed. And it's creating that space that VP know that, okay, they can narrow down where Nemiga are and look for another gank here. The Aegis will be reclaimed, but that just means it frees up an item slot here. They might be able to get the jump on, but no, there's going to be the throw away here. The LSA comes through, Global Stars, but Techies is going to survive through this. It looks like they might be able to get the jump onto the Lina. Lina, forced house, BKB's going to be there as well. He's got that bottle, he's got the double damage, and if he wants to pop, he'll come back in. So gets a kill onto Hellscream. It looks like Krilliak, he does want to, with the buyback of the Master now as well. The Gluttony comes out, it gets a catch onto 2. They're going to be able to take down the Ursa, they're going to be able to get the jump onto Marine as well. They take down 3 heroes. And now just going to march up mid with the Exorcism as well.
It's gone. The game is over. That was actually a really good attempt from Nemiga, you know. But as soon as they use their spells and start running away, then it's super easy for Virtus Pro to change it up. And there it is. The GG does come out. Marcy shard save. Actually, maybe even I don't say it wins them the game, but it definitely saves the Lina there. Probably would have gotten burst down. You could see that the Ursa was hesitant to jump on the Marcy, but then he was like, heck, who cares? Just get a kill and try to run down people. But yeah, very, very, very clean performance coming out from Virtus Pro. Nemiga, they pick up the Pugna last pick, and Malrine gets absolutely destroyed. And this is the thing. Malrine needs to learn to be comfortable on heroes that he doesn't play too often. Pagna is right up that alley, but you need to understand some of the weaknesses of the heroes. He's young. He has time to get better on other heroes as well. But I also think it's the approach, mentally to it. As soon as he lost his tower and died, he was kind of lost in that one. There was still to be played, but overall, not to take it away from VP, they played a perfect game. They knew exactly who to target, how to target him, with how many heroes. Those 2 moves to the mid lane, first the kill on Malrine, and then the second one when the Nature's Prophet came in. That is pretty much where the game ended. After that, Nemiga were helpless.
Yeah, I don't think they just were never in that driver's seat in that game. And you could see that VP was super comfortable with the rotations, getting the early aggression off, Lena finding the solo XP in the mid lane, giving some space over to Decals as well. And in the end, it was so hard for Nemiga to find any way back into that. Even when the Centaur blink came out, they just couldn't find the initiation that they wanted to. And Kiritich, he got a kill. So he did get a kill before the game ended, and that's okay, it's nice. But yeah, Nemiga, they showed they were super aggressive in that second game. They showed that they had it in them, and they just weren't able to bring it into game number 3. Virtus.pro completely dominated them in this third game.
Did you just say, like, it is nice, Kiritich, that you got a kill in that game? Like,
yay! Yeah, nice
Yeah.
bonus, but yeah,
Not
it
ideal,
was
not ideal.
no.
Really. He did get himself involved. I have to say, Kiritich's movements around the map were solid, considering that the map was completely controlled by the opponent, that he was finding farm without going down, because there was always a chance for him to go down. But Virtus.pro, on the other hand, they really didn't put that much emphasis on him. It was the towers, and the ones that were defending towers were the other 4, so they were easier targets. But Virtus.pro, they're looking pretty solid. This is a very good showing of how well they understand what their goal is in the game and how to cripple the opponents, and they do it with 2 moves. So it's really beautiful to see.
Yeah, and that puts Virtus.pro in a really nice position now as well.
Yup.
They are going to be jumping up 2-1 up the table, and it puts it puts them on level with Hellraisers. I do believe coming through into the next series that they're going to be playing. They're going to be wanting to take this next series. They're going to be wanting to move themselves further and further up that table.
Yep. So that was a very nice showing overall from Virtus.pro. I have to say, ever since they destroyed DarkSide, they've been looking like a different team. If we just go back 20 days, Nemiga are crushing Virtus.pro in 25 minutes. We have to say Virtus.pro, they did change their carry. There was some problem with Coma, Krullat coming in. They didn't adjust immediately, but now they're looking like a team, and I'm liking it. I think it's looking pretty decent from their side. They should have, with these 2 wins, secured their spot in Division 1. So now it's a fight for a potential major, which is going to be tough against Spirit, Hellraisers, BetBoom, but beating DarkSide, showing that they can stick it up to some of these stronger teams that people thought they were only going to be losing to each other, but Virtus.pro, they're showing differently.
Yeah, and like you say, they do have some stronger games to come, but that is going to be it for us today. It is going to be Gary as well as Trent to take over for the second series. So guys, thank you for tuning in, and we'll see you on Thursday. But for now, it is going to be the second series coming up shortly, which is going to be, where are we today? BetBoom versus DarkSide, and that's going to be Gary and Trent. But for now, we are going to be throwing to a break. Thank you for tuning in. We'll see you next time.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
Let me take a ride from the start. I know you're feeling like you've lost heart. In the storm, you know you found your feet. Through the pain, you start to believe. You are a fighter. You are a titan. And you march on, march on, march on. You fire up, fire up, fire up. You are a giant. You won't be silenced. And you set it up, set it up, set it up. You fire up, fire up, fire up. We are fighters, fighters. We won't be silenced, silenced. Now you're rising through the smoke with the air. Head high, you feel that you're there. Hear the thunder, you bake when you believe. You bring the storm when you turn a new leaf. You are a fighter. You are a titan. And you march on, march on, march on. You fire up, fire up, fire up. You are a giant. You won't be silenced. And you set it up, set it up, set it up. You fire up, fire up, fire up. We are fighters, fighters. We won't be silenced, silenced. We march heavy 'cause we're feeling stronger. Brothers and sisters, take the power back. They pushed you out, make you feel like a monster. Now we're rising, we're rising, we're rising, we're rising, we're rising, we're rising. You are a fighter, you are a titan. And you march on, march on, march on. You fire up, fire up, fire up. You are a giant. You won't be silenced. And you set it up, set it up, set it up. You fire up, fire up, fire up. We are fighters, fighters. We won't be silenced, silenced. We are fighters, fighters. We won't be silenced, silenced. I've been cleansed in the raging fire. Wash my sins in the devil's eyes. Place my soul on the razor's edge. Found my life. You cannot break me. I'm already broken. Can't buy me with silver when my scars are golden. I've climbed up the mountain, stared down the
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
PC Run and Trent joining me here. We've got probably the biggest match of Div 1 Tour 1.
Dun dun. Wow.
Ooh.
Well, I mean, that's what we thought. Am
Oh,
I
yeah.
right? Coming into this one. Yeah, BetBoom versus DarkSide. Expected to be two of the top teams here, but things haven't been perfect for these teams so far. Well, at least not for one of them.
Yeah, DarkSide had a couple of struggles, right? They was it against VP? They dropped their series. BetBoom have kind of been cruising. So this, early days, of course, DPC has been shortened a little bit, but this is a must-win series for DarkSide. It feels like, especially looking at the games they've got coming up in the future.
Yeah, it's I don't know. We say this every time about the DPC, but every win counts, and it can be very painful near the end. Like we got 3 slots to go to the major here, so. If you're looking at BetBoom as being a pretty frightening team, both with the players that are on there and what they seem to be showing in terms of their camaraderie and their discipline for trying to win this league, it feels like they're kind of a shoo-in for top 3. And then after that, you're looking at basically, I don't know, DarkSide, Virtus Pro, Na'Vi, potentially Hellraisers. I don't know. I could see maybe come back. They're still 2-1, right? Hellraisers only dropping to BetBoom so far, so Yeah, and I guess Team Spirit are kind of okay. They're, those guys are...
They're pretty good.
We'll see.
But honestly, I don't know. I feel like Team
fluky.
Spirit. Yeah, a little fluky.
Yeah.
I feel like Team Spirit is kind of going under the radar because there are all these teams in the middle of the table that look so good. Like VP with this new roster, maybe not high expectations, but definitely after some of the results they've had looking solid. And BetBoom is the team to beat right now. So DarkSide star-studded roster. Team Spirit just casually, calmly, we'll 2-1 Na'Vi, 2-on-1 move. We'll keep getting victories, sneak our way up, and see if they can get into that top 3. But I think that third place in top 3, even second and third place, is going to be an incredibly close-fought battle between 4 or 5 teams. Now, right now, we're looking at Nemiga and one move at the bottom at 0-3, and the rest of them, they could all make it. Absolutely.
Yeah, it reminds me of watching SA, where you get this, A beats B, B beats C, and C beats A. So if we have that today, that would require that DarkSide win here. So if they manage to beat BetBoom, then we'll have this sort of 3-way thing going between BetBoom, DarkSide, and Virtus Pro. And then, Team Spirit haven't played any of those teams yet. They've only played Na'Vi and Move. So. Yeah. Oh, God. I'm so glad it's a shortened season, though, because, over the weeks, it gets kind of dragged out over the 6 weeks we had before. But now it feels like crunch time. And there's really, there's not that much left, guys. We're almost halfway there at this point.
Yeah, it feels weird to say that. We're a week and a half in because there's only 3 weeks instead of the 5 or 6 we had previously. But yeah, it's going to be a spicy one. I mean, BetBoom, have they dropped a single game yet?
No, they're 4-0.
They're 4-0, okay.
Yeah.
And DarkSide, 2-0ing Nemiga, 2-1ing Na'Vi, and then 0-2 against VP. They definitely look shaky in that VP game, and it does make me wonder, if scrims or behind the scenes there's something there which stylistically VP did very well or understood how to draft against DarkSide, because it did feel like draft victory and just complete steamroll in that series. And I'm curious to see if teams can figure out BetBoom in the same kind of way.
Are they figure-outable if they're just so good?
with their deep,
so damn good at Dota.
Yeah, just you've got GPK mid, you've got pure safe lane. Your 1 and 2 are best players, best in slot in the region, basically. And Toronto Tokyo has been honestly quite a surprise moving to POS 5.
Yeah,
he's done incredibly well.
Yeah, very impressive stuff. It's when this team was formed, I said the only team that can beat this team is themselves. Because, we know the history. we know. I mean, even GPK, when he was asked in the interview, what's the number 1 tip, I think it was, for becoming a pro player? And he said, don't tilt. So, that's a lot of self-reflection and growth right there for that to be the answer of GPK, I tell you what.
Yeah, just step one is understanding you have a problem. Step two, move towards fixing it. Honestly, I realize now I've said best in slot for GPK and Pure. Do you think they're best in slot for their 1, 2, 3, 4 in Eastern Europe? Like Nightfall best offlaner,
Jeez.
Save
Yeah?
potentially best position 4, even though he's been away for a season, missing for a year, but he was touted as the best.
I think the issue, yeah, he definitely was touted as the best. I will say that. I think the issue is that you have to compare to Spirit, but Spirit just aren't they're not hitting that good right now. Like Mira had a couple rough games lately, so you can kind of see it. And like you said, we're not putting Toronto Tokyo as the 5. I don't even know who we're gonna put as the 5. Do we give that to Maposhka?
Yeah, I think so.
It seems he's kind of carrying hard, unless Solo just continues to make his big comebacks like he tends to do every couple of years. Maybe he'll be there, but actually right now Ducalis might be it for me. The way he's playing 5 and the moves around the map and how he just looks so annoying to play against. I don't think anyone has looked as annoying yet. Maposhka, I see him in the back. He's kind of pointing and directing things. I see he gets the Wyvern or the Disruptor, and he gets that perfect moment in the fight, and that's all very good. That's the Maposhka style that I see. Ducalis is just oh, what's going on in the Ancients at 3 minutes?
Yes.
Hi. Hey. Oh, Sentry here? Okay. And he just keeps going, runs mid. I like his style right now. I feel like if you guys want to mimic any position 5 player in this region, definitely go for Ducalis. And you're probably wondering, Trent, I don't actually care about any of this. Where's the game, my friend?
Casters, start the game.
I'm there. I feel you. Okay.
We're in the lobby.
We are waiting.
It's full.
Yeah.
We should be
We're
getting
getting
going
there.
soon. Yeah, you mentioned Ducalis, and one of the first kind of lessons of Dota I learned was from a Purge video, obviously, learning how much I suck at Dota 2. And one of the things he said, this must have been 7 years ago, 8 years ago. When you're a support player, you're kind of trying to plan out your next 2 or 3 minutes. You don't want to be sitting around waiting for something to happen. You want to be thinking about what actions you can do in the moment and what actions you can do, 30 seconds or 1 minute ahead. Are you stacking a camp? Are you warding? Are you guarding a water rune? And it feels like, Toronto Tokyo, his step 1 is attack the enemy offlaner. Whereas Ducalis, his steps are everything. I'm going to check the Ancients. I'm going to guard water rune. I'm going to steal bounty rune. I'm going to ward. I'm going to harass. He's doing 10 things at once. There is no redundancy to his play. But yeah, we are ready and underway. Draft is about to begin. BetBoom against DarkSide. Game 1 of this best of 3. And we'll start our drafts off with what do you expect here? Do we still see that Lina first ban, or Nature's Prophet going to be in the ban phase? Ember Spirit is now popular. Oh, Leshrac? Okay.
Yeah, I think we get rid of the DarkSide Lesh. I feel like that's been something that they've looked good on. And you get into the 2-3 pick here. First overall pick, by the way, will be going to DarkSide here. So they could if they ban the Leshrac here, and then DarkSide don't necessarily have to pick it. I don't think BetBoom would maybe, I feel like they kind of ignore on the 2-3, and the DarkSide can decide if they want it 4th overall. That looks pretty good to me.
What are those glasses?
Oh, whoa, get me some of those.
Goodness.
Damn.
Oh, what's he drinking?
Oh!
Has he been visited by Skitter? Or is that a beer?
He's looking too good. Too cool right now.
Goodness.
All right. Well, yeah, we do lose the Lesh, as you can see there. We got a DP who has been crushing it lately. This hero, whoo, she's good. And then immediately into the Rubik and Tiny. And then a Beastmaster. Oh, whoa. Death Prophet and Beastmaster. No flex here. Well, I guess that's not true. It could be 5 DP, I guess. But
that could be.
All right, aggressive.
Very
aggressive.
It's just gonna be Beastmaster 3, right? I'm just really racking my brain to think if we've ever seen Beastmaster in the past 5 years go anywhere other than 3.
Ramses did used to play at 1.
Oh, did he?
He actually did, yeah. When he started as a carry, he started as an offlane player, and then when he got moved to carry, I remember casting some of his games where he would play Beastmaster and Doom.
Interesting. Is that Lycan was banned and I wanted to play Lycan, so now I'm playing Beastmaster?
Yeah, pretty much. This is a long time ago. This is 7 years ago or something like that.
I was thinking even further back to TI1, Dota 1. So Light of Heaven playing Jungle Beastmaster, back in those days, throwing axes around.
Some winning plays right there.
Yeah, sure were. And then BetBoom, Rubik, Tiny. Tiny's still pretty flexible here. Could be in the hands of pretty much anybody. And Rubik we've seen more as a 5, so this could be a Tiny 4, and they're keeping that open for themselves.
Yeah, the potential to throw him in. I feel like we've been seeing a decent amount of the mid tiny still here in Eastern Europe, whereas like some of the other regions we don't see quite as much. I feel like they just kind of throw it on 4, but I almost lean towards the mid at this point. But I would still be banning maybe some of those like GBK specials if I was DarkSide.
What's this Ench ban? They're scared
I
of
guess
an
they're
Ench-
just looking at Death Prophet Beastmaster, and they don't want that train to continue.
Oh, right.
The
steamroller.
Yeah, just keep on pushing and pressuring pretty hard in that early game. Well, how would BetBoom stand up to pressure? What sort of games have we seen from BetBoom so far? We've seen them play their like just kill heavy and just. I mean, they typically do have some push of their own. They like to go for the DP or the Leshrac or both. They've had DP in 3 of their 4 games. Their last win versus Hellraisers wasn't particularly like push heavy. Their tricore was actually Doom, Bloodseeker, and Viper. So not, to be fair, it took them 55 minutes. So maybe they don't want to do that again because it was against, wow, I'm surprised they won this game. That was against Techies, Ember, and Nagasiren. That sounds miserable to play.
Yeah, your map just gets so small. But I think, BetBoom have looked very good when they've got this kind of catch, kill, push kind of draft where you're jumping on someone, blowing them up. You're kind of playing as 4 while maybe Pure is elsewhere farming through jungle and moving in towards these towers early on. That's why I really like this DarkSide opener, because if that's the way BetBoom want to play, DarkSide now have options. They can either mirror the movements and go for pushes on the opposite side of the map of their own with this Beastmaster Death Prophet, or they can actually play into it and fight it. Roar and Exorcism are incredible team fight abilities. And that's a Weaver pick for Pure, I assume.
Oh, that's interesting. Statistically, one of the best heroes versus Beastmaster. I think Medusa's number 1 and Weaver's number 2 in terms of just like raw pubs data. Kind of makes sense in terms of like trying to harass the Weaver. You got the bugs. You can just like beat him down. You're relatively survivable. It's a pretty cool combo. I noticed that this Rubik has the wrong people on his team. You're supposed to be against Tiny and Weaver. He's very confused.
Yeah, stealing Shikuchi feels real nice. Yeah, I guess up against Boars, you just Shikuchi, hit it once, pretty much dead. You're laning with a Rubik, so you've got quite a nice amount of magic burst damage there. So who do we want to see laning with a Beastmaster? Is this going to be like a Snapfire or something? Because you kind of want a ranged hero here against Rubik Weaver when your 3 is a melee Beastmaster, don't you?
Well, I was kind of thinking as well, though, like, is it worth going Faceless Void? Is that too slow? Because like I feel like if you don't take it now, it'll probably get banned in the last 2, unless you just like commit for a different one. But like this Weaver, like kind of has to be a core. I guess they could flex it to Nightfall at that point and lane it with a Tiny, and maybe it would be fine. And then you kind of overkill countered with Faceless Void. But it does play really well DP.
Or is this where you say screw it, we'll like pick a Naga for Ramses? Because it feels like that's been his best hero of late. And they say, nah, we'll pick our 2 supports and leave Ramses' hero till the very end.
Okay. So guarantees our DP is not going to be flexing to the 5 at this point.
Yeah.
Get ourselves the Clockwork, big fan. Clockwork and Disruptor. A lot of vision on this team. It's a crazy amount of vision. We got Hawks, we got Flares, we got like Thunder Strikes, all helping to make Glimpse better. All we're missing is a safe lane Templar Assassin, and you won't even be able to get away. Or a Spectre.
And I love these
safe lane
like,
Zeus.
You've picked Weaver. Now we've got Clockwork Disruptor. Have fun. Good luck with that.
That doesn't sound very fun.
A Cog, Static Storm, Roar. They've silence on the DP. Looks like a quick BKB game for this Weaver.
All right, so
there are some tools though for like Tiny and Rubik Shard, Tiny Tossbacks. They can potentially save people. Now a bit more aggression with a Bat Rider. So Bat against the DP mid. I feel like DP can do okay with a new Spirit Siphon, but Bat hits level 3-4, starts to really pressure hard. And it's still flexible. Could be your 3 as well, depending on what this last Ramses hero is going to be.
Yeah, it's always nice to keep that open when you can. Probably going to be for GBK, as you said, but you never know. Oh, interesting. So if I'm DarkSide, what am I missing on my lineup right now? Sustained physical damage is like a little bit weak. I mean, you have Exorcism, but like you have a Beastmaster aura, so I kind of feel like I want a decent right clicker. I want someone who's a little bit mobile to try and keep up with my Clockwork and my Disruptor and like take advantage of these situations. It's also a pretty good Lincoln's game too. And they banned the Razor to help protect that safe laner, as probably that would be a Nightfall Razor they're banning.
And there's the Void you said it was just going to get banned eventually.
Yeah.
Maybe Naga joins him as well.
Yeah, I don't mind committing. Or I don't mind not committing to the Void that early because, Void can be a little bit tough to work with. And I feel like they lost a Void game. Yeah, that was the last game we cast, yeah. Yeah, he had the Naga game and then the Void game. Okay, yeah. I mean, the Naga, though, like you said, it's been a pretty big one. The Morphling, I think, for DarkSide could be really strong, right? With the Lincoln's hero, can carry the game, physical damage, high mobility. If they pick Morphling, does BetBoom just do anything that really ruins them? I feel like that looks pretty good.
Yeah, what would it be? It would be
Darkseer Tiny.
Darkseer. Oh, that sounds good.
Yeah. They banned the Tide instead. Okay.
If they ban Razor Tide, that makes me feel like it's going to be a melee hero, like an Ursa or something.
Yeah, definitely leaning that way with those bans. But it's all just a trap. So they can pick their Morphling.
But yeah, no, it's like this forces BetBoom to ban Ursa, and then they pick their Naga or their Morphling, yeah, something like that.
Genius.
I mean, I used to think TB, but I think this tour TB's at like 45% win rate or something. Like he's pretty hot garbage. We have seen a couple
he
of
won
wins
this morning.
He did win this morning. He looked decent, but I don't know. Just okay, Naga gone.
All right, just getting rid of the Ramses heroes. Well, I guess two fairies also play 2 games of Morphling, so they must feel more confident versus the Morphling than the Naga Siren, which is kind of fair because I think Morphling, actually, they're both really annoying in lane, but Morphling can be easier to deal with on an individual level compared to Naga Siren. Like, she kind of takes over the whole map. Morphling, at least you just got to, like, hunt the hero.
Yeah, it's like he's in the jungle somewhere. Let's go find him. Naga's just hiding in trees, pushing out waves, and you called it. Last pick Morphling for Ramses, but BetBoom.
Well,
they've got
when you only play 3 heroes, That's
fair enough.
Pretty easy.
Just look at his Dota buff. All right, yeah.
All right. So, pacing wise, then DarkSide, that's pretty cool because what I like about Morphling a lot is that depending on how you itemize, you can play different paces. Like, you're not locked in by your hero, whereas heroes tend to have a pretty specific timing that they feel really good at. Yeah. So DarkSide, very well balanced. What am I supposed to see now? Darkseer, right? And then they just win.
You want a Darkseer, yeah, and that means I don't know. Bat Rider for GPK, is that what we expecting? Well, Dragonite. Okay, that's the blink stun.
Yeah. I was actually just thinking. I don't remember Nightfall playing that much Darkseer. But maybe I'm just mistaken.
We've seen it like in every other game.
I know, like every region, everyone's all about it. Yeah, okay, yeah. I'm like looking at his pro career, and Nightfall is not a Darkseer player. He has never played Darkseer in a professional game.
Really?
Yeah. That's hilarious.
That's pretty incredible, honestly.
For an offlane player. He's also never... Wait, is this right? This can't be right.
I mean, I guess he's quite new and young. Like, when did he... 2 or 3 years ago he was in the pro scene?
Yeah, it feels like a long... Yeah, it was only like 2020 when he started on Virtus Pro. And you know what it is that he doesn't have that many matches because of he's only ever played in the DPC season, which is weird to think.
I'm not like third-party tournaments, yeah.
Well, he didn't play in those days where you played a game every like 2 days, or you would play a couple best of 3s, But yeah, apparently he's never played a professional game of Axe or Darkseer.
Incredible.
Or Magnus? Yeah. Okay. Wow. He's only lived a couple short metas. It feels like. He's never played a Brew game? All right, are my stats off here?
I mean, Brew I understand, but Magnus and Axe, Darkseer, they're a little bit out of left field. Well, there we go. I mean, BetBoom, I still lean towards them the way they've been playing recently, but I do like this DarkSide draft. They've got tons of catch. You mentioned the vision that they've got here, enabling the catch, the glimpse, hook shot, maybe even the roar, thanks to Hawks and rocket flares. They should have a draft that can keep Ramses protected in the little pocket of farm behind them while they push these towers. And I really like drafts when you've got 4 heroes that don't care items. this DP Beastmaster Clockwork Disruptor, all they care is level 6. Get level 6, play the game.
Yeah, definitely agree on that one. Disruptor, slight downside is that it obviously feels way better when you're ahead compared to Clockwork. That's one thing about Clockwork is the position 5 can actually get you back in the game. It's pretty hype.
Oh, level 30 Beastmaster DK Focus. That's why they first picked it. First phase for him. Well, here we go. Game 1, best of 3. BetBoom against DarkSide, one of the biggest matches of Tour 1 here for the Eastern Europe DPC. And we can see the odds. Oh, there, up and down. That's and BetBoom against Nemiga. So I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Wait, hang on. It's all
all
jumping around. We'll get them up on the screen, but make sure you head over to EGP as you can double up your deposit with a bonus up to $600 if you know who's going to take this one down. And of course, they're giving plenty of giveaways every 30 minutes or so as we do head into the game. And a quick smoke. Oh, no, I was looking at the observer there. It looked like they were smoked, but I don't think they are. And he's getting themselves out across the map quickly. Get an observer ward into mid. And Radiant placing one up on the high ground down towards bottom.
And no shenanigans here. We have a melee range combo. So, Clockwork can be 5, can be 4, but you're going to probably want your Clockwork laning with your Morphling, your Disruptor laning with your Beastmaster. That's the main reason for doing this. So, doesn't mean that one's necessarily going to be way more farm than the other. Roger will probably just get the farm he needs, and it actually be kind of like two 4.5s likely between the Clockwork and the Disruptor. You get gold from your farm or you don't, but whoa, we got the odds there. Heavy favorites to BetBoom.
Yeah.
I don't know if I value odds here, guys. I'm just saying.
I mean, with this kind of draft, yeah, I think it is pretty good value going 3-1 for DarkSide. They've got the players, they've got the experience. BetBoom definitely on the momentum train, but anything can happen in Dota 2. Like a pause.
Don't give up, guys. Don't give up. Don't give up,
Any
guys.
complaints
Don't
about
give
my
up.
advice can be said to @MottDota. MoutDota. He always appreciates feedback on the bets. I mean, I do on that. Yes.
Poor Mort.
What? Listen, I can't. You don't get to just leave. All right.
You get sucked back in.
Yeah. You just forever there will be the Dota stain upon thee.
I don't know. A couple of weeks ago, I heard Suns fan just telling stories about Mort eating ice cream before bed. Now you're sending him all the angry people.
I gotta keep him in check. Yeah. Fine.
Make sure he's still up and running. Early sentry here from DarkSide. Yeah, they spot Pure Shikuching around, loses a lot of his HP early on. Axes and Thunderstrike, some serious damage early days here in this lane.
I'm really surprised he didn't do the level 1 glimpse. Maybe I guess he can just get level 2 maybe. It does so much damage now. It's actually kind of hilarious. And I feel like versus Weaver it would be really good, but I guess the problem is that maybe you don't get the glimpse at the end because he can just like outrange you just by that little bit.
Yeah.
But
yeah, it's
I would be
weird spell
tempted.
level 1. I can't remember who it was, but I think it was Sheepstick deny casting TI regional qualifiers, and I think it was Eastern Europe. We had a Disruptor go Glimpse level 1, like, kind of by accident. They had a level 1 rune fight, and he went Glimpse, and we were like, oh, this is garbage. Then he went 6-0, glimpsing people and killing them with the damage. It's really, really surprising how much it can do.
It's insanely efficient mana, because you can do 2 glimpses for pretty much every 1 Thunderstrike. And so if you're getting the max range of it, it's very frustrating harass. But the downside is it's got a 24-second cooldown as well. So, it's got trade-offs in a couple directions. I'm still a fan of the level 2 play, though, if you want to grab a level 2. Start spamming it out.
Yeah, that makes sense. How's that mid lane going? GPK 8-2, Death Prophet 8-1. Yeah, looks like it's just a farm trade. I don't see anyone really killing each other unless support rotate in.
I could see maybe if Rebel makes a mistake, which, it can't happen versus Bat. You get a little greedy on one last hit. He kind of bait you in. You keep the stack going. I think it's probably more likely. But then again, then the Siphon starts. You misdid your math on the Bat. You missed something. So definitely feels like it's greed that gets you killed in that matchup.
Like a knife's edge matchup.
Yeah.
Especially when DP has this full wand now. 13 charges on it. Gets a D ward as well. So nice bit of bonus gold there for the Death Prophet. And Pure in that bottom lane consistently sat at half health, but he's got plenty of tangos and regen for himself. And DarkSide will be one to drag the wave back. While up at top, it looks like Save I'm trying to make sure there's no pulls or anything from Roger. Trying to keep that small camp all blocked up. But it's difficult against the clockwork. Oh, he puts a sentry down last second. It does block the camp.
That was pretty good. Well, it's costly, but it'll keep the wave in a nice spot for just a little bit longer. Unfortunately, you know, it is a Morphling, so Ramsey's not really afraid of dying, and they can use that big damage for denies.
Yeah, but Morphling's 8-0, while his DK is 17-8. Nightfall is hammering this lane. His first blood is claimed. Sineko the one to die. DK Fogus has a creep tossed upon him, and Pure here with a Shikuchi forward takes a double kill.
Wow, he just got bugged and right-clicked hard on that disruptor. He took 6 right-clicks, and then the whole time it was just like double bugs, so you're just in trouble the entire time for both them. God, they took so much damage.
I mean, it's 4 minutes in, and the Weaver did 1,200 damage. That's like that's how much Bulba did on a Magnus in a 20-minute game.
Weaver's pretty good. Oh man. But yeah, back to your point, Ramsey needs to find some last hits. That is one thing that Morphling certainly needs. I mean, so what can you do in the lane as Dragonite? You can just stun and deny the range creep. That's pretty annoying. You can also use the Breathe Fire, which is percent base reduction. And so when Morphling is just all agi, it's pretty funny. Oh wait, actually, I almost get Breathe Fire. I'm gonna check.
I don't consider myself the best player.
What are you checking?
Checking if it's base damage or if it's all damage. I always forget.
Ah.
Because between him and Tide, I always get it wrong. Because they both say the same thing, but guys, guess what? They're not the same.
And another kill for that safe lane, and Pure stick charges are up, and they get the avalanche onto Sineko. This bottom lane is a disaster now for DarkSide. 4-0 start, and Weaver getting everything. Pure is going to be so overfarmed this game.
Yeah, he's having a fantastic start. Can confirm it is all damage, so all bonus damage as well for Breathe Fire. So that's pretty hype.
Well, are BetBoom winning all 3 lanes? I guess we call mid a draw, but both of the side lanes feel like resounding victories for BetBoom.
Yes. Yeah, the numbers do not lie in this case.
Nope. No. Might be time for Ramses to dip into the jungle for a bit. Roger's trying to pull here, but Clockwork not having too much impact. And now we can start thinking about 6 minutes in, rotations towards runes, guarding that mid lane, getting GPK a bit more active. He doesn't have Lasso at level 6, 303 build for him. But with a telekinesis and a drag back, they could get a catch onto this DP or Disruptor who's moved in.
I will also confirm to you out there that Tide Hunter does not reduce bonus attack damage. That's why my confusion's there. Because they both say the same thing.
Just base on Tide?
Radiant's
Yeah,
middle
it's just
tower
based on
is
Tide.
under
So it's still really good versus Morphling. But
by diving,
you know,
right, the Clock and Disruptor really want it, but they don't have Glimpse. Of course, they don't have Hook Shot, so they can't really catch up. And bottom lane, DK Fogus, the Beastmaster left isolated down here. He's pretty tanky with his Helm of Iron Will, and he will not die. Pure and Toronto Tokyo giving it a good old try. But BetBoom, they guard middle, they make sure the bottom lane is pressured, and this movement from DarkSide doesn't come to anything.
I think what looks so good to me right now from BetBoom is that Pure is also just doing like the 1-3-1 build on the Weaver. Like he's still maxing Shikuchi. I feel like sometimes you see people do like this like double swarm to get these kills in the lane, and then maybe it bites them a little bit later. But he's still gonna be very survivable when the rotations start coming because he's maxing Shikuchi. So yeah, Weaver. I think the problem with this hero is that if you don't get these kills in lane, it just doesn't feel great compared to a lot of the other heroes in the patch right now. But one thing that he is going for him is that he's very good at pressuring versus the Boris, which we've seen the whole time. He's very good at capitalizing when he has good supports with him as he starts to wrap around here for Toronto Tokyo again. And, you know, all his items are really good. Maelstroms, broken item right now. Falcon Blade, pretty good.
Yeah.
Oh, Toronto Tokyo.
Cross back onto the Shikuchi. Suneko's here now, though, as Ramses dies up top to Nightfall. A kill on the Morphling's a big one, thanks to the help from Save. But yeah, these kills for the Weaver really remedies his mid-game, because it often feels like he's often waiting for that additional item to be strong. Super late-game Weaver is incredibly powerful, but getting to that point can be a bit of a struggle. So once you make sure that you have that good early game, and he's already got Javelin 7.5 minutes in, you're looking good to be able to really push that forward.
It's the Wind Ranger syndrome, right? It always feels like you just need one more item, and then my game will be good. It's the same thing when you play Weaver.
Yeah, that's a good analogy there. feels very similar. So we're looking at this game, and it feels like the grasp on it is very firmly in the hands of BetBoom. What does DarkSide have to do or wait for? Because I liked their lineup once they hit level 6 and start team fighting and pushing towers. But when your Disruptor and Clock are so far behind, how do you get there?
That is the key, isn't it? Because right now they're both wandering around the runes. And so they have an Exorcism. They're probably just going to push it with the illusions, insta-pop the Exorcism, and yeah, just knock this tower down. Try not to die in the side lanes. They're actually rotating to kill Ramses right now.
They sure are. GPK with boots of travel ready. TP's top. Ramses has... he's got 6 stick.
He looks
raindrops.
pretty dead, Gary.
He's half HP, and they TP the DP up here. They want to try and get aggressive on Nightfall, but he immediately stuns the Clockwork. Wrap around from GPK and save. It's still on the right-hand side. Aiming for Roger. They see the Death Prophet, trying to wait out the Exorcism as long as they can. And with a Firefly and Napalm stacking up on Roger, it looks like he's going to get burnt down and Fade bolted out of the game. Now, no lift. No real catch outside of the Dragon Tail, and the DP's fast enough with the Windblaze Treads to back up. Does DarkSide bring another hero up here? Seneko wants to bodyguard Ramses, but I feel like it's jungle time for him.
Yeah, it's time to go. And a little mistake there from Roger. He had Fairy Fire and 10 charges on a stick, and didn't pop it. I mean, I thought he was going to live too, but the Rubik Fade Bolt was like just close enough. Like, I thought he was out of range as well.
They want Nightfall. Level 2 Dragon Blood, 9 Wand, and Strength Treads. Good luck, have fun killing him. Glimpse him back into the cogs, it's a good move. But Nightfall's still at half HP, he's just so incredibly tanky. He's looking to walk back to his tier 1, and yeah, he's perfectly fine.
I don't consider myself the
We
best
cast
player.
all our spells. I repeat.
Fall back, team.
Yeah. Regroup. Meanwhile, 15 HP regen a second. Very hard to go for a second attempt on him.
And the one upside to all this is the DP's having a good game. Top of the net worth, having taken tier 1 mid. We've definitely seen DarkSide in their series against VP, right? Rebel had a lot of struggles.
Yes. He got stomped mid. Twice. I think... Was it both times versus Tiny, or was it
Ember?
Either way, it did not go well. Oh, that's right. Yeah.
He was Tiny against Ember, and then he was something else against Ember. I think Squadix had it. Maybe I'm incorrect. But Squadix was very good that series.
Yeah.
And yeah, no real way to play into bottom against the Weaver, so Pure with this Maelstrom going to be accelerating very quickly. Radiant scan into the Dire Ancients, and they're smoked up with GPK and Toronto Tokyo. High ground observer's going to come out from the Tiny. They see the Beastmaster. And with the lasso Firefly, DK Focus is just like, okay, turn and roar. They don't get the lasso out, but in comes Pure. Beastmaster drops it lower, and they've got the cash in onto the Death Prophet as well. Rebel tried to save his buddy, but going to be falling here. Top net worth of the game now drops to second place and gives all that money over towards BetBoom.
Well, that was devastating. They just run on in there, put the ward down. I thought Dire had the vision this game. Beastmaster, Clockwork, you know.
And poor Roger. And poor Tower.
It's 9-0. Did I do it right?
No, you don't say the 2. You say 9-0.
Yeah, I know. I knew I'd missed it. I missed that the second I did it. I decided I want to do nil halfway through.
Yeah. Almost had it.
Oh, it's supposed to be... Oh, it's not going to be anymore. They turned that bagel into a breadstick.
Is that one of you? Is that an AC-ism?
Yeah,
okay.
An AC-ism, yeah.
The sticky wickets get split.
Yeah, that's a good one, too.
Ramses, careful. Save and Nightfall up here. And what's stolen? Attribute shift.
Oh, yeah. Beefy. You thought DK was tanky? Just ignore the 2 armor, all right? Just
1,700 HP. And time to buy a buckler.
I'm huge.
It's just always so funny his attack speed when you've strength shifted in the Rubik. You're like, ugh.
Yeah. Get a Philosopher's Stone as well, and you're just
oh, God. So DP used Exo. They got the tower, go into the jungle, but no further forward moves. We're still waiting to see this. I was going to say, we're still waiting to see Hookshot and Static Storm. I mean, Roger is still level 5.
Yeah. This is a painful experience on Clockwork. I've been there. It feels like your lane's just terrible. You tried to help your core, but it's better that you just leave, so you're rotating, but your rotations just don't hit. It's not perfect to rotate early as clock before level 6, but it's definitely viable, so sometimes you almost get baited into doing it, because you're like, okay, if they just get like one slow mid, I can get my battery cell on, it'll be fine. Then you die a couple times, things don't work out, and suddenly your battery cell creeps, which I have to say, massive improvement over old Clockwork. You didn't used to be able to do this. The double damage to creeps was such a humongous buff. You know, you can smoke yourself right now, you just kill a whole creep wave. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Mid lane.
Yeah, Nightfall's Blink Dagger. Oh, let me
Oh,
hook
no!
shot. He just
I'm
got
still
it.
level 5. I don't have it.
Oh, no. Dragged back into the fire. Roger cages himself. And this is BetBoom's biggest strength. The 4-man group up while Pure is still aggressively attacking enemy Ancients to kick out the Beastmaster.
Gary, I think that was also DarkSide's biggest strength too, unfortunately.
What, hitting level 6 on clock?
Well, aren't they just supposed to do the same thing? Group up as 4 while Ramsey farms?
Yeah, pretty much.
No. When the other team is doing the same game plan, but way, way better.
Yeah, I mean, what, 30 seconds till Exo's ready. I kind of want to see them smoke up together and play forward, but yeah, they're getting jumped. Seneko caught out with Dragon Tail Telekinesis, and Toronto Tokyo with the Avatos combo brings the remaining 2 to about half health. Do we see another go here? Nightfall has Blink in 4 seconds, but they've just bullied back Roger and Rebel all the way behind their tier 1.
Meanwhile, Pure's, yeah, just massive right now. 1,000 gold towards the next item purchase.
Yeah, Beastmaster, you wanted to finish off your helm. Okay, good luck.
Oof. Oof. And, well, how's Ramsey's doing? Is eyeing up the shard. Okay. That's safety.
Radiant are scanning.
He's not doing awfully. But this
Dire's
move
middle
feels incredibly
tower is
important for
under attack.
DarkSide right now. They're 4K behind. They've got all their spells ready. And they can execute these team fights and just blow up multiple heroes in the blink of an eye. It's just a matter of
kill Weaver, though.
Even with Static Storm and Hookshot and Roar.
I think the problem is, yeah, if they manage to get the Roar, yes.
All of their spells.
Don't give
Only
up.
if they get the Roar. But in my eyes, what happens is Roger hook shots in. Like I feel like whoever Roger attaches to will not be close enough to get a Static Storm off. Like if it's the Weaver, there's just I don't see a world in which, unless he was running away from where the disruption is also going, then maybe they can like, do some crazy play that works.
It looks like BetBoom just have the soul read on them. They completely evacuate that bottom part of the map. They swiftly move up top, making sure the smoke comes to nothing. I think Roger moved in front of the outpost when the smoke expired, so some pings came out of BetBoom saying, hey, Clockwork's down there, so the rest of them probably are as well.
No, right now he's also on a ward too, so
he is
able to stay safe. That Cryptstorm is almost running out. He might get one more kill with it here though, but it is a lot of damage.
Oh, hookshot to safety.
Okay.
But
nice.
now hookshot's down for a minute, right?
Well, yeah, but you know, it's okay.
He's alive.
He can flare some creep waves. Ooh, battery cell steal. Nice.
It's powerful.
3 points in the arcane already. God, what a spell.
Oh, man, it's so difficult for Seneko. Already kind of losing out in the warding battle, he's just spamming out observers, and they're getting spotted as he tries to deward his top jungle. And they've got some decent ward coverage in areas that they would like to fight, but BetBoom are just completely avoiding those areas. they're not going into top jungle or ancients anymore. They're very focused now on getting the key items they need to just win the game. You know, BKB Weaver, BKB DK, and BKB Bat is already here. He's aiming for Blink Dagger next. Once you have this trifecta of BKBs, it kind of feels like the fights play themselves.
I love that idea to go triple BKBs right now, because I think the best thing for DarkSide is to just get Ramsey the Aegis and go for it relatively soon, like maybe even before BKB. Probably use like Helm the Overlord to help take the Roche. And I think that fight looks okay for you before BKBs. You know, you can kind of hold the area. They fight into you. You have Glimpse, Hookshot, Cogs. You can disrupt the... It won't be necessarily an easy fight, but at least it's winnable. I feel like across the map right now does not feel very winnable. But if the BKBs are there, there's no way they win that Roche fight.
Oh. Seneko TPing top. I don't know if he's trying to defend his ward, but he glimpses save. A millimeter of movement from him, and now Seneko getting moved back in towards the Batrider. Quick Firefly over the top. DP used Exorcism for this fight as well, but it doesn't look like DarkSide are going to be able to continue it. And do they know where Ramses is? Oh, the hookshot in, crossword. He tries to find GPK, but then we've got the BKB TP. Knowing that hookshot's down, DK focus too far away. No Raw ready. Doesn't get it in.
Bit painful. Unfortunately, there they weren't able to secure that, but in the end, not the worst loss. Lots of movement across map for BetBoom in order to just give themselves a disruptor kill. Seneko was really hoping that the positioning from save was worse there and that the glimpse was going to be good, but instead the glimpse just sent him to the high ground, so then he was just dead.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, and here comes the killer blow. What does Tiny have? He's got not a full staff yet. Didn't opt for the Blink Dagger, but a smoke up with his Rubik and the Dragon Knight. Knowing they've got Blink Stun, Telekinesis, and there's no Exorcism here for DP. And it's a quick snatch and grab kill around the Roche pit, which could lead to an attempt. They don't have the best heroes for it, so it looks like they're aiming for map control rather than that objective.
Yeah, probably just not worth it at this point. Oh no.
DarkSide. He glimpses in the Batrider and just gets grabbed again.
I love the aggression that they're coming out with. That's very Team Spirit-esque, of course, when Tron Tokyo was there. This idea of just like not going for the Roche necessarily when it looks free, but just like continuing to pressure. It's like, oh, there's another pick off. Like trying to attack your opponent when they're off balance, knowing that there's no way that they're already at a disadvantage. One of the best ways to keep pushing and pressuring that disadvantage is to just like stagger the kills like that. They can never group up, never smoke together, go for that big defense. All right, he's going for the angle play. So Roger's smoking, TPing to the stride, and he flared from the other way, so they think he's over there.
Oh, clever boy.
So he was hoping that they would keep roaching.
He's gonna
sit smoked above it.
Oh, there's no one there. But yeah, that move from Seneko, like from our perspective and viewers' perspective, we see everything, right? It looks a little bit weird, but Seneko's expecting.
Oh, they know.
Oh, they kept the catch on the clock.
Dude, Toronto, you pinged it.
No steals from Roger.
He said he's right there, and he was smoked the whole time, but it was just from that last flare.
But yeah, Seneko was expecting like 4 heroes in Roche, and that's the one pushing a wave, right, to make a little bit of pressure. If that's alone, maybe they can force a BKB or they get a kill. But the fact there are 4 heroes around the Batriders make it impossible for him. Yeah, you stun that Granite Golem.
Get that gold.
Now Weaver with Aegis. BKB and a double damage room bottled up. What is he, 5-0-2? He was 4-0 in the first 6 minutes. And then very, very happily farming away for the next 20.
Is Ramses happily farming, or is he like sad farming?
Oh, he's sad. Guys, why am I 1v9? What's happening?
I've almost got 200 CS, guys. Are we winning?
Hey, you guys created space, right? You pushed all the towers?
Yeah. Are you guys winning the 4v4?
Oh, DK Fogus. Lassoed up and dragged into Pure. They get the roar on the Weaver. And he's going to climb that Kikuchi. He's perfectly fine.
That would have been so sick, though. Like, if a flare had have gotten the Aegis right there, that actually would have been pretty huge for them. That was a nice attempt with the roar. I would have not wanted to waste it. But, I mean, I'll only be down for 30 seconds when it respawns anyway.
Yeah, good point.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I just felt, oh my god, look at those odds now, 9 to 1. The value's increased, but I don't know if it's that valuable anymore.
Did you hear what happened in the recent NFL game?
No.
Where a guy, he bet 1.4 million on 99% odds for a total gain of 11K. Yeah.
I did see that, yeah.
Guys, it could happen, all right? Because he lost.
Yeah.
Which means you could win.
Gets annihilated. Second kill of the game here for DarkSide, but Nightfall, Save, and Pure. They're stampeding over to that left side of the trees. And the Weaver aiming for Seneko, trying to bring down the Disruptor, but Ramses and Rebel, they're able to hold their line. Nightfall will find that kill on clock. And a Static Storm going to try and zone him away. Does catch Pure on the very edge, but Ishiguchi's out without wasting ages. And Nightfall's in with GPK. Their BKBs allowed to play onto Ramses and Disruptor. The damage over time is too much to withstand. Ramses Seneko about to drop. And a huge fight here for BetBoom. Oh, they only lose the Tiny. Getting the DKs away, and DK Focus has walked into his own demise. Pure chased him into the trees. In comes Nightfall yet again for another double kill. Onto Pure.
Yeah, I'm sensing a pattern here too, Pure. I gotta say,
look at those
22
numbers.
to 2, and a lot of damage. Look how much damage they did on the Dart. Like that, Ramses was working pretty hard there. Almost 4K damage by himself.
Oh, Roger.
But it's a really well set up fight there from BetBoom. Just, you know, playing the game really well, using the Aegis to get a further advantage here in this match. They're doing everything right now.
They feel untouchable. Then you add in a Rubik having Gem means the vision here for Seneko, that battle he's been having with Save becomes even more challenging. Oh. Yeah, it felt decent when DP took mid tier 1, went down to bottom, took the tier 1 there, and they opened up that area of the map, but BetBoom never let them play in it. Beastmaster was by his tier 1 the entire time. So yeah, kind of curious thinking back. Ramses never came to fill the vacuum bottom, which we usually see from position 1s like Morphling. He was too afraid.
Yeah, I think Pure was just a little bit too strong, and you know, more of like jungle's pretty quick as well, so I think that was sort of okay, that positioning, but I think that in the end, DK Focus just lost his lane too hard, and it kind of comes back to this idea of this this Weaver pick really helping. Just a solid hero with the items that are good right now, but needs that little bit of extra boost, and in a game where you know that you're going to win that lane this hard. Just
a catch
play there.
Ramses into Weaver mode, Shikuchiing away. Pure and Toronto Tokyo can't catch up to him this time. Oh, but maybe Save can. No, he can't.
He's close.
Oh, no, I've just noticed, I like that on the overlays, showing the cooldowns of some long cooldown ultimates and spells. So Exo's just come back up, 13 seconds for Lasso, and Dragon Form, quite some time remaining, just under a minute.
Another attempt here from DarkSide.
Is this their last attempt? Lose this fight?
It just might be.
GG, nice hook shot. They've caught up the Reaver, but he's got BKB if he needs it. Static Storm is down as they try to aim for Toronto Tokyo, killing off the Tiny to start things off. Now you've got to fight into the rest of BetBoom, though. It looks like they're going to disengage, just let the Tiny die, as Dire have spent every single ultimate that they had to kill a position 5 Tiny. Oh.
That does not feel great. There's also a DK building a Scotty.
What?
Yeah.
I guess Morphling that.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Instead of going Eggs, he just goes Scotty. Kind of comical.
That's not bad.
Go Manta too. Like plenty different choices here, but their one hope is definitely going to be Ramses, and you're gonna make that pretty depressing at this point. Gleipnir as well, next to Pure. Does he have his Lincolns yet? Oh, he opted out. I did see that he had the ultimate orb, and he was gonna go for it. He had the Lincolns queued, but instead he shifted over to the Scotty himself on Ramses.
Ah, I see.
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, that net worth graph. It does plateau a little bit. A bit of a slowdown here from BetBoom. Let's start thinking about that next Roshan. 2 minutes away for the fast spawn. Try and keep tabs on the rest of DarkSide. Make sure they don't get another fight around their ancients like that.
So much of this inability to come back, I think, you can just reference right back to when they decided to do this triple BKB. So think about how I would get back in this game as DarkSide, and it's like, I want to go for a gank onto one of these 3 cores. Because they are decently split up quite a bit, but how can you possibly kill them with their BKBs? It just, you know, it can't be done. They're just going to, like, assuming you need to use the hookshot pretty much to initiate, then there's no BKB cancel. So they're just out of there. I mean, unless you have, like, Beastmaster and Clockwork there, and you manage to get a hookshot into the roar, it's very difficult with how mobile they are.
They're just like scrambling all jets to try and find save, and they've got a lasso mid trying to grab DK Fogos, but I believe that was a glimpse away to save the Beastmaster's life for now. And where's the jump? They've got DK stun, Blink Dagger and Bat in 3 seconds. Well, silence back the Weaver, making sure Pure can't keep giving chase. DarkSide look like they want to continue fighting though.
Yes, they do.
Holding their ground.
10 seconds until the exorcism, so they're trying to see if they can set up something with a glimpse of them going back and forth in that middle area of the map, but just wasn't quite the right time for them, unfortunately.
The DarkSide have Philosopher's Stone? They don't, right? Neither
when
team
you're
does.
really desperate.
Well, it's just I'm looking at Disruptor and thinking, hey, if he gets Aghanim Scepter in the next, 15 minutes or something, maybe there's a chance later on down the line. And Seneca's very poor.
Disruptor players know they get one item. He chose drums. That's it. It's over. You want the eggs? Yeah. That's your one item. Takes a longer time.
Yeah, you're right. Well, Ramses does get a little bit of push down bottom, cutting the wave. So at least a little bit of pressure that has to be dealt with by BetBoom eventually.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Without planting themselves in that northern jungle. Playing around their own vision, waiting for that next Roshan to come. And you know it's BetBoom right now. If you just push 2 of the 3 waves and hold as 5, DarkSide have to come to you eventually.
Yeah, exactly. Someone's going to show up mid to this wave, and we're going to kill them. That's all they're saying on BetBoom right now. Just keep one lane push and the mid lane, and then we'll just eventually kill whoever shows up.
Nice TP from Ramses. Waveform TP from the trees. Made sure GPK couldn't find him, and then TP's down to bottom to try and grab Roger.
All right,
nice,
all right.
There's a space.
He's level... Hey, yeah, Roger's dead. That's fine. Ramses is now level 18. He has the finished S and Y, 20% status resistance. He's got a Scotty. And he's got the morph talents.
They've got the roar on Nightfall. Pure is coming in to save his buddy here. Lincoln's and BKB on the Dragon Knight, but he's still being destroyed by this Scardy Morphling. Now Eclipse back, catching up Pure and BKBs, but a little bit late. Does get the time-lapse off. Half HP still, though. Gets back towards Toronto, Tokyo.
He didn't morph into Weaver. He morphed into Tiny. I thought he was going to morph into Weaver and try and keep up with him. I wonder if he was worried with, like, maybe the Lincolns was back up and he was too worried.
Roche is up. Is this Roche for DarkSide now?
It looks like it.
Ooh, the comeback.
The comeback is very real at this point. Getting that kill on the DK was exactly what they needed. Because Ramsey, level 18 just feels incredible on Morphling when you have this talent. Yeah, the 16-second morph duration. He's still in his tiny form right now.
I haven't known to stop the Roche. So Shard on the Beastmaster. Aegis for the Morphling. Doesn't feel like BetBoom are too bothered by this. They can play the fight as they have been, ignoring the Morphling for the most part and killing everybody else first.
The other thing is that with a Morphling on your team, the Helmet Overlord is really busted. Because it's the, what is it, 18, or what is it now? Yeah, 18% bonus damage for a Morphling. Whew. It's a lot of bonus damage. That base damage.
Yeah, and having the Granite Golem as well, like percentage-based HP. Oh, Nightfall. Yeah. Nightfall jumped in with no BKB. It's 2 seconds still on cooldown. Tossed back from Toronto, Tokyo, trying to find Beastmaster, but he's rolled up Nightfall and killed off the DK. Tiny now, trapped behind enemy lines, doesn't get removed. Buybacks coming out of DarkSide as Pure is inside the cogs in a static store. His BKB's up and they're focusing down the Death Prophet, trying to kill everybody bar the Morphling until the end of the fight. GPK has a lasso as well, but he's just going to flame break back Ramses for a second. Now BKB, and think about continuing on to Roger. Try and catch out the Clockwork as he moved up to the high ground. GPK and Pure still battling away. Ramses in with the Avalanche. There's no time lapse and no Shikuchi. A godlike streak removed, and Ramses.
Oh, he's back.
Oh, he's back into this game now. GPK slow to a crawl and close back into the waiting arms of this Morphling. A monstrous fight there for DarkSide. Huge performance from Ramses, who didn't even die once.
All right, we have to give so much credit to his teammates throughout this entire engagement. Number one, they're trying to ignore the Morphling, so great setup there. But he's constantly getting the Beastmaster aura. Beastmaster eventually dies. He was getting frenzied by the Helm of the Overlord creep from the Ancient Thunderhide, which is nasty on Morphling, and he was just swinging away there. All of this build was set up for getting a Roche and an Aegis, and they actually did it. Because, like, if he doesn't have the Aegis with this build, then he's just going to get lassoed, right?
And die, yeah.
Yeah, he just dies. Like, that's it. Maybe you're managing, like, hook shot or something, but there's 2 Force Staffs, and it's very unlikely. Like, I feel like he literally just dies without Aegis. He didn't go Lincolns or something, right? Like, he's not making it hard to get caught, but because they managed to get the Aegis, it really helps things. And, well, you know, there's no Aghanims on Snako, but there is one on Roger. So, also a very frustrating support once he just gets Ags.
Well, this game has gone from foregone conclusion to very interesting incredibly quickly.
I told you. That's the value. The 9x value.
Especially the one that came up 10 minutes ago, right? It went from 3-1 at the beginning to 9-1.
Yeah, 9x. Jeez, Gary, we should be gamblers.
Damn.
Gary the gambling man.
I mean, yeah, my name's GB, Gambling Better.
Yeah, that's it. That's what I thought. Toronto Tokyo. I keep looking at him, and then it's like this weird disjoint when I see his items. I'm like, oh, right. Because like you see this tiny with this big item. It's Toronto Tokyo. Big, bad, mid-play. Oh, right. 4-step link.
It's a 5, yeah.
I'm a 5. I'm just a teeny, tiny.
I mean, now we've gone from a situation where we're asking what does DarkSide do to what does BetBoom do? Avoid the Aegis until it wears out? Try and pressure, cut waves?
We killed the Batman. Except not the Bat. We just killed him.
Okay. Yeah. So now attack changes from ignore morph to focus morph.
Once he has no Aegis, yeah. And he still has glimpse.
Was that stolen? Yeah, stolen glimpse is still there.
He used that was the same one in that last fight, yeah.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Toronto
attack.
Tokyo is going to get caught up though. Seneko, with the help of his DP buddy. I've got the shard on the Death Prophet as well, giving that a nice little bit of fear over to the Tiny. Oh, 4-stat, drifting, avalanching, tossing, but still dying.
Meanwhile in the mid lane though.
Oh, GPK's caught. Bench being shredded, has to lasso onto the Morphling, but the damage comes too quickly. Pure aiming for the Beastmaster, they glimpse him across and time lapse away, but the hook shot's in. Roger.
He's frenzied again.
He finds the cash. The Morphling just annihilates him.
DK Focus is on with these buffs. He just keeps getting them.
So what is it? 75 bonus attack speed on a Morphling?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's pretty spooky.
Yeah, another 5k damage for Ramses. I'm really excitedly waiting for the endgame score screen to see how, because every fight is like Ramses did 10k damage, 10k damage, 5k damage. He's going to be up there. And now breaking buildings as well. Wait, you just saw the Weaver and you know he bought Daedalus, so I think DarkSide have a pretty good idea. He doesn't have buyback.
I mean, it doesn't feel like a game where you would have been saving buyback. It's hard to get out of that mentality when you're winning early too, you know?
Yeah, we're so strong, guys. We're so strong. Wait, hang on a second. No, now we're not.
Open up the back lines.
They do have this Fade Bolt Breathe Fire combination to try and remove some of the damage from Ramses, but yeah, you're losing your lane of barracks here. Nothing to stop it with 2 of your cores dead for another 15 seconds. Spooky stuff for BetBoom now. Time to smoke up. Go for a play. Doesn't look like it.
What's Ramsey sitting at now? He's chilling at like 2k HP. Doesn't want to get too risky with anything. Going for the Satanic. Okay. He is going to be hard to deal with. He just bought Satanic and still has 3,200 gold. That's an Orchid. Yo, save. Save.
Whoa.
Oh, that's a gamer right there. That's my guy. I would not see that coming if I was Morphling. So he has the Satanic and the BKB now, though. So plus he has, how much stats resistance is he rocking at the moment? He's got 29.6 status resistance.
DP also has Lotus BKB.
Yeah.
And all is cool, but I don't know.
But just lasso.
Yeah, right. There's no Lincolns or anything, right?
Yeah, we just gotta watch that Lotus, but probably still your best bet.
All the flares. They see Nightfall, but Roger hook shot into the backside of DP Focus, now allowing for the stuns onto Ramses. And Morphling gets on the BKB. Tries to set Satanic up in a second here with a Lifesteal, bringing him back to full, focusing down GPK and Pure. The Bat Rider taken down by the Morphling now as the chase is on. DarkSide, they've killed off Bat and Tiny while Pure save TPing home to safety. And DarkSide now the ones in the driving seat completely.
And I think that was lack of Scotty hit on the Morphling, right? So he got lassoed, but there was no Scotty hit because Nightfall was disabled on the Dragon Knight. And so he's obviously, he bought the shard by first item because he was having such a rough game. And lasso's annoying, but if you can just shift through it. I mean, I assume he wasn't silenced. It looked like he got the shift off.
Hey, looks pretty solid.
Radiant's
Another
top tower
melee
is
racks for them as well. Like, Bat
Radiant's
doesn't really
top
want to buy
barracks are
back
under
here.
Radiant's top barracks
40
has
seconds on the
fallen.
sidelines and no lasso for 20.
Radiant's top barracks
They're
has
gonna give
fallen.
up the entire top lane and probably this range racks
Radiant's
mid.
middle barracks are under attack.
Pure's done a decent job shoving out bottom wave, but he's got to be so careful. Rocket Flare trying to scout him out. The Bat does buy back now. Pure going to try cut one more wave. But Roger has the hook shot. He's trying to find Pure. Tries to dust him, but it looks like it just about missed. While up on the high ground, the dive in, killing off Toronto.
Radiant's
Tokyo.
bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom
This
tower
game
has
completely
fallen.
flipped on its head. 11k lead. Mega creeps coming soon. BetBoom, the ones about to drop their first game of the tour. Lasso's on the Morphling though. Roar is there to save him and buy time. The Lotus Orb back up from the stolen Roar stuns the Rubik. While the Morphling, the toss, the kill. They've got Ramses. Rebel gonna TP home, but they've now got the Dragon Tail stun onto the Beastmaster. DarkSide came in to get the Mega creeps, but they will pay dearly for it.
Costly payment from BetBoom though in terms of losing all your racks. There is now an Ags on the DK though, so that's a pretty big deal. Makes them very survivable in some of these fights. And they have the heroes for Megas. It's not like the worst situation, right? Pure's just gonna go for it. He's going for the big guns.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I like the
It's
rapier.
time.
Yeah.
Don't give up,
You
guys.
know,
Don't
how do
give
you
up.
stop a Morphling from regenning like crazy? You kill him.
In the words of our Lord and Savior, Sir Action Slacks, big numbers!
Yeah, big
Radiant are
big
scanning.
Yoshi, big number.
More damage is more damage. I
So
guess
what does he have to
Self
sell to
Falcon
get
Blade.
it? Yeah, that's I was trying to do some quick maths here, you know. What's the total on Rapier these days? 59.50. So yeah, he could sell for it, but they're too busy.
They're looking for a jump down bottom. GP King. A lasso Lotus all back. Beautiful timing. Now the roar onto the DP. The hook shot back from Roger. Catching the Bat Rider under tier 4s. They're still diving and going for this though to kill the clockwork off. 19 seconds for the Morphling to respawn, and he does not want to buy back. But they're gonna look to kill off the Death Prophet now. Under the Ancient.
Oh, come on, you gotta get that.
Oh! There, and he's actually survived. Popped his wand last second and bottles through the remaining bits of damage while Nightfall. He's now the one stuck in here behind the barracks, killed off while BetBoom evacuate the area.
Consider myself.
Oh, he's trying to farm that Rapier. All right.
Are scanning. Radiant's
Oh, he's doing
courier
it.
has been killed.
He just had the gold. That was sick. He had like 2 extra gold.
Perfect.
Here's doing it. He's got the idea. He's got the maths. He passed all his courses. All right, so they successfully get high ground pressure for a moment there, but I like the idea of taking the risk, right? Like, goes for the lasso. It was an excellent Lotus Orb counterplay. Not expecting that to happen, but they managed to catch it. They keep pressuring, keep trying to get that other kill just because they know the Morphling doesn't want to buy back. He barely missed on Rebel. Unfortunately, that creates another roach situation. There's now an Agnum's there as well. Of course, the carry player takes the spoils. But that's okay. It's fine.
I mean, who are you morphing into here? Are you trying to pop the Lincoln Weaver and turn into Weaver?
Being a Weaver is pretty cool.
Because there's also the attack speed reduction as well, right?
Yeah. Of course, it still hits so hard.
Yeah, they're just gunning for tier 4s. Level 3 Exo, cheese on the Death Prophet. Just a couple of seconds to wait for the BKB to be off cooldown. And Ramses, he's breaking buildings. 4 members of DarkSide are smoked in behind the Morphling. And it's down to BetBoom to make the move. They're pinging Ramses and they will jump start. They do get the catch, but the Static Storm comes. DK focus, the roar on the DK, and the focus in onto Nightfall. Great hook shot from Roger as well, but it is... Oh, the battery sword stolen. Maybe Pure can stand his ground and fight this with his BKB at the time lapse, but the damage from Ramses nearly shreds him. Back to Fountain we head. The throne is exposed. They are losing their base, and GG is called. DarkSide take game 1 and a tremendous comeback here. They were down, what, 22-2? And somehow, with one fight, one Roche take, completely swing the game.
It was the last Weaver we ever saw.
Oh.
That was impressive start to this game from BetBoom, but of course, even more so, the impressive resilience there from DarkSide, particularly from Ramses to keep us cool. You know, GPK said it best: just don't tilt. And Ramses, he looked pretty chill. He just farmed up the map, did his thing, recognized that his time would come eventually. But it was crucial that they sniped that Aegis timing, and they managed to get that kill on Nightfall and get the Aegis, or this comeback just doesn't happen.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the numbers, incredible spread of net worth on BetBoom. Everyone, I mean, Pure did lose the Rapier, he was ahead, but everyone has like 18k net worth. And then you look at DarkSide, Morphling was the carry in that match. I was curious to see his damage numbers though. Damage dealt 29k, not as tremendous as I thought it would be. Pure did 10k more damage than him in that game.
I guess Pure maybe was slightly more harassing or something like that, as opposed to Ramsey was just getting the big clicks for the W. There was a lot of kills early as well for Pure that were just like people dying. It's like they weren't really fights.
And Pure ending 13-3-7, but in a loss as DarkSide take game one. We'll have a quick break and return with the rest of the series right after this.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
good wagwan, what's going on? Tell me about me, ping me a text and send the location, I'm there in 10. If you got something on, I'll bring the man them. If you got something on, we'll start skanking. If you got something on and trust us jumping, there's bound to be gal then. Before we reach, I can hear the sound of the speakers shaking the ground. Before we reach, I can see the people and bear drinks spilled all around. Hanging about, banging about, slanging them out, handing them out. Hands in the air and drinking your mouth. Forget where you've been, it's about here and now. Bring this back, rewind the moment, and it's bubbling basically. Bring this back, rewind the moment. You don't know where I've been, I'm from the other side over there in Abyss. Trust me, it's a place you can't miss. You see the girls waving, looking all crisp. Don't hold back. That sounds wow. Wanna hold that with a quick double tap so get large her back and prove that you're bad. What you want to know that? Mad. What you want to prove facts? Sad. Don't try and kill the vibe. We all came to move and have a good time. I want you to know that you can come to me and can say what you mean. Tell me all I need to know and say it's the final ending scene. This one here is a summertime special, and right now it sounds like the best. Where the man them step out in white vests, where the girl them step in maxi dress. This one here is a summertime special, and right now it sounds like the best. When the man them step out in white vests, when the girl them step in maxi dress.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
22-4, an 11k lead, 30 minutes in. It looked like BetBoom had that one in the bag, but DarkSide, some incredible team fights, catches with clockwork. Roger showing how incredible this support hero can be, and Ramsey's morphling Trent. What a comeback!
Yeah. Surely somebody's coming back right now, looking at that scoreline during the break and was like, "Wait, what?" Like I went to go for a shower. I know that's me, right? You gotta have a shower. This game's over. I want to get back for game 2, so I go shower, make my breakfast, come back. Oh, well, that's curious. Yes, curious indeed. Turns out that the Morphling was a great pick. It didn't look so hot about halfway through that game because you're just, you're waiting. Morphling can come online. The question was, would they manage to get all the perfect factors together that allows you to have that big win? And they did manage to get it. So, and you know what, Gary? You know what that comes back to in the game of Dota 2? It's all about vision, my friend. Because vision is how you find those comeback plays. If you can't find the vision, if you can't find the enemy heroes, that kill in a Nightfall that gave them the Aegis, and then the security and the confidence to go for that Roche, all that comes from this vision that they have between the Beastmaster and the Clockwork. It feels great. Makes games a lot easier for you. That was not necessarily an easy game, but they did win it.
Yeah, and it's like the kind of understanding there as DarkSide. They're like, I don't know, a Lego set or something. You've got all the pieces there, and you're trying to put it all together, and then the opponent's, kicking it over and breaking it. But eventually, as long as those pieces come together, you'll make something. Something will be made. And, Beastmaster, you pointed out several times, he had an atrocious time. That lane was, 4-0 to Pure. He got 2 double kills. Beastmaster got trashed. Then he gets his Helm of the Overlord. And you were saying he's just buffing up the Morphling, standing next to Morph with his auras, buffing up with this Thunderhide, and Ramsey's just cruised in these team fights.
Ramsey's did deliver. They did an excellent job of enabling him. Pretty much everyone had some help in some hook shot saved to cancel something to stop from being pulled, or glimpsing one person out of the fight from BetBoom. It was a good 4-player effort to really lift up Ramsey's there. And impressive that it worked so well considering the build he went for. I think it was a really good idea to skip on the Lincolns, to shift over towards the Scotty SNY Satanic, because that does just straight up work better with the Aegis if you can get it, and they did manage to secure that. So really impressive stuff from the entirety of DarkSide there. Not just Ramsey's. So yeah, impressive team play.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. It felt like that game was just completely out of their hands. what were the pitfalls of BetBoom then? Was they were controlling the map? They were so far ahead. What went wrong for them to allow DarkSide back into it?
It feels like it's a little bit of that Weaver syndrome we were talking about. This idea of just like one more item. It's because like when do you want to go high ground as Weaver? It kind of feels like you're still squishy the whole way through. I mean, he had BKB and Lincoln's, and then you're just like, okay, well, they just can't initiate on me like this, and they sort of just needed like maybe one more Aegis. Like if they'd gotten that Aegis, maybe that was it, right? Like maybe that was the exact timing where everything feels good. He'd just gotten the data list. It was gonna be like big damage there on Pure. Then maybe that would have given them the confidence where they would just need one good pick from GPK and the game was theirs. But yeah, they weren't able to keep finding those mid game kills, and DarkSide just took their time for the W.
Yeah,
Good defense.
It kind of feels like you were talking about Disruptor in the draft, how he plays very well when he's ahead and can struggle when he's behind. And once we saw that flip, it became much easier for Snako to be getting glimpses with the help of the hook shot and the cogs. But just thinking back how that game went, it felt like BetBoom's entire draft was a disruptor. They've got an overabundance of catch. They've got Blink DK stun, Blink lasso with Batrider, telekinesis, Blink toss with Tiny, all these ways to jump and catch. But you add in the vision element you were also mentioning from DarkSide. They see this jump and catch coming, and the entire game plan from BetBoom kind of falls apart if things don't get perfect. Go perfectly. Sorry, words. Get
They're
perfect.
very difficult these days, I tell you. It's yeah, it was close. I don't know. BetBoom, I'm sure we'll be able to shake it off. Maybe just what would I change? I don't know. They banned the Void and the Naga. I mean, Ramsey's just got one of his 3 heroes. That's fine. I don't really think that's an issue. I do think the Beastmaster is worth considering, though. I think Death Prophet again takes another win, by the way. This hero has looked incredible, at least for our region. I always am confident in this hero. I think 3 or mid. Seems like most matchups go really well for her in the mid lane these days. She was never a mid laner that relied heavily on the small camp as well. Like she didn't really get that much bonus from it compared to some of the other heroes. And
Storm
so I think
and
TA, Storm TA, even Lena, I think, probably misses that a little bit. But DP's just like, I just want to hit your buildings. So that early pressure still seems really strong. But yeah, I would probably either ban the DP or the Beastmaster, but maybe not both.
Yeah, it feels like if there was something I would change from BetBoom's draft, it would be either the Bat or the DK, and try and get a hero that breaks up high ground or pushes towers a little bit more consistently. Because Dragon Knight, he can when he's kind of left alone in a lane, but the rest of his game plan is that Blink stun. He doesn't want to be walking up high ground to hit towers. And yeah, we saw that move late on in the game, right? From BetBoom, where they went towards the bottom tier 3, trying to get the jump into base and then the push.
Yeah.
Because they couldn't naturally just push. They needed that catch, kill, move forward, and then break the towers down. As we do move into game 2 here, draft already on our screens. Tiny, Lesh, and Lena being banned out. So that DP Beastmaster, both of them left in.
I would also say that GBK Bat, not my favorite.
Yeah.
In terms of like the way we want him to play, I think that is a hero that doesn't really suit him, in my opinion. It's also one he hasn't actually played all that often all time compared to his other ones. GBK, like Ember, obviously, is the one that he's always going to go to. How many Bat games does he even have?
It feels like not many.
It is not many. Let's see. Bat Rider. I can use Control F, guys. I'm pretty advanced.
yes.
That was his 8th Bat Rider game.
Wow.
Yeah.
At the end of that draft, it felt like, in my head, I was thinking, oh, this Batsman against DP should be okay, but then I didn't want GPK on Bat. And it was a Dragonite last pick, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll see what they change up here, as they do grab the Death Prophet first up. This could be GPK, could be Nightfall. Very solid opener. And DarkSide, they're going to go back for this Beastmaster. A lot of success outside of the laning stage for them in game 1.
Yeah. I wonder if they will ban the Weaver. I think that would be really interesting to see. Like that would give us good insight into how powerful they think that matchup actually is, or if they just think that maybe a couple misplays happen. Because sometimes it's not just the straight up 1-to-1. Sometimes you just make mistakes. Stuff happens. It's fine. That's Dota.
Yeah, I'm also wondering about the Rubik. Like, do you pick Rubik now, or do you let BetBoom potentially pick it, thinking maybe you can ban it in second phase? Because it feels like Rubik's one of those heroes that flexible across position 4 and 5, very good at stealing these big ultis like Roar or Exorcism. and just repositioning your opponents.
Yeah, I think it plays really well with Beastmaster as well. Like, because there's not a lot of great, I don't know, pairings with Beastmaster. Feels like Rubik is definitely a strong one though. You just like Fade Bolt, Axis. Like I feel like a lot of people end up leaving the Beastmaster more so alone than other offlaners. They don't play that well together. But I think when you have the Rubik there, it can be a very good wave control. So, but they go for the Ench on the earlier end of this one instead.
It was banned last game, wasn't it? I was wondering what that was, and they straight up first pick it here. Ready to show us, and an early sniper for BetBoom.
That's a pure
probably,
special.
Yeah, probably pure hero, right? That's definitely one that he shone some light on several months back. He's like, this is the hero, guys. The hero of the patch, the hero of TI.
And they end up banning the Bat Rider right away. Start taking care of some of those GPK heroes here as they are also on that same wavelength there on DarkSide of like, yeah, it's pure. He's probably playing the sniper. Sure, maybe it'll wind up being GPK, but come on. We're all fairly certain this will be pure. Probably going to be Nightfall on the Death Prophet, but that could also be GPK as well. So that's obviously one benefit here is that maybe you're going to be forcing out all these mid bans either way.
So
but
when you've
DarkSide, oh, what's that?
Yeah, when you got a sniper DP, do you want to ban like the Roger Clockwork, for example?
That sounds pretty good to me.
And
I
then
was like
from
having
that
it versus the snipe.
Yeah, then from that train of thought, what's happened to Nyx Assassin? Because that was a hero that was incredibly powerful, and I don't think I've seen it this tour.
We might have had. I feel like we might have had one, but I've also been watching a lot of the other regions. I've definitely seen it, but yeah, you're right. We certainly have not cast very many, if there have been any at all. Definitely feels great versus the sniper. I always love getting the carapace on the shrapnels. Feel like there's not really much sniper can do versus that. Tough to get the mobility sometimes on that hero. Can be a little bit of a struggle to get to that first item.
He's been replaced by Ricky. I think that's the simple answer.
That's true.
And then where has Ricky been in Eastern Europe? You know, watching Western Europe and China, every other region, it's Ricky. Southeast Asia is just spamming Ricky every game.
Yeah. I'm not as Ricky pilled. I don't know. It seems it is good. I feel like sometimes the cost before the shard is kind of high, depending on what the pairings with the hero are. I feel like I need to make sure smoke screen's going to be really strong before I want to see the Ricky.
I think it was Tundra showing yesterday. They had what? They had like Naga, Zeus, Ricky, and basically an entire draft that just played the map, right? You've got Ricky like scouting and hunting, Naga cutting waves, Zeus dewarding and shoving out. When you've got that kind of draft and you're creating these bits of map which are uninhabitable for your opponents, then it's very scary.
Well, two more Ramsey's heroes taken out here. The big two for sure, being the Morphling and then Naga Siren. So
is it Sven time?
Yeah, that's right. Well, that was the first game, right? Yeah, this does look like the Sven lineup, that's for sure. Some armor versus Death Prophet and Sniper doesn't hurt.
Yeah.
Not that you can right-click Ench anyway, I guess. So it's always nice.
Yeah, Blink Carrier, jump on Sniper. I mean, there's the potential for Spectre to come out later on in this draft as well. We've seen her pop up from time to time against the snipers. It's gonna depend on her lane though. I'm assuming Ench Beastmaster will be laning together and just shoving that bottom tier one as quickly as possible.
Yeah, very possible. But the Rubik's still in, so they could do like a Spectre or something. Put the Ench with the Spectre. Put the Rubik with the Beastmaster. That could actually be all right. And they ban the CM, so that probably puts the Ench in the off lane, right? Yeah. That would be logical. Would be devastating. CM would be so happy, just freezing boars and creeps the whole time. Don't want to deal with that.
The six mango maiden.
Yeah.
Right, DarkSide. Where are you going? You got your offlane Beastmaster, 4 Ench.
Worth noting that Save is the one drafting. Has he been drafting the whole time?
I think so.
That's kind of funny.
I'm not
sure.
I
thought it was Toronto Tokyo. I'm not sure either.
Now you've said that, it feels like maybe Toronto Tokyo did the first couple of games and now Save's doing it, but not entirely sure.
I mean, they're all together anyway, so it might just be like literally he wasn't at his computer. You never know, right? And hey, it's not a Clockwork. It's going to be an Earth Spirit. All right. Uh-oh.
Cool.
Oh, no. Okay, I have issues here. So my issue is, what hero is going to lane with this Earth Spirit? Because you know what's going to happen? They're going to pick Troll Warlord or something. I don't know. That's what I feel like is going to happen. That's what my brain says. I'm gonna see like a Ramses troll or something. So, well, if you're not gonna take Clockwork, we are. And they
And the
instantly
Hoodwink.
grab two very powerful supports, Clockwork and Hoodwink. Very similar in a lot of ways. Clockwork a little bit more control, whereas Hoodwink is a little bit more damage. And yeah, that's a frightening duo, I gotta say. It's almost like a Lion Shadow Shaman thing going on here. I don't know. Feels kind of similar, you know? It's like they're very close to each other, but they're not quite the same. Okay, Ramses NP. All right, so the reason why I pointed out the troll is that I feel like it had to be something that is able to succeed with an Earth Spirit in your lane, right? And Troll Warlord to me lets you play any hero's position 5, but you know he's a game loser. But Nature's Prophet's a game winner, so this looks pretty strong.
Yeah, and you want a hero that can also either A, leave the lane, or B, play the lane alone when Earth Spirit's like level 3 or 4, right?
Yeah.
Like 4, 6 minutes, whatever it is, the rune control moments, Earth Spirit's going to be like, I'm heading mid. Hope you're okay up there, Ramses. Nature's Prophet can do that with like wave dragging thanks to Treants, or even just TPing bottom to. Oh god, that's actually incredibly scary. Prophet can TP into this Beastmaster end lane and just hardcore push.
And they're getting rid of the dead laners. Maybe Timber and Tree. I think Timber would be really good for BetBoom, right? That seems kind of perfect. Am I crazy?
Oh, it looks very good. Like,
yeah, I'm definitely banning Timber next.
I mean, you've got no magic damage, right? Or no straight up pure, like magic snap damage.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like that's the next ban. And then DarkSide likely still need ourselves a rebel hero here. Maybe like a. What are they missing?
I still wanted like a Storm Spirit or something. I need someone that goes with the Earth Spirit to get on top of the sniper. It's all, it's fine having Earth Spirit rolling in and TPing in from Prophet to try and catch out sniper, but once he's got Force Staff or help from his Clockwork or Concussive Grenade to push him around, actually killing him off could be problematic.
Storm, or maybe even like Void Spirit looks kind of cool here because you have like the multiple options of movement versus like cogs and everything. I mean, you have the zips on Storm, but I'm just thinking things like Storm getting like silence and everything, whereas maybe you could go like Yules early on the Void Spirit. That'd be kind of cool. Oh, they banned the Doom instead.
There's also Centaur as well, right?
Yeah,
For
Centaur will give a
BetBoom.
lot of space to it makes DP and Sniper's game very good when you get to the mid game.
Yeah, just having Stampede.
Yeah.
They've also picked Nature's Prophet into Hoodwink. So there's going to be lots of trees around for Hoodwink to bushwhack people into.
Slightly troublesome. They have some great choices left here for Nightfall. I gotta say. I hope they don't do like DP offlane or something. I feel like there's a good chance of a strong offlaner here. Like, I guess Nightfall Doom is definitely one of his best heroes, so it kind of makes sense why he went for the ban there. They go for the Dawn instead to try and counter some of those global options from the Nature's Prophet instead. I think Dawn in lane does really well versus Nature's Prophet as well, right? Because you have the hammer for the trees, you can like swing around, lots of AoE damage. Okay. It's also an amazing combo with Hoodwink. Oh my god, you guys want free MMR? Just play this lane. Oh, so easy.
Just infinite damage.
Except you can't mess up the hammer thing. That's the one thing you gotta learn.
Well, don't
you gotta,
break the
you gotta do
tree.
your don't break the tree. You gotta do your spells in the right order.
So that means it's going to be the GPK Death Prophet, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Unless we're in something real crazy.
So then what do you want against a DP mid? Nothing. You don't want to lane anything against DP mid.
Oh.
Tinker?
Didn't see that one coming. Beastmaster Tinker?
Ooh. Beastmaster Nature's Prophet Tinker. Oh, that's nasty.
That's kind of a bold game, though, isn't it? Like, Solar Guardian plus Hoodwink and Clockwork? That's a lot of cash.
It is. But if you've got... See, this is the thing, right? Clockwork is reliant on the hero being alone and under vision.
Yeah.
When you've got Beastmaster summons, Enchantress summons, Nature's Prophet summons, there's going to be these swarms of armies that Tinker can use as, like, cannon fodder. Put them in front of him, make sure he doesn't get caught by a stray hookshot or anything. I don't know. I like the fact they've got really strong tower push and pressure from the Tinker to be able to actually team fight around this Earth Spirit and Nature's Prophet. Yeah, like, if everything goes well for DarkSide, this draft is incredible. But as soon as like something falls to the wayside, or someone doesn't get the right farm, or one incorrect itemization, then I think BetBoom have a much simpler draft to execute.
And as you can see there, looks like EGB thinking the same here on the odds. Our sponsor for this event here, 1.2 to the 3.5. So heavily favoring BetBoom. But yeah, I got to say, DarkSide, they got some good choice options here. The main timing that I've seen lately, I watched quite a few Tinker replays just to get a handle on this hero because he seemed really strong. And I was kind of wondering why we didn't see it more often. So like the big thing to me is he gets the blink, right? And then it's like, how many kills can you snowball off of this blink? And who else is ready to fight with you when you get that blink dagger? And he has 4 allies that are readily available to make those kind of plays at that timing. So that'll certainly be the big moment. Then it'll all come down to how good the response is and the counter initiation that comes from the Clockwork, the Hoodwink, and the Dawnbreaker. Because they're going to be the 3 who are going to try and break up those fights.
Yeah, right. Because BetBoom, they're going to get pushed. They're going to lose towers. Yeah. And then when they're responding to that, they can't just send an individual hero. It can't just be the Death Prophet pushing out a wave or a Dawnbreaker there. So I think coming back to your point about having that Solar Guardian is incredibly useful now, as well as on top of this Tinker pick, having that ability to add another layer, another hero into the fight if someone does get jumped.
Yeah.
Don't give up, guys. Don't give up.
It's kind of like if you pick Timbersaw, Timbersaw is really good at just holding that one lane the whole time. But the problem with Timbersaw versus this kind of lineup would be that everyone else is just dying on the other side of the map and you can't rotate to do anything. Whereas Dawnbreaker, you can sit, you can farm up that lane, you can Solar Guardian into the fight and then TP back down. So you're a little bit better in handling some of this global pressure and map movements from your opponents. So that's a good choice by them. I do think Timber is stronger in other areas. Like he would have done better in the lane, but you can't really give away the whole game just trying to win a single lane here. Also, I didn't know Roger was a Grandmaster Earth Spirit player. I was not aware that he was so into this hero. So this gives me a lot more faith in this pick now.
Yeah, it was one of his big ones. Was it back on Na'Vi? And he's played for so many different teams. It's like it's a struggle to think back. Like 2 years ago, he was on Na'Vi or something. Yeah, played it a fair amount. He was one of the only. I don't know. Earth Spirit is still one of those heroes that I feel is very player specific, and he's always been one that's like on the cusp of being in the same sentence as Crit.
The battle
guarding this bottom rune with 4 heroes. Make sure they do grab 2 of them. And welcome to the zoo. Enchantress, Nature's Prophet, Beastmaster.
Yeah, that's really funny. You don't play Earth Spirit for 3 or 4 months, and suddenly I'm just wiped from my brain, huh? Played it a lot in the regional qualifier though. That was the last time. Like 4 months ago, he spammed it 4 games straight. But other than that, he actually hasn't played it for a year. Oh my god, I'm going back like a year plus. That's crazy. So he just went wow. So it's still his 2nd most played hero. But other than the qualifiers for TI, in which he played 4 games, I'm still going back. I'm still going back.
And that was when he was on BetBoom, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm 12 pages deep trying to find another Earth Spirit game. Back before that, it was February 21st, 2021.
And was that when he was on
last
Na'Vi?
Played a game. Yeah, when he's on Na'Vi.
Wow.
That's crazy. Man, that's wild that it's still his 2nd most played and he hasn't played. He played 4 games in a year. Damn. That's a hero of the the flavors. You only get to bring him out every once in a while, I guess.
Is this the draft for it? Yeah. My Clockwork. Has he gone? Yeah, he's gone. I'll pick the Earth Spirit then. And this top lane is just relentless from BetBoom. They're going to get themselves first blood already. A kill onto DK Fogus. It started off a minute ago where Toronto Tokyo and Pure, they just charged forward, took Ancient Beastmaster to half HP, and then the second time around, it's like, okay, we'll go again. We can keep on fighting. Early shrapnel from Pure, something which we see sniper players kind of forego.
Yeah, I think it's probably because of the Clockwork, because he can actually capitalize on it pretty well. I also like countering the Blightstone purchase with hard aggression. Like whenever I see a support come to my lane with a Blightstone, I just run at them. I'm like, no, you don't get to do this,
That's smart, yeah. It's like 300 gold invested, and you're not really getting the clicks in that you really needed. Mid lane, GPK looks like he's handling the Tinker. 11-4 against the 6-1. And every time Tinker uses his taunt, I have problems with my eyes. He starts spinning like a madman.
Tower is under attack.
It looks like down bottom, Nightfall dragging the wave.
Did this sun catch your eyes?
Ramsey's also doing some management there with the trance. Roger's okay with this though. Very hard hero to punish playing like this, because he can just like roll up onto a cliff or something, kick you away. You can't really catch him. This is nice. I like this.
Yeah, it's kind of what Earth Spirit used to do, but in reverse. We used to see Earth Spirit always
see that.
Oh, no, I didn't.
Yeah, kill up top. Sorry, I'm watching Nightfall down bottom. He managed to pull just into the range
Has
creep.
been killed.
Very nice.
And get it denied away from them. But yeah, the counter kill up top, much needed. 1-1 now.
And a Courier Snipe from Save, removing Magic Stick and some mangoes from Roger. Which does unblock his camp, so some pulls can come. But yeah, like back in the day, the pos 4, like this is a quote-unquote position 5 Earth Spirit, right? He's playing the safe lane, but he's probably going to get more farm priority later down the line than the Ench. But we used to see the Earth Spirit just drag the first wave to try and get level 2 faster.
Yeah.
Pure. Very far top. Impetus and the axes. Tons of damage, but Toronto Tokyo trapped the Ench inside the cogs now. Trying to spread the damage from the assault across onto the Beastmaster, and successfully so. Very close fought lanes already. 4 minutes in.
Jeez, my Fury is still so low though.
I got to dodge these axes. Level 2 shrapnel now as well.
And they had battery assault. They're going to go for this kill on Seneko, I feel like.
Yeah, definitely playing much
so
more
tempting.
Much more aggressively than I've seen other snipers go for the like 0-4-4 build. The enchant and the impetus removes all of the resources of Seneko. No mana, sat at half HP. Not sure what his plan is now. Pure will just farm under tower.
There's a lot of pressure relieved there by Toronto Tokyo running in there. It looks kind of pointless because he just runs at 2 heroes, but they, like you said, they used a lot of their resources, and it brought Toronto Tokyo down to like 30% HP, but who cares? That means Pure's tank going back up and isn't as vulnerable afterwards. Does cost them their bounty.
Purple shrapnel all over the floor.
Bottom lane, Ramsey's in trouble, but nice save from Roger there just to make sure nothing's going to be
structures are
pushed any further.
Yeah, I was expecting more kill threat from this BetBoom bottom lane. Nightfall's getting plenty of levels, decent CS as well. Has the Soul Ring now, so pretty much infinite mana to keep spamming the Celestial Hammer. But this is kind of that make or break moment, right? It's 5 minutes in, we're getting close to that 6-minute rune. Earth Spirit's next move is incredibly important. Like, can we go on the DP? Do I stay bottom and try and keep this profit okay? As DK Focus, oh my goodness, dead under his own tower.
Yeah, Toronto Tokyo walked him down. He actually got a little bit lucky with the RNG there on the battery assault. He needed just one more interval to hit. It was just like edge, creep, and then finally got Beastmaster. Exorcism pop though. Finally gonna get some damage onto this tower.
Wait, Tinker's level 4.
Yeah.
11 denies on this DP. A Wild Wing, a roll in. Oh, nice Hurricane kickback of the tower, but this is a death profit. Level 3 Spirit Siphon, another bushwhack from Save. Coming in to allow GPK to push the damage forward onto Tinker. Bottles up a little bit. Rebel now trapped in place as Toronto Tokyo comes in from the back. GPK dodges the wall, gets himself up to the left-hand side. Now Roger, the one that's in real deep, dies, and a double kill to GPK.
Oh, he needed that so bad.
Did you fall out of the nest as a baby?
Oh, that was bad. Like when the lane's moving up, support, everyone rotates. Oh god, Hoodwink is so good in those situations.
They found Ramses now as well. Oh no, it's just Save. I thought Save had a friend coming, but Nightfall staying on that lane, and it's going to be Ramses to actually get the kill on the Hoodwink instead. On top lane.
Oh man.
Toronto Tokyo is coming in all the way behind. Let's see if Pure, with the help of the cogs, can trap in this Beastmaster and shrapnel him down. Yeah, the battery assault. Make it very simple for them.
Ooh, if DarkSide want to find the 2-0 in this series, they are going to have to fix their Tinker's problems. because that DP is horrifying.
Yeah. Yeah, his issues are mounting. He's like halfway to blink.
Don't give up.
He's not even level 6. He's still level 5, and the DP's
Dude, he doesn't
7.
even have a soul ring yet.
Oh. I mean, they go Blink Rush first, right? Blink Bottle, Blink Soul Ring.
I believe so.
Yeah.
He did have the soul ring queued up first, and then I was like, oh, okay. So I thought maybe he was going to go for that first. Maybe he thought his lane was going to go a little bit better.
Like, how rough is this going to get?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, experience-wise, they're having some difficulties. Level 2 Earth Spirit, 3 Beastmaster, 3 Ench, 5 on the Prophet and the Tinker. And then you look at this, DP, Sniper, 7 and 6, Nightfall's 5 on the Dawnbreaker. They're going to have all their ultis ready very quickly. Even the position 5 Toronto-Tokyo Clockwork is majority of the way through level 4. When Tome comes, absolutely going to have level 6 on him and or save.
I'm looking through now to see what's up with the builds. Who likes what? Looks like Rebel is he's done both. He's done a little bit of the Soul Ring first. His last game was Soul Ring into Blink. Stormstormer really likes the Soul Ring into Blink, but everyone else pretty much goes Blink first.
Okay.
Yeah. But I'm sure it's probably some game dependent thing. Like some people go in one game and the other game they go Soul Ring first.
It's like, what can I get away with?
Yeah, I wonder if it's like, well,
Oh, Seneko. GPK gonna heal off the creep as well. Wrath of Nature bouncing in, but doesn't really connect onto BetBoom as they hide in the trees. Yeah, Ramses, Nature's Prophet, farming the jungle to try and get his hand of Midas. But that means mid tower is going to get pressured pretty hard with his next exorcism in 5 seconds. And DK Fogos not having a good time top either. He's being zoned out just by the presence of Toronto Tokyo. Oh, and that's a perfect rune. GPK finds the arcane.
Okay, alrighty. Everything's coming up BetBoom right now.
Oh, Tinker. The bushwhack. It lands.
He's level 5 here. Leave him alone, guys.
Rogers come in to try and roll. Keep the DP at bay, but Tinker kill. Sorry,
nice.
Kill. Nice, something out of nothing. They will lose the Tinker though as GPK cruises towards
the save!
mid lane, and now they keep the move going on the Seneko and Roger. Top lane, they also got a kill on the Beastmaster that I was trying to keep my eyes on, but every fight going the way of BetBoom, 11-2, and another game where 10 minutes in they are just storming.
That was such a sick Solar Guardian. Save was so low. I was like, it's hopeless. Like this one's just gonna die. But Nightfall, no. He says no. He gets in there, gets the heals, barely keeps Save alive, and then blocks the roll as well, so Roger's not escaping. Triple kill, mop and bucket cleanup there for the Death Prophet. Almost at a 5k net worth right now. Those are the Radiant camps. What are you doing? They need these.
I commit the cardinal sin of looking away when we've got so many global heroes. Toronto Tokyo. He's caught the attention of 3 members of DarkSide here. They spotted out the ancient stacks.
Yeah.
Not sure if they can come in and clear it.
That's your Beastmaster investment right there. A lot of teams doing this now with Beastmaster since you tend to max the axes anyway, so you obviously want to stack up your ancients, go and clear them. But they have a team that can contest, especially once that Solar Guardian's back up.
Under attack.
TP's bottom. Seneko, level 4 Enchantress, spots out a Nightfall Dawnbreaker who's nearly level 8. And what is Tinker?
So poor.
500 away. Yeah. Wait, is Tinker just going to die now? Save is going for it. Pushback into Hammer, and plenty of damage. Yeah, this last pick Tinker. Not working out so great.
No.
Radiant's bottom tower is
No,
under
it's
attack.
not looking too fantastic
Radiant
at the moment.
structures
Oh,
are
and thank you,
fortified.
Arcane Rune. Another exorcism for GPK. Hiding in the trees to break the building. Yeah. All eyes on Ramses, Nature's Prophet now. Will the Midas pay for itself?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's
It's being
structures are
pinged.
fortified.
It is Ramses here all alone.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Looks like, Clockwork's only lost 2 games in this region this season. You guys know that?
Oh, wow, save. How did he scurry through the sprout? It looks like he should still die here, though, right? No? Oh, the Hellbear kills him.
The
Even
Hellbear?
The Verdurous Gale trying to heal him up from those little green item. What the hell's it called? Seeds of Serenity.
But
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
But yeah, I was looking to see how much DP's won. I was like, DP's gotta be like the highest win rate in this region. So I feel like every game DP's just winning. But Clockwork actually, in terms of heroes that are being picked a lot, he's currently 7-2,
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
and he's looking like he might be 8-2.
Yeah, I mean, as you praise it, Clockwork lands a hook shot onto a creep.
Just saying. Yeah, listen.
They lose Ramses down bottom. Nightfall and save. They got the tome on Hoodwink, so yeah, Sharpshooter was there for the extra bit of damage they needed.
All I'm saying is I was ahead of the meta because everyone's picking this 5 Mirana, and all I'm talking about is 5 Clockwork lately. Talking about how broken it is.
Trent, we're back. We're back.
No,
to
I'm busy. I'm busy praising myself.
9-1 odds again.
Oh, we're
this.
back.
We
All
saw
right, we're
this
back.
last time. It's comeback time. And it's exactly the same, right? The script is 3-1 odds, DarkSide, the underdogs. Then it goes to 9-1, and all of a sudden some miraculous comeback as they do catch Roger mid, and BetBoom makes him pay for sticking around in that mid lane. And Chantress getting solo guard in the pond. Toronto Tokyo and the help of the hammer. Night falls in, and another swift kill on a support. Guarding up this ancient camp as DK Focus tries to take down whatever creeps he can.
I'm not sure if you can win a game with a Tinker that's just as solo as
Oh, do you not? He's getting
yeah,
the out?
he paid it. He paid the piper.
Top tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have any map to play in anymore either.
No, he doesn't have anyone to play with. Like, there's no one to blink with and try and get kills.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Yeah, poverty mode. Not fun for Rebel. Seneko, 13 minutes in, still level 5 as well. Getting hunted by Save and GPK.
It's 2 games in a row the supports have been so under-leveled around this top point.
Yeah, some old meta stuff. Trying to give whatever they can to their other heroes, but it's not paying off. Like 3,500 net worth on Tinker. It just doesn't. It doesn't look real. It looks like there's a bug.
And it's like, hey, I'm not the lowest core. Well, yeah, but it's just your Beastmaster, so it's not really good news. Like, man, I can't believe he doesn't have Helmet of the Dominator at 14 minutes. That's crazy. I swear he had these items so long ago.
Yeah, and losing his tower this early on.
Oh, buddy, no.
Finally pushing top. Whoa, DK Focus. And Roger. Tried to roll in to save him. Yeah, Toronto Tokyo now trapped in the Sprout, but GPK and Nightfall, they're in onto the top of Ramses. The roll comes too late. And Save is still skirting on the edges of the fight, trying to find an angle in. GPK just brute forces forward. Rebel, the TP home successfully escapes, but Roger's left to his own devices, dies, and a 3-20 game here where BetBoom, another tremendous lead, could move into the Roche pit with this DD.
All right, almost about time to activate game plan, guys.
Oh yeah, what's that?
Well, you know, buy Blink. Surely once Tinker just buys Blink, they just win, right? Isn't that just go time here?
Yeah, I guess so.
All right, so here's how the fight starts. First off, Ramses Midas is one of the enemy heroes. All right, so then that's one person out of the picture, right?
Oh yeah. So
yeah.
Midas the clock then, yeah? Or
Yeah, no, his Midas just isn't ready. If it was, he would have just he'd Midas that clock midair. There should be a 6,000 gold upgrade to Midas that it's just a recipe and it lets you Midas a hero.
You're insane.
That would be hype. I'm just saying.
I mean, this is like people talking that Quelling Blade and Tango should be able to kill Treant Protector.
That's just true. They should give you 2% bonus damage if they're in your inventory when you're fighting them.
Yeah,
Dire
okay.
are scanning.
A little bit
Logical.
of a buff.
Yeah.
Mr. Beastmaster. What
We do need a hero that can throw consumables. I think that would be good. I think it would be interesting to turn gold into damage. Like, you could just, like, chuck mangoes and axes at people.
You just start with 6 branches.
Yeah.
Throw branches at everyone. It's like in Zelda, right? You got the Deku sticks?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Some Deku nuts, some Deku sticks. It'd be great.
Well, another death for Beastmaster, and Ramses looks like he's given up on life. Yeah. Yeah.
The faster he dies, the faster he respawns.
That is correct. Factual.
Is under attack.
That is bleeding out though. Roger dead. Suneko slammed. Good game's called. Yeah, they've actually. Yeah, Suneko. Yes, over 16 minutes. Not surprising the way this Tinker game went. He did buy his Blink Dagger in the end, so you were correct. The Blink Dagger
The game
purchased and
ended.
But we're heading to game 3.
Yeah, that was putting us back on schedule kind of game right there. It feels like, that was a speedy one.
It sure was. No deaths on Nightfall, GPK, pure 6-0, 10-0, 5-0. Just everything was. It was perfect from BetBoom, and I just don't know what to say about DarkSide here. It didn't.
They had
look
no
like,
game.
It just didn't look like their draft was awful, but I guess GPK showing that Tinker is not a hero you can pick into his death profit.
Yeah, a lot of it would have to be playing off of that. Again, DK Focus got destroyed in the lane. The Sniper and Clockwork is a really good combination for a lot of reasons. But I can see how that lane could go better for you with the help of an Ench, but something happened those first couple levels between like the Blightstone and the overall pressure that Pure and Toronto Tokyo put out by just like putting out the shrapnels. It felt like the lane just got too far tilted in BetBoom's favor, so that lane got lost. Then the mid lane was just an absolute dumpstering of doubling of the CS. And then bottom, it's Earth Spirit. Like you're not gonna win that lane when you put Earth Spirit as 5. You're just trying to get through that lane so then Earth Spirit can go do stuff elsewhere. But Earth Spirit wants to gank mid, and I can't gank mid when the guy is double the value, and my teammate mid is rather useless until he has a 2,200 gold item.
Yeah, it was a struggle.
It was a big hump. If they got over that really big hump, then I can see how this lineup works. But they weren't even close.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the draft, right? I was saying if one thing falls out of place here for DarkSide, it all falls apart. If they get themselves rolling, it can look very good. But yeah, lots of pieces missing. And Nightfall, he bought a BKB at the end, didn't even use it. 9-second BKB in his inventory, showing off there. But BetBoom tying things up 1-1 now. Very swift victory in game 2. So we'll take a quick break and return with game 3.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
Rewind the moment, and it's bubbling, basically foaming. Bring this back. Rewind the moment, rewind the moment.
future. Oh, then hang on to a past that can never be. Wow. Remember when I said you were sorry? Took your time to reply to me. It goes around and around and around. It goes around and around and around. Unbreakable. Knock me down, unbearable.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
Well, game one was a little bit of a surprise, a blink and you miss it kind of comeback from DarkSide. Game two, there just was no comeback. You blink and the game's over. 16 minutes was all it took for BetBoom to take game two. And Trent, DarkSide, they just couldn't play Dota 2.
I didn't even realize there was a game two.
Yeah,
was that the official match?
Yeah, official draft, official match.
Oh, okay, all right. So the Tinker was serious. Okay, I got you. All right, yeah, it did not work out too well. Unfortunately.
Oh yeah.
So hopefully we'll be able to sort that a little bit better here for DarkSide. Now, sometimes when you win game one, maybe you get a little ahead of yourselves. You know, maybe you get a little, maybe not even confident, but like, okay, we got a strat that could be good. If it works, it's gonna be amazing. Let's just do a game two. We're up a game. Maybe they'll reel it back a little bit here.
Yeah, trying something a little bit spicy with that Zoo plus Tinker kind of draft, but it just never got off the ground. Unfortunately couldn't get things rolling. Yeah, we're trying to get into the lobby. Looks like we're going to have a quick rehost and rejoin. Something went wrong, but Game 3 draft is coming your way very shortly, as it feels like BetBoom after that game, momentum, Game 1 looked won 20 minutes in. They probably feel like they should have had that game in the bag. Game 2, 16-minute victory. You've got to feel very comfortable and confident in your drafting and your play coming off the back of that, right?
Yeah, that's gonna feel way better, especially just your lanes too. Like, geez, they need to sort their laning situation out pretty bad on the side of DarkSide. I don't know. Again, that top lane, the Beastmaster and the Ench, I feel like it shouldn't go that poorly, especially because you would think that Ench is a support that you're picking to specifically ensure it doesn't go that sideways. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like DarkSide, they're probably going to try and lean on the DP in this draft maybe and try and keep that as a flex for the offlane because I feel like it's a higher chance of being successful than the Beastmaster in that lane. But DK Focus obviously believes in the hero, so we'll have to see.
Yeah, it's definitely got to be said when Rebel has a good game, DarkSide look good. When he has a poor game, it feels like nobody really has a game. He is definitely a linchpin player that brings things together because you know that Ramses is going to be a little greedier than most. He wants that additional 5 minutes of farming time hiding away in the jungle while the rest of them, they're out on the map causing a bit of havoc and pushing towers. So I definitely want to see them, like you say, lean on the DP or something that he can be active with early on. Because when you've got two greedy cores, the Tinker needs that item timing of the Blink, the Soul Ring, then he's ready 12 minutes or whatever it is if he has a decent lane, or never in game 2 as we saw. Nature's Prophet also needed that 15-minute window. They desperately need to come out on top in a couple of these lanes against a squad like BetBoom. Like Nightfall had a free game, GPK had a free game. You can't allow these players to have complete free farm and do what they want in the first 10 minutes.
Yeah. And hopefully, I think we got our draft now. Yeah. Hey, there we go. We're in there. I was actually trying to see if that was the fastest game of this DPC. I feel like it has to be, right?
There was a Spotify Rebellion match that was 15 and a half, like 15:35, something like that. So I think it's a close second.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Did I say Spotify? Shopify Rebellion, sorry.
Yeah, come on now. That's my one Canadian successful company, okay? We need that cred everywhere, okay? Clearly a Canadian team crushing the Dota 2 world. And fortunately for these guys, not in this region, because obviously
it is, right? You got Fly and RTZ.
Yeah.
Anybody else Canadian is
on that team? No.
On that team? No, right?
No. I mean, our best Canadian team ever was NP. That was a majority Canadian team. It was Owie and Theban and Envy.
Right, yeah.
So, yeah, we were doing pretty well back then.
I mean, maybe Saberlight can naturalize as a Canadian, move over and become a Canadian himself.
He fits well, I think. Crit already, obviously, famously had his Canadian skit, right? Crit is an NA player, by the way, just so we're all clear. I think he's even said he's an NA player, so get owned Europe. But alas, we have European players here, no Canadians here, just Toronto. So Toronto gets a half point at least. He's the most Canadian of these players for sure. And we're gonna ban Brood again. Shocking, as the Nightfall Doom is also removed.
Yeah. Now, what's the focus going to be on here? Do you ban out a pure hero? Want to ban out the save Hoodwink? It feels like there are just so many, like banning out support. Okay, they go for Rubik. I was going to say banning out supports just always feels bad in the first phase, but it feels like when you got save being able to play Rubik and Hoodwink so well, it's worth it. Oh, we get to see Alina.
Ooh, okay. Rubik banned. Yeah, we got ourselves Alina. Okay. First overall pick. DarkSide. They want the W. When you want the win bad, Alina comes out.
Now, is that going to be a Ramses hero? Because it has been position 1 more recently than not, right?
Yes. Yeah. But who knows? It can obviously go to the mid lane, especially against Death Prophet. If they think it's gonna be GPK DP, they might want to put the Lina mid. I think that would be a viable solution in that case. But that would put Ramses on something more like a Faceless Void or something, and then I think that would work pretty well.
Yeah. Right. Give me clock.
Yeah.
Give me a Roger clock.
I mean, hey, it's game winner. You know, he just keeps winning.
Or no, I don't want a Senega Crystal Maiden so early on. I want a Roger clockwork.
I think the clockwork just helps secure the potential for the Lina 1. The only downside to going clockwork, I guess, is that if you want that Faceless Void, that lane's not necessarily that amazing together. Like the melee pair. But then you could also give the clock to Roger and go back for that Snake OCM later. She's on 5. Ramsey's Faceless Void on the position 1. But the Void's probably going to get banned in the second phase if they don't pick it now. They could go real crazy and just pick it, but then you're locking yourselves into a Faceless Void 1 and then probably Lina mid unless you're going like back for the Roger for Lina. So they're going to grab themselves the flex of the Nature's Prophet. So this could be for DK Focus or Ramses. I like this idea.
Yeah, it's not too bad. I was starting to think, what do you change up in terms of DK Focus not looking particularly hot on the Beastmaster, even though they did win game 1 and it hasn't performed well in lanes. Nature's Prophet could definitely give him that. I feel like, don't know. I always want with Alina some kind of Magnus or Mars hero where they jump, they stun, or have area control, and then Lena's able to kind of weasel her way into a team fight without being spotted.
I feel like they're gonna pick a Bloodseeker this game. I don't know why. I feel like Pierce is gonna play Bloodseeker. Yeah. So that's what my heart says. My heart says it's coming. But they're gonna start banning out some DK Focus heroes. They don't care about Beastmaster, at least not yet. They get rid of the Darkseer. That certainly points more towards the Agi carries, right? The Terror Blades, the Morph.
Yeah. Yeah, when you got Nature's Prophet Lina, they're both kind of like turret heroes. They stand their ground. They don't really move in team fights. They just want people to be around them while they launch their attacks out. So I would like an additional hero. Tiny can toss back and move people around, but I want another hero that can maybe make the jump along with the Tiny, get on top of the Lina. I'm gonna keep saying Sven over and over again.
Until it happens, yeah.
Until it happens. But that's probably more a DarkSide hero than a BetBoom one.
Yeah, only one we've seen at least.
Like Pure is gonna pick Legion Commander or something, right?
I do love how they're banning out Darkseer and Centaur. If they don't ban Beastmaster, it's actually kind of insulting at this point. Right?
Go on then.
Like they're actually just trying to make his lane miserable. They're like, how do we make it so that you can't play a good lane?
I want Pure to play Pudge, actually.
Oh yeah, okay.
I think Pudge is pretty good. Or maybe a Slark. Slark's not bad here. Can get annoying later on against the Sprout talent, but
yeah. Then they just need the save grab hero, or if it's save Tiny, I guess that could also be all right. But they definitely need that other maybe it would be Toronto Tokyo playing the Hoodwink or something. They need someone else who just tries to get a little bit of catch to try and help out. But I'm definitely down with that.
Yeah, it's interesting with Toronto Tokyo here on the team. They're opting for the Treant. Okay.
They banned the Beast.
Oh, they did, yeah.
They're not that savage.
Yeah, it's curious with Toronto Tokyo on the team, and I guess Save as well. They're much more comfortable with this Tiny or the Hoodwink than they are with like a Tusk, right? We've not seen too much Tusk from BetBoom, it feels.
Yeah.
Because that's usually the hero I'd look to here against like Lina Prophet. You've got so many ways to get in on top of them and catch them, or save somebody from them.
And depending, this could be a GBK Tiny as well. I think that is something to keep in mind with like the DP for Nightfall. If you pick too many squishy heroes, GBK will flip that switch real fast.
Yeah, and having Treant Living Armor for DP Tiny, who are very good aggressive heroes, is incredibly potent. Keep them alive through pretty much everything.
All right, so
yeah,
does DK Focus play Nature's Prophet? Because if so, they could face this Void, but we finally get the Ricky.
We do. I mean, does it look good here? It's pretty good with Lina. Like later on, you've got the Sleeping Dart into Light Strike Array or a Sprout with a leash to try and catch people.
Yeah, the smokescreen doesn't look crazy good yet. It's not very good versus DP, I feel like, because she just kind of does her thing and she just runs around.
Buys BKB.
But they're gonna try and keep her stuck in with the help of the Disruptor. Okay, so a little bit of a combo here.
And time to show your hand a little bit, BetBoom. Where are these heroes going? Are the Tiny Tree your two supports? Is DP the off lane or the mid? Nobody knows quite just yet. We're definitely still looking for a pure hero, though. That's the one unknown right now.
Yeah, and I don't think you want to go for like the sniper either because of like the Ricky and the Nature's Prophet, the Lena. It does feel like you can be surrounded fairly easily. I wouldn't necessarily hate it. I feel like you could play it out, but might as well wait and see what the lane is because once again, they just want to give Pure a good lane. So this is probably the GBK Primal Beast. Again, could be GBK Tiny. It could be 4 Primal Beasts. That is definitely viable.
Yeah, keeping things incredibly open. Still don't know where anybody's really heading outside of a support treant.
Yeah, and they still just banned the sniper because now at this point there is a lot of space to be made. It would be hard to get in on a sniper with a tiny, a tree, and Primal Beast. Those are big, beefy heroes who throw out AoE control.
Scary times. Now, what are you looking to ban? Mid heroes, Rebel heroes?
I think just TK Focus heroes.
TK Focus heroes still? Yeah, okay. So
Yeah,
then
I just wanna ruin
Lena
him.
mid, safe lane Prophet. Looking for that additional bit of team fight control or aura builder.
And it'll probably be Ricky with the NP. And then Lena mid, I presume. And they need some big control, I would think. I mean, they banned the Visage in the thought of like maybe they could just like push this game down on the faster end, which I guess is possible. But I feel like they do need that like Mars, like you were saying.
Yeah, I'd be down for a Mars still. What was the other one I said? Magnus. Not sure about a Magnus here. They're just removing more Zoo. Visage, Beastmaster, Lycan gone.
Yeah, I think those are just more his heroes than they are necessarily like the
Good
perfect
here.
hero.
Yeah.
I do like Lycan Disruptor together though, because you can do like a bunch of wolf plays. You can do like the wolf scouts and then you glimpse people back. That's always kind of cheeky.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
But
Oh, he's
very
gone.
cooldown dependent for his burst damage.
Marcy.
Ooh, okay. All right. So that's probably 3 Marcy.
Yeah, looking like it. Unless we see some Ramses Marcy popping out here.
If only. I have a ton of time left on BetBoom. 2 full minutes right now to decide how they want to close this one out, what they want to do with their tiny. I think you probably... Ooh, what do you do here? Does Primal Beast lane versus Lena? Is that a thing?
I don't. My timeline's kind of screwed up. I remember during regional qualies for TI, GPK played Primal Beast, and I'm pretty sure he played against Alina and won. But did she get changed much post TI? No, right? So yeah, I think it's fine for Primal Beast. I'm pretty sure GPK can win that lane with Beast against Lena.
That sounds pretty hype.
Because he's just like so tanky, so much base damage, and he's got his kind of passive uproar.
Yeah. Yeah, because if you're clicking. Yeah. All right, well, what are they missing? They are missing just like a straight up right clicker.
Yeah, like
Someone who
Slark
actually
or...
just does something. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking through the hero list. What's left for Pure? I still think Pudge could be pretty good here. Like, you're not looking at a tremendous amount of control. Smoke screen's a little annoying. Glimpse is a little annoying. But outside of that, if you're this Eternal Shroud, Blink, BKB, Pudge, you're on the Lena, on the Nature's Prophet, and there's not much to contend with you.
And you don't really want to be like a PA looks kind of fun, except for the Ricky Disruptor.
Or what about a
Other
PL?
than that looks fun.
What about a PL?
Oh, gross. Get that hero out of here.
Who it was ITB, right? ITB beat Tundra with a Phantom Lancer, looked incredibly good, but I think
Was
that's
that their
the one...
51-5 game?
Yeah, that's the one game this year that PL looks good.
Yeah.
It's never again. And it's gonna be the Monkey King for Pure against DK Focus Marcy. That looks pretty strong with a Toronto Tokyo Treant.
That is rough.
Oh, Roger's a furry. Look at him. He's a little. He's in his wolf mode.
I
He's a
like
little
his
fox.
hat. That's nice. Yeah, he's all dressed up for you guys once we get in there.
He's got a dagger in his mouth as well.
Yeah, I think this should be pretty good for Pure, right? We assume it'll be the Marcy and the Disruptor together, right? You're probably gonna do the range melee combo. And Toronto Tokyo's got his tree. GPK's on that mid. I'm very excited to watch the mid. I haven't gotten to see this one in a while. I love watching mid Primal Beast as well. He just like sows chaos across the entire map. Really going to be nice with Nightfall's Death Prophet because when you're playing the offlane DP, it can be a little bit harder to use that first exorcism compared to mid. Because mid, it's like sort of like a 1v1. They can't really contest you. But sometimes when you just hit 6, you don't really feel strong enough to actually exorcism right away. But with a mid-primal beast just like running into your lane, you feel okay just popping exorcism. So
Yeah, he's so good at rotating. Like you get any active rune, doesn't matter what it is. Like I'm going.
yeah,
I'm onslaughting top.
on my way.
And having a tiny DP lane as well is really nice. Keep the Spirit Siphons going, tossing people around, dragging waves. And there he is up at the front, the save tiny. And we see there the odds shifting a little bit, no longer 3-1. EGB given the 4.3 to the 1.16. So BetBoom yet again favored at the start of the match.
Saw that last game and it was like, woof, not so even, you know?
I don't consider myself the best player.
And lots of tips, lots of voice lines being spammed out here by our players. They're ready to go.
What does that say? Privet is Pitera Danek. Privet. So he's saying hello, but I don't know what the rest of it means. Is that someone's name? Danek
I don't know, but you're
sounds
doing
like...
great.
Thank you. Learning Cyrillic, incredibly important.
I just remember trying to work the coffee machine by reading it.
Oh yeah?
I was there. Yeah, I was like, I figured it out. What is this
Work out all the
letter?
buttons.
Yeah, I would just ask everyone.
Did you ever play DayZ?
No.
No, okay. That's why I like started learning it. Like now, my girlfriend speaks Russian, so it's kind of important to understand somewhat. But in DayZ, all of like town names and signs and stuff, when you're roaming around the map, it's all in Cyrillic. So you've got to like learn how to read a sign to figure out where you are.
That's tactical.
Very tactical.
I was just learning how to translate the unknowns in Pokemon.
Oh yeah. That's easy though, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Just
dispose.
shaped like letters.
Level 1 fight, 3-man boundless strike. Save here with a level 1 tree grab, trying to whack away at DK Progress, and the onslaught. GPK closes the gap to get first blood. Mid lane and grabbing that bonus bit of gold, while Seneko and Roger, they're battling back. Good damage on the GPK, so we will pay quite a price for that first blood kill. That makes things a little more difficult against this Lina now when you start half health.
Yeah, true. But he doesn't have 1,000 net worth. He's the richest man in the world. This game, at least.
So
all right. So, the big question mark for me, I think for everyone coming to this game, is going to be DK Focus.
Yeah.
Has suffered hard. You know, it was Rebel last time for the squad. Had bad times. This time, this series, DK Focus. Can he find a lane here? Can he actually do anything on the map? Because in the first 20 minutes of the past 2 games, mostly because game 2 didn't even make it to 20 minutes, he has not really done much.
No, it's definitely been difficult. And we see the same story as we did in the previous game, right? Toronto, Tokyo, and Pure. Level 1, just going straight in for this aggressive move to try and keep DarkSide low HP and within kill threshold. Another 2-man bound strike.
Double.
Very well placed. And the damage is done. Like, you're out of regen now, pretty much on DarkSide, while Pure can just free farm.
Tree is such an interesting hero, too. Like, you have to think about his punch as a nuke.
Yeah.
It's as much damage as a lot of level 1 nuke spells. So, like, every time you get a punch, just think about that, like, big value you're getting.
Very powerful. Nightfall TP's away bottom away from Roger. There's been a lot of wave dragging here. Save has grabbed a range creep, but lost the rest of the melee ones. There's a triple wave now arriving at that bottom tier 1 tower. Nightfall has a long walk back down to the lane. We'll see what they can actually get from this, as Ramses has been given a lot of space. Like a much better start here from DarkSide. 2 of their calls, top of the CS.
Yeah, and even if GBK's done well this lane before, the earlier levels, like, it's not like he can do much to Rebel. Like, he should just be getting his own last hits. And so, guaranteed to at least have a slightly better start here for that lane. And I'm curious about Roger's game as well here on this Ricky, though. You, oh, nice. Good weight. Drag back there for save. Stops that pull. They needed that. After all the hard work he did down bottom, he just made sure there wasn't a pull happen. So
yeah,
it's actually a big deal for them. But yeah, are you Ricky pilled? Are you convinced?
Dyer's courier has been killed.
Yeah, wait, I need to think.
That's a no. Your answer is no.
It's a no, yeah.
It's a no, yeah.
Yeah.
If it takes that long,
You're
it's
right.
a no.
Yeah. It's one of those heroes that when it looks good, you're like, I understand why it looks so good. This is incredible. And then when it looks bad, you're like, yeah, he didn't get shot at 15 minutes. nice hero.
Yeah.
It's just like what other role does he fulfill? It is, I am annoying, I buy shard 15 minutes, I throw darts at people.
Death's bounty.
Other than that,
I guess how good is it this game? It looks actually kind of good this game though. You know, you're fighting in enclosed spaces because of the Wukong's command, so you should be getting like, extra value out of the smoke screens. I guess it really is about the shard and the levels. That's really what it comes down to. He's a bit gold and XP dependent, whereas other supports in 5 aren't. So that's why he can have those really swingy games, because when he hits it, it's crazy. Like he has a better boost from that gold and XP than the 5 is gonna have. But when he doesn't hit it, it's pretty disastrous. Oh no, the
nice.
glove. The golden glove.
I mean, Save has tossed people around, killed off a courier, and he's dragging Roger all the way back. He's got no TP here, Save. He's just going to try and die to the tower, it looks like.
I don't consider myself the best
He's
player.
gonna wait
I
to
don't
it.
consider
On his way
myself the best player.
Nice. High five that tower. Yeah, I guess the DP
mid?
smoke screen is
Roger?
very powerful. What are they just dying? Dying to GPK?
He just came mid, and he got onslaughted and trampled for 728 damage, and died. That's a lot of damage.
That's big.
You know, he only has 580 HP, so.
And now Save moves in. He's like, oh, there's nothing to do here. Help, refill bottle, move back down to bottom.
You guys stop feeding my enemy mid. I mean, the net worth is still in the favor of Rebel at least, but you know, not by any help of his allies.
And once we hit level 6 on this Primal Beast and maybe an active rune, he's going to be gunning to all of these side lanes looking for pickoffs.
Radiant structures are fortified.
DK Fogus and Seneko, they say hello to Toronto Tokyo. Try and grab him with a dispose. They are inside the Nature's grasp. He should be here with a Thunder Strike and a few punches from Marcy, so finally something going their way.
They need that so bad, just for the mental of just like, oh, we're actually like winning the lane. Hey, nice, good job, guys. High fives up top. You know the teammates are seeing that, like, hey, you guys got a kill, yay, woohoo! My offense up throwing.
Morale boosted. +5 to happiness.
I also love the double quelling blades. I think more people should do that. I think most people are doing it now actually in pro matches, but it wasn't that common before, even though it was just as valuable to just straight up buy the quelling blade versus tree as a sport. Ooh, spots his observer.
Hello. Toronto
Make
Tokyo.
no notice though.
Does have the help of Pure, but a nice glimpse. Give the space to Seneko. Yeah, you're right. Sees the observer ward. See if Toronto Tokyo can kill it off.
Oh yeah, he punches slow, but he's getting that gold. Oh yeah, 123 gold. Down bomb though, Roger chasing Save into the river.
Oh yes, Ricky against Tiny.
Oh, top
two couriers coming in. Roger though, gonna get avalanched and onslaughted. Down he goes.
I feel like GPK wanted to use his ulti and he just got there with the onslaught damage. Like, oh right, yeah, you're just dead.
That's
enough. So much damage. The fact it goes to 400 damage is kind of crazy.
And Ricky has 600 health.
I want to see like a Naga Beastmaster game where you just like song and then it's like setting up like bowling pins and he just like charges through them all.
You need a vacuum as well, yeah?
Yeah.
Song, vacuum, then onslaught.
Yeah,
Very
and then
nice.
it's the pummel, you know? You're pulverizing them into each other for the bonus damage. Oh my god.
Dire's bottom
Well,
tower
Ricky's
is under
smoking.
attack.
Nightfall, not caring. Has a nice juicy creep wave to help kill out. And take down Roger.
He's so squishy. Like, he is, what, 22 strength right now?
Yeah, it's painful. And Seneko and DK Fogas. They're still trying to pressure Pure here. He's got a train behind him. Leech Seed, Living Armor. No real way to get on top of the Monkey King. And Ramses, he's completely left that bottom lane. He doesn't feel safe at all. So a lot of room for BetBoom down south.
I think Rebel might try and go up there as well. No, never mind. Okay. I thought he was going to like let Ramses kind of have this space mid, but because they know GBK's here, they see the ward that Save's coming too. This was a great bait. Guys,
And he stuns.
Yeah.
Sprout and Light Strike Array. I don't know about that. Laguna Blade comes. The clicks arriving. Roger trying to give chase to the
Radiant's middle
stick.
tower is under
GPK still alive. Will pulverize now, but you're right. He is eventually going to die.
I like that. He's like, yeah, I'm dead anyway. Might as well. Get some damage onto all of them. That was a nice bait. All off of that observer ward by the river. Like they knew the Q was playing in that tree line. They knew the Tiny was rotating through, and there was a good chance for Rebel to go up top. And I think maybe get the kill on the pure, but they recognized that they have to protect their Nature's Prophet and can also get that big turnaround kill. So huge stuff for them. It's gonna put Ramses a little bit closer to his Midas here. It does, in the chaos, result in the bottom tower falling to Nightfall's Death Prophet as he starts working on the Guardian Greaves like most of these offlane DPs are doing.
Yeah, we've seen this from him before as well, right? The kind of casual weight band, bit of bonus armor against your Lina Prophet, physical right clickers, and DK Focus top lane disposes the Monkey King. There's no Boundless. Can they catch up to the Marcy? Another jump across, no Primal Spring. DK Focus, a long journey migrating through the river and maybe denying herself to Roshan, but no. Pure shuts it down.
Tower is under attack.
Painful. Clearly he should have turned, tossed the Monkey King into the road, first hit bash, and then died to Roche. Like,
Yeah.
wow.
The seeds of fortune. The optimal play.
Yeah, clearly that would have worked, right? Definitely would have just got punched by the fact that Monkey King reaches you like 300 units. So.
What are your thoughts on this Ramses item build, by the way?
I was doing this, the double Wraith Band first, or just constantly Midasing in general?
But yeah, double Wraith Band and the model. Hang on, we'll come back in a sec because GPK is going to grab onto Lina. The rest of BetBoom coming in, has blown up Seneko. Laguna Blade will take down GPK, and a good Light Striker A means Rebel might be able to get a bit of distance. The raindrops. Oh, they kept her alive into the piggy pole, and away we go. Save dies on the tower thanks to Ramses' rotation, and another great bait in the mid lane.
Under attack.
And then does get that Midas you were discussing. All right, he grabbed that Tango, and I think it might have saved him. That was crazy. That was really cool. Just barely managed to munch that up, but they lose to game over. Yeah, the build. I don't know. I feel like I really want a lot of my Nature's Prophets early. Like I think I really enjoy when they have the good TP plays, and it can still be done when you have these Midas builds. But I feel like he's just less impactful than the other NPs I see.
Yeah,
it's kind of interesting in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, we saw this at Arlington. He was one of the few players that was buying Midas full stop on the Nature's Prophet was not doing very well at that tournament. But it feels like, you know, Furion's had a few buffs, his base attack time, all this good stuff, changes to his shard. I still don't know how I feel about it because I'm in the same... Yeah, I'm in the same boat as you. I want him to be active, I want a Maelstrom, but later on in the game, this Midas, it will pay off. As long as he doesn't die, gets in behind the trees, Save can't find him, wanted the toss back, but now Roger's arrived. Smoke screen and the punches from Ramses sprout up Save on the tower. And another freebie handed over to the Nature's Prophet.
Mid? GPK is just grabbing DK Focus and punching him a few times.
Oh, good rebound, dispose. Unleashing the damage onto GPK's Primal Beast. The onslaught doesn't get him very far. Never kills Storm, hold him in place. And Tokyo now might be in a spot of danger himself. Glimpse back into the waiting arms of DarkSide. And Rebel with Seneko there, making short work of the Treant.
Ooh, taking some fights near the Lina. Uh-oh. Also, the ultimate coming through there from the Nature's Prophet. Just ridiculous. We all know. That thing's crazy. It's a just a global Dagon. 500 damage.
Big damage.
Yeah, no big deal.
Well, we're still yet to see purely the top lane. It's now 12 minutes in. I guess he doesn't really have a place down bottom, but do you think he should be heading into mid with... well, he hasn't leveled Wukongs. I was going to say, do you think he should be heading mid with Wukongs? Well, he doesn't have it leveled up. That's why.
I think this is all right for now. Is he doing the Mage Slayer build, or is that not worth it this game? I mean, I guess you are anyway, because you have an Echo Saber, right? It's not like you're gonna... I mean, I guess you could go...
I think you just rebuild back into Echo, right? Disassemble for BKB, then rebuild into Echo.
Yeah, probably.
If you're
maybe eventually you do your Mage Slayer Bloodthorn, but like that's late, obviously.
Yeah, it feels like he wants to just be tanky when he's like caught in smoke screen or static storm.
Because like, yeah, as you said, like if it's like a Lesh or like a Razor or something, there's a lot of value to it. But I think versus Lina, like her damage is mostly physical. So.
Well, he's got Wukongs now. Trying to find an angle for save to come in. Wukongs and Toss. Static Storm well placed. DK Fogus trying to dispose them around, and the Monkey King trapped in the Sprout. The rotations. DarkSide. Beautifully done. I don't know if this was set up and intended, but they're going to get themselves 3 kills. And this will be a push into tower as well.
Radiant's middle tower.
Now, when this is happening and you have the Midas, this is the dream. I mean, he has Treads, double Wraith Band, Midas, and he's hitting all of this. Like, he's making it to the plays. His ultis have been great so far. They're contributing the damage exactly when they need it. Like, he did 1,366 damage to enemies in that fight. You know, when he's not there. It's just gold. Is he really even fighting? Not really. He just presses one button and keeps hitting creeps.
Yeah, I like this from the Lina as well, from the mid lane, rushing BKB. This is like the Somnus build from a year ago, right?
Yeah.
One of the first people to go this, you know, there was the Soul Ring patch or meta for a few weeks. Yeah, and now it's all about this Falcon Blade BKB. Probably gonna, skipping on the Maelstrom, going straight into Monkey King bar.
Radiant structures.
That's the way to counter the Monkey King. Use his own weapon against him.
Why MKB and not Control like a lot of the other Linas, like the Gleipnir? I guess because he just wants the damage.
Yeah, I think you just want damage. Yeah.
It's kind of interesting though, because like, there's not. Am I missing? There's no evasion that I'm missing, right? Like, there's no.
I think it's just high armor.
Just straight. Yeah, it's just straight up. Yeah. Just want to make sure that wasn't a second reason I'm bringing talent or something stupid.
I think it's the point you made at the end of the draft, right? It's Monkey King, Prometheus, DP, Treant, Tiny. 5 incredibly tanky survivable heroes. Add more damage, kill them faster.
Radiant are scanning.
Poking their heads into the pit here. The double damage rune on this Lina. And the Unleash from DK Fogus. They're going to bring him down pretty quickly. No response from BetBoom whatsoever.
Okay. All right. It's not a massive lead right now. It does feel a little tenuous to me. You know, it's like, as long as things are good, they'll be good. But
They're on
if
a
you
tightrope.
Yeah, like one little mistake, this can get turned around very quickly by some of these heroes.
It's like no one's really interacted with Nightfall yet, right? She's still kind of an unknown factor, just sitting bottom, finish the Greaves. Once BetBoom bring their full force to a fight, that's when we really see what breaks down.
Snakeo's got the drums again here as well. Same build he did last time in that Disruptor that eventually won them the game. But they're looking like they're in a much better spot than the previous one, of course.
And Ricky's got a shard. 15 minutes in. Sleep Dart. Find Nightfall. And the Prophet. Easy peasy. And from not interacting with Nightfall to completely demolishing him in a matter of seconds. DK Focus might be the trade on the opposite side of the map, though. Tokyo's there with the Overgrowth. Pure jumped in. Rainbow TPs. Time for the Go-Go Power Rangers from DarkSide. And it looks like they're giving up on it. They can't kill Marcy fast enough. And Toronto Tokyo, he barely gets into the tree line there. Now off to the left. Kinetic field. Need the vision for the glimpse, but they won't find it. Mid lane, they've got to catch onto the Tiny instead. Ramses and Roger. And they can't finish him off. Just a bit of a poke there. Uncomfortable moments for BetBoom, though.
They're trying to do this smoke screen and sprout combo, but they all have Quelling Blades or, you know, are Treant. So that's kind of cool. Just to ensure that hopefully that won't work every time. Oh, he got the break.
Oh, yeah. Break the trees. BKB up. Monkey King demolished.
Oh, he jumped down in time, I think. Because you break trees when you land, right? But he must have jumped down because he was not stunned for the full duration. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, he got stunned by the rebound.
I see. Right, that makes sense.
Because he was only stunned for a little bit. I was like, oh, he's super dead. But then they had to follow up with the LSA anyway.
I mean, what is this? Like a 5-second stun when you?
I think it's 4. It's like getting roared. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 4.
Really disgusting. Well, good reactions from Seneko and Roger mid. Tricks of the trade and the Static Storm, making sure the GPK doesn't get that easy line towards them. Yeah, BetBoom's still not afraid to play forward into this mid-tier 1.
This is interesting stuff from Save as well, right? Because this is one of the hardest things that you can do as a tiny player. It's like, what do I do right now? How do I get my Blink Dagger? Like, should I be just following my course like he is right now? Because right now, Snako should just be dead. Oh my god, just go. I'm gonna let him lead instead of GPK. Oh, give me the gold, please. Please. Oh god, why am I here? I'm not doing anything.
And now Axo for tier 1. Pure, though. They've got the Sleeping Dart. In jumps DK Fogus, and it looks like with Ramsey's coming in, more than enough damage to pummel the Monkey King. Save, he does get the avalanche to cancel the TP. Nightfall has Exo going for plenty of time, so they'll close in on the Nature's Prophet, stop him from evacuating that scene.
Radiant's
Goodbye,
middle
BKB,
tower
please.
is under attack.
So
Yeah, and
not the worst situation, but his Midas. His Midas is ready.
And yeah, but you're trading POS 1 for POS 1. It took BetBoom 5 heroes to come there, while Lena's still farming. Actually chasing GPK here. A little out in the open. Laguna Blade thrown, and look at Roger with a backstab, but oh no!
Oh, nice.
Oh,
Okay.
no!
Good call.
The
That
little-
hurts.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because you don't want to pop him BKB, but he's like, if I get there, I'm just dead. And then there's also still the threat of glimpse as well. So, good play. And he had a DD with trample, which is pretty funny.
Yeah, Nightfall kills DK Focus down in the bottom lane at the same time. It's definitely much more back and forth than it felt it should have been with this Aegis on Lena. They've not been able to cement their lead in this match. BetBoom's doing a great job playing bottom side and mid side of the map, ignoring top.
All right. Before I'm gonna take a guess on the Dota Plus here. I'm gonna say that it says 56%.
Dire's top
For
tower is
DarkSide.
under attack.
What do you think?
Okay. I think it's going to be 60% for BetBoom because they've just hit their double BKB timing.
Oh, it's 62% DarkSide.
Oh.
Wow, even more
Wow.
DarkSide's favor. Oh, it's Lena pilled. I forgot about that.
Oh, really?
It's got
Is that it?
some. Yeah. The Dota Plus now has some serious Lena energy these days.
Oh.
Yeah.
So you add her to the list with Spectre?
Yeah. She's been spectered.
Does Ricky factor in at all?
I don't know. He should be a negative, but I guess he's a positive these days. Roger's having a great game so far, honestly. I think the once the Dark came up, it did get some pretty clutch plays. It just helps secure this space. Like, you can't wander in alone because you just know that you're just going to die. It also forces you to itemize with these quelling blades and be generally annoyed on the Dire.
Yeah, it reminds me of the old days of like Team Secret picking Bane with an IO combo, where you've got this Ricky who can just go somewhere, set things up. You've got Nature's Prophet TP. Lena's pretty quick on her feet. So's Marcy. They can move across the map very swiftly. Ramses has to move swiftly right now, but he wasn't fast enough. Didn't go deep into the trees. Does get found by Save and GPK. That's Exo going though. So BetBoom, they want this tier 1 tower.
Should be theirs for the taking. I mean, obviously Roger can set up for something, but there's no buyback on Ramses, whereas that could actually be useful. Like, it might be worth it if you get the right start to a fight. You can actually profit off of that as Nature's, but... The Fanatics of the Death Prophet are currently taking the tower of the Fanatics of the Nature's Prophet. It's the environmentalists versus the... I don't
Industrialists.
know, the Undertakers.
Another sleeping dart stops the TP of GPK as the fight goes middle. Marcy caught inside the Wukongs, and Rebel has to BKB to get away. DK Focus has a big old bone tree tossed at him, but survives the rebound until GPK comes back in. Pulverized with sleeping dart, the dispo tossed back, and now the disables. Light strike range with Laguna Blade, and GPK has to BKB. Ramses can't really output that much physical damage, but Roger's still blinking forward to keep tabs on the Primal Beast. Another sleeping dart is ready. The Wrath of Nature. Oh, he gets glimpsed back and killed by Seneko.
Yeah, Roger just stalking with the vision, giving that option there for Seneko to bring him back.
Gonna get a
Nicely done.
+1. 5 seconds on glimpse. Ricky gonna give the vision up the
Dart
high ground.
range. Just got away.
Dire's middle tower is under
I would love to
attack.
see them place that ward down here, by the way. Where you place it in front of that tier 1 tower and it sees across when the monkeys are jumping there. The other people don't place that one enough.
Man, where is their vision going? They've got one ward in bottom jungle.
3.6 odds. You know, that value.
Ooh.
Going to Dota Plus, that's value, guys. Actually, Dota Plus has actually been more reasonable now. 52% in favor of Darksiders.
All right, caught up to the BKB timing.
Yeah, there you go.
Halberd on Nightfall. Very good against this Prophet and Lena.
Whenever you have ranged cores, I know many of you know this, but some people don't. Whenever you have ranged cores, you get the longer duration there, ladies and gentlemen, on the disarm. So it gives you extra value if there's multiple ranged cores. It feels really good. 5 seconds of doing nothing.
It's interesting to see DarkSide all running back through their jungle. I guess Sineko was on a dewarding mission, cleared that southern part of the map. And now start to think about the next Roshan. It's a pretty long spawn, so plenty of time for some team fights around the pit.
Not often you see Pure as the lowest core on his team in terms of net worth. I mean, they're all very close. In fact, now he just leapfrogged over GPK, but
yeah,
very close together. And that was the same thing in game 1 that they eventually lost. Their Tricore was keeping the farm extremely even, which is kind of interesting. They don't seem to be like jumping way ahead with this current lineup.
It was a very neat distribution.
Yeah.
They all very
again. I wonder if that's part of their idea of Dota right now.
Yeah, it might be. I mean, I think when you've got these kind of players, Nightfall used to be a carry. GPK is a very farm-heavy mid. Pure likes his gold as well.
And Pure also just likes sort of like action stuff, I feel like, and a little bit of unusual things. So he's not necessarily the Watson style of just like, I'm going to farm the entire map. Yeah. Seems like he likes to be a little bit more active and involved. So that sort of works. But it becomes a problem when you're not making enough moves on the map, and then the teams that like to do these like big dog heroes, like they get out of control, and then it can be very hard for you, even with 3 equal heroes, to try and punish that one big gun. I mean, that's exactly what happened in game 1, is that they just could not contest the Ramses Morphling. And now they sort of have a little bit of that with the Nature's Prophet and the Lina.
It seems quite a challenge for BetBoom to grasp them.
Yeah, that was like the whole story of TI as well. Oh, smoke's gonna pop from the Invis Ricky. Do they have detection? There's sentries on save. They don't notice though.
Jump into mid, onto the Prophet. Doesn't get his BKB off. And these BKBs from BetBoom with the Wukongs make life very difficult for the Nature's Prophet, who's dead for 50. But that coincides with Roshan respawning. It's unfortunate for BetBoom here. You could see their idea of smoking, getting a pick, and moving into Roche. But a long spawn means their plan is cut short.
Roger tried to save him by sleeping the Tiny, hoping that would be enough. But let the monkey go. I don't think he'd get the monkey in time because he was like leaping from tree to tree, so he missed out on that one. So a noble effort, but like you said, doesn't really matter all too much thanks to the later spawn. They're just going to try and cover the area in vision right now for BetBoom, make sure that they're the ones who are going to have the better chance at this pit, and likely start dropping some sentries, as Roger will be a real nuisance. But that big damage is finally here. She obviously went for the earlier Boots of Travel on the Lina before getting this MKB that was first queued up here from Rebel, but now... Oh,
Hello save. The Tiny moved too far forward. Destroyed by DarkSide. Does have buyback.
Sidekick
will
Lina.
be using it. Oh my god, you're right.
Damage. Actually insane. Just because it is a flat damage boost with duration and not number of hits, like she's probably the best hero in the game for it.
Oh, good avalanche. Tops back. Trying to grab the Ricky.
Nice.
Gets off the tricks of the trade. Books and darts the monkey. Damage
Making
hits him
space.
though. GPK! So much time and space. While GPK is in the pit, the Rebel already got the edges. DK Focus chasing the Primal Beast, while Nightfall, he's forced back, but decides to turn and fight. Monkey King jumping in with the avalanche landing. DK Focus and Rebel both getting away. Sprout blocking it off a little bit. And Ramsey, he stands his ground and battles in. Now dodging away from the Wukongs, splitting from Pure's Monkey King, but they'll lose the Lina's Aegis. Can they regroup to defender? Sprouting to block out GPK's Beast. Onslaught back in, but comes short again. The overgrowth there onto the Marcy. And the Lina, half health. Can she stay and stand her ground? She's disarmed, but the two-hand light strike ring, no dodge. But Pure, Lacuna Blade will not do enough. BetBoom. They take them down, remove the Aegis, trying to chase Roger now. But that's the end of that. BetBoom with a victory there off the back of a tiny buyback.
Dire's middle tower is
Buyback as
under
well from
attack.
that Ricky too, so tried to help with that from Roger and break up that fight, but the way that it went, where he got caught first, then had to buy back, that's all fine as long as you get the Roche and you can establish some like formation at the fight, but it was very broken down at that point. And when you have this double range score, the main thing that people had the problem with in TI was trying to catch them both and trying to have it so that you're punishing both at the same time, and it was not just like right-clicking you like crazy. But man, GBK is just crazy.
Oh, Roger. How many sentries are there? He walks through 2 of them. He
He just got down his street.
Cheeky devil.
Oh,
Who's
he's
this?
gonna get him.
Tiny? With
Yeah,
dust?
yeah.
Where are you?
Це база, це фундамент, це ґрунт.
I'm really surprised he didn't go back.
Oh, time to go back into scouting mode, Ricky. Wait, just look around the pit. How many wards were placed mid-battle, right? There's like sentries everywhere. Observers just flapped around. Like, Dire have 2 obs in the ancient camp. 1 sentry from Seneko here gets him like 400 gold.
Are scanning.
Oh, but they're going to get the jump.
vision.
They catch the Lina. The double observer was paying off. They were removed, and Rebel has to BKB. He's not going to survive, though. They've got the overgrowth from Toronto, Tokyo. But where's Pure and GPK? They can't move up to the high ground until the monkey BKBs finds the opening he needs. And life stealing up with the Jingu stacks the glimpse across. Trying to buy space, but Pure, he's tumbled down by Ramses and DK Focus. Trying to beast on top of the Nature's Prophet. A lot of damage for this tanky dinosaur. He's looking for it, but Ramses pulverized with the AoE damage and a team wipe incoming. Roger, the only survivor. He daggers save. Puts him to sleep, but he's scouted. With the avalanche and the dust, they will wipe them off the face of the map. And BetBoom. Oh, man. What a jump with a double obs wards in that ancient area.
It's a perfect example of why this tri-core of similar net worth can work really well. Because they take down Pure, and like he sort of trades one for one with the Lina, but then when they come through with Nightfall and GPK, like they're still just so strong. Hops in there, he did so much damage when he got that triple pummel, but he did the most damage in that fight, 4,500 damage. I'm just walking in a circle and spamming his spells, and it doesn't matter if Pure goes down. Also, Pure played that fight really well, holding his Boundless Strike until the end of the Lina's BKB. Even though he was being pressured, he just wanted to ensure that she went down, because if she survives, even if she's lower net worth, the damage output is crazy from her right now with the build. So that could have been a problem for Nightfall rolling in with the Exorcism.
Yeah, we saw the Lina have Blink queued up for a while, but absolutely apparent after that last team fight. She needs the Satanic. That could give her that second life.
It's be hard to get there.
Yeah, with Ramsey taking all the farm on the map. When do we get to breaking point, though? I'm like struggling in this game to see, you know, who wins. If a team fight goes well for one side, can they go high ground? Do they need the next Roshan? Are we waiting for that third Aegis?
I do think the next Roche is pretty crucial. I would say that's likely the key catalyst for who's probably going to win this game. I think the Shiva's Guard as well for Nightfall is going to be very strong. Look at a lot of these heroes. Nature's Prophet, Ricky, even just like the Marcy, catching people in the tree lines, Vision in general being necessary. Seems like it's going to be the way to go.
Seneko finally got the D wards. 440 gold from 2 observers. Easy money.
He also has that Boots of Bearing as well, but no Aghanim still. That could be another factor that could help this game.
He's up on the high ground. Well, they see him.
Look at the scatter
screen. Well, who did he dart? He threw the sleeping dart, but Wukong is down. DK Focus sprinting away with the Marcy. Root doesn't Nightfall. The EXO is going. The Ghosts are annoying, but the jump back in will find the catch on the Nightfall as Pure battles back. BKB's inside the Static Storm as GPK is on top of Ramsey.
Nice.
The BKB's are all shiny golden gods, and the turnaround from DarkSide, trapping Pure in the Sprout. Another bit of chain disable there onto him, and 4 kills. Not a wipe, but a huge victory for DarkSide this time.
Even gets the kill with the newly found Glimpse damage.
Under attack.
Solid 200 damage nuke there. But that fight looked pretty good for BetBoom. Like, even though they lost save instantly, you can see that the rest of DarkSide, they instantly scatter. They try and like, get fully spread out there. And they weren't able to focus onto a single target this time from BetBoom. Before, they've been sort of taking all 3 of their cores and trying to BKB pressure onto one of them. So either remove the Lina or the Nature's Prophet. But this time they weren't able to get there. Ramses gets caught by GBK and pummeled, but he survives long enough this time to get that Satanic off. And that combined with Rebel just being able to obviously like output damage this fight. Just BetBoom didn't really have much of a chance at that point. And things like they look okay for 1 second for BetBoom, and then they look a bit rough. Like you said, like when can they actually win this game?
Yeah. See, that's the thing. I'm looking at these team fights, and it's, you know, it can go either way, depending who gets the catch, who lands that perfect jump onto the Lina Prophet, or GPK and Pure going a little bit too deep, potentially. It's a very close-fought Game 3 here. After a Game 1 comeback from DarkSide, a very simple victory in Game 2 from BetBoom. This one is the match that we've been waiting for. This is the match of the series.
Yeah. This is definitely what we needed here, especially after Game 2. DK Focus is struggling hard, I will say. There is actually another core in this game, believe it or not. There is a Marcy. Hasn't had a lot of space to farm, but now has the Basher.
Oh,
in
that's
20
a big
gold.
one.
That is huge. BKB Basher is all this hero really needs. It's kind of like Primal Beast just needing BKB, you know. Link really ups his game. Mercy, the Basher just makes it a little bit ridiculous. So that will be the big upgrade. Again, we're not expecting the Agnes from Seneko. He has foregone it. He spent all his gold on the 4th.
Yeah, I was going to bring this up. I'm not
surprised.
I want the Philosopher's Stone to be on the Disruptor. You know, Roger has had it for a good 10, 15 minutes or whatever. But I don't know, is 4-staff Eon Disc worth it on the Ricky when you legit could have had Aghanims now with the Stone on Disruptor?
Yeah, I think the 4-staff is solid because they just need to like pull back and remove the Nature's Prophet and Lena from the equation, so I get that. And maybe there's this concept of just like, what are the chances I get Primal Beast before BKB? He's just gonna pre-BKB if I buy Ags.
Yeah, that's true.
And like the DP is kind of the same. Monkey King maybe you catch, but he's also so mobile that the chance of you getting them before their items is kind of low. That being said, you know, you would just win. What are you giggling at?
One of his teammates just cut the tree that Pure was jumping on. I don't know who did it. I just saw him fall from the tree and get stunned. But they will smoke up together. Yeah, you're right. This 4-staff against Blink Overgrowth and all the jump BetBoom has, very valuable.
Speaking of which, though, they still don't have a Lotus, do they? So,
on
like,
Radiant? I don't think so.
Yeah, no. So if you get Overgrowth, unless you have your BKB, you are still just kind of rooted.
Hmm.
And he's Curse of the Deadwood as well. I saw some of that damage being used last time.
Oh, the jump. Static Storm, the BKB immediately. Oh, God. Oh, they're in the side of the Blue Command, but GPK is being shredded by DK Focus, and the Laguna Blade with a bit more of the Nightfall could find the kill on the DP. Pure tries on his Boundless Strike to bring down the Ricky, but it is retreat time for BetBoom. Get the hell out of there. They've got the Prophet and his buyback. Down to DarkSide to try and make a meal out of this as they kill off the Tiny. 3 for 2, but it did cost Ramses his buyback. Roshan in 40 seconds.
Oh. So GBK won't be up. They should have vision on it because they should send a Treant in there, right? And it's under a minute, so
I would like it if Ramsey just did that now. Oh, but he doesn't have trees for 20 seconds. I see. That is an issue.
Yeah, minor problem. They can just sit Seneko in there.
they actually should.
I'll put
They
the
just
gem-
need to take this the second it comes back.
Who was
Oh, yeah,
putting the gem?
I think it was Virtus Pro, maybe?
Yeah, I think you're right. It's like Ducalis or someone was putting the gem in the pit.
Too rich for my blood.
Well, Roshan's going to respawn.
Dyer's
Seneko. Right
Oh, he's got the
place,
magic touch.
wrong time.
Oh, I thought he did it.
Yeah, there's
They
that.
could be doing it right now.
There's that
Oh,
2
they
second
pinged.
delay of the timer, right?
He pinged.
It's
He
like
pinged.
timer hit 0. There we go.
Go, go, go. Oh, this could be it. It's the Aghanims. Who gets it? Nature's Prophet. They've been loving that route everywhere. Flying Lena. Mercy Unleashed with Basher. Also really strong.
Disruptor.
Oh, he actually got it. Dude, I don't know. I mean, if he hits it, it's huge. I definitely recognize that. But I do think there are struggles getting at this game. Whereas Mercy, dude, that could have been kind of hype. But I guess she's bad with her BKB.
I think it's down to Ricky, right? If Roger is able to scout Sleeping Dart, set up for Static Storm, that's lights out for a hero.
That's true. That's a very good point. Because of the Sleeping Dart, it's mega value. Oh yeah, speaking of which, do they have a Lotus?
They
don't have one either.
Primal Beast was built. Oh no, he's
close.
switched.
Oh, no, he
he's
went to
going
Refresher.
He's going Refresher.
Ooh, this might be game, bud. They might have gotten all the tools they need.
Dyer's bottom tower
Could be.
is under attack.
With the Aegis. All right, how do you take this fight as BetBoom?
Dyer's
Do you take this
bottom
fight as
tower
BetBoom?
has
Do you just dodge a little bit here?
It looks like they're ignoring bottom lane. Try to push out top
Radiant's
with Pure.
top tower is under attack.
Ricky's in the area, and they don't have a
Dyer's
gem or any
bottom
reveal
tower
there
is
for
under
him.
They have to get this refresher on
Dyer's bottom
GBK.
tower has fallen.
The
Yeah,
refresher will be big damage.
Double BKB, double pulverize, very, very potent.
He doesn't. He must have the recipe somewhere. Where's his courier?
It's
Oh, it was down there. Oh my god, it was so close to the enemy. That was dangerous. It was just
Spooky.
sitting at the secret shop with the recipe.
oh god.
Well, not at the shop. I mean, nearby, I guess. You know, but still, spooky versus Nature's Prophet.
And he's got it now. So what do we have here? We've got Aegis Satanic BKB on the Nature's Prophet, so he's got 2 lives, basically. Lena has cheese and... Oh, she doesn't have Satanic yet. Went for that
She went
Daedalus.
Daedalus.
Hmm.
So pulverize the Lena is the goal, right?
Right.
So if they pulverize Lena, the options are DK Vogos has to bash him, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Oh my god.
Walks in and
Really?
takes it. You're insane. You're actually insane.
Mental.
Oh god, please don't die to a gem or something silly.
Taneko's drumming. Bongo down towards bottom lane. Line is
double
drawn.
Wukongs. Level 24. Okay, they need level 25 a monkey. That's the comeback.
Oh, he has refresher as well, hey?
Yeah, double Wukongs is just dumb. That level 25 ring is insane.
Yeah, no amount of force staff's going to save you from that. You need a double force. One
What
hero
you
to
need
save
is,
them.
you need the Satanic in it, and which Lena, again, as you just said, doesn't quite have yet. Like, Ramses can be pretty okay in that situation, but without Satanic, it's really hard to fight inside Wukongs.
Ramses has a Tome of Knowledge in his backpack. Midas off cooldown in his backpack. Afraid of things to come. Just wants all his defensive items ready to be used. Yeah, they're pushing high ground. Yeah, you got living armor on the tier 3. You've got no heroes nearby. Everybody's scurrying back to their base. And look at that! Look at that graph. Up and down, all over the place.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And where were we? It's like 58, 60%. Up to 77 now. DarkSide 77 win probability. Bouncing all over the place. And I've still got a minute left on this Aegis. I've closed BetBoom back in this dire base for a couple of minutes.
Rogers Aeondis. That could be something. So he actually assembled it, right? Because he hasn't used it yet. That's kind of interesting.
Yeah, I didn't keep it.
Yeah, he didn't keep it
locked.
unassembled. Swoops.
It's just a matter of clearing waves now for BetBoom. Try and keep DarkSide away from their base while this Aegis is still in hand.
To be fair, there's a chance he legitimately dies before he can actually right-click it versus Tiny Monkey King, so, you know.
Yeah, like a DP Silence, a Pulverize, a Boundless Strike. Yeah.
It's like maybe I don't get a chance to actually move my mouse and right-click assemble. I don't know. I just get Avatos Boundless.
Can DarkSide turn this 13k lead into a victory? Can they take down the undefeated BetBoom? It's getting close to the end of the show.
Dire's
Boom.
top tower is under
BetBoom gonna
attack.
smoke up.
Dire's top tower
Pure
has fallen.
across the canopy, leading his squad, but DarkSide completely evading this move.
It's spooky. Alright, are we just waiting? Y'all want another Aegis?
Let's go stand on top of some staircases. Wait for them to come to us.
I mean, the waves are very much in DarkSide's favor. And they see that no one is doing anything top or mid.
Yeah, like not even
So-
Roger is out there scouting. He's like, nah,
Yeah,
I'm
he's
sticking with the
not out here.
team. He's got the gem. Yeah, top's being pinged out by Nightfall now. Like, hey, they know.
All right. So does Ramses try and make a play and then die? That'll be the question. Does he try and go and greedily put trees in? No, he's gonna stay. They see them all TV back. Great ward, by the way. Oh, it just gets spotted by a sentry. Or rather, the sentry has been there. They just hadn't seen the observer ward. That's near that dire base. So they're gonna deward that now. Eventually, they did see it.
Pure gets a bit of room to farm some ancients.
Dire
Any
are
big tier
scanning
4 items we saw come up? Telescope for both teams. Radiant not using theirs.
I did see flickers on both teams as well. Marcy
Ooh.
and DP, I think, had it before. Yeah, she still has it.
A timeless relic on the Ricky for his debuff duration, 20% longer sleeping dart, I guess. That's flipping annoying. They see Pure. They've got the glimpse. They drag him back into the smoke screen, but the kinetic field didn't trap him.
I feel like even they were surprised he didn't beat KB. Like, I would have just assumed he was about to BKB anyway and not want to be in a bad fight.
Oh
Interesting.
yeah, does he have buyback? I'm assuming yes.
The sleep's on the Nightfall.
Yeah,
Is it?
DP, she's pretty tanky, but when this Lina and Marcy open up, while the damage comes, Pure with his Wukongs will bring down DK Fogas. And who are they hunting? They're hunting a Ricky, that's who they're after. Roger dead in the Dire Ancients. So 2 gone for a minute. BetBoom without their DP for 70 means we're going to have a bit of quiet time for until next Roshan, basically.
That Daedalus just about done here for Pure as well.
What's he getting rid of? Oh, he sold his treads.
Man, hopping and skipping and jumping. Now he's just support Monkey King. You know, they don't buy boots.
Ah, the Baboka special.
Yeah. Just with 26,000 net worth. That's all. Marcy, find the tome. Oh, yeah. Whatever happened to... Let's see. Who else is close to 25? Primal Beast 25. Ooh. Which one do you go? I think you still go Magic Community, right? Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to. There's no choice. Because,
Yeah,
like,
so
you know,
good.
then you see duration. I mean, you have a refresher. Don't get greedy on the duration, guys. Come on.
Just jump the Lina.
Yeah, just grab her.
Another
So
pretty
long, though.
Yeah, another pretty long Roche spawn. 2 minutes. Dire with a sneaky bit of vision over in Radiant Ancients actually sees DK Fogus and is going to spot Seneko. They've got the vision, but they don't really have the smokes or the ability to play forward into it.
That's a nice word, though. That is huge.
Dire
Oh, there is
are
Don't
scanning.
know Ramses is there. They know that Disruptor has Aeon as well. So we have Disruptor and Rick with Aeon. They smoke up. There was a smoke.
Radiant are scanning.
Anyway,
And a scan into a scan. Smoke into a smoke.
I feel like Toronto Tokyo's ulti is humongous. I feel like it's the big thing here.
The Radiant. They got a scan that connected on BetBoom. They know they were heading west through that northern jungle. Look at them all waiting, Team Spirit style, under this observer ward. There's, you know, one Team Spirit of TI. Biding their time.
Don't go up the hill.
And Roshan in 50. Double observer wards now for BetBoom, though. They saw Seneko.
Oh,
Two-man
it's
avalanche
insane!
save is in with the toss across. They'll try and catch the Disruptor, but his Aeon Disc is up. Rebels BKB spent. No mana left on the Lina. Save immediately buys back, and now a bit of a scramble. Roger sleeps up GBK. Static Storm is down. They found the Primal Beast. Can they unleash enough damage? The Lina and DK Fogas break the back of the beast. He's gone, but they toss Lina into the Wukong's command, and she quickly gets evaporated by the statues. Now onto the Ricky. Roger's away. Sleeping Dart onto the Monkey King while DK Fogas chased down by the DP and the Trium. BKB's up to try and split. Lina, though, does she buy back for this Roshan because he's alive in 5 seconds?
I'd like to apologize for not believing in Seneko being able to get an insane Static Storm off. Actually,
Well, they
just
found
hundreds
him.
of zeros GBK.
They found Roger. Wait, do they have reveal still? Oh, they don't. He's going to walk into that same spot he did before. Sleeping Dart. Oh, no! They see him now. He tried to stop the Monkey King from boundlessing him, but Save is there with the Avalanche, and now Roshan's open for them. Still no idea who has the upper hand in this game. Like, this lead for DarkSide has been around 12k for a good 10-15 minutes, but it's been back and forth in the team fights.
These Roche spoils, though, they're pretty huge.
Refresher Shard.
And eggs. I don't even know who to give it to. They're all so good.
Yeah, Monkey's great. Treant.
Primal Beast, even, I think, looks pretty good this game, too.
Dire's bottom tower
Yeah.
is under attack.
And Lina brought back with the toss. They found DK Fogas, he just wandered straight into them. Doesn't have buyback either. 5v4 now, and DarkSide.
That's how it ends?
Their chance has just evaporated. This might be how it ends. In comes GBK, slaying the Ricky and the Disruptor, chasing onto Seneko. Static Storm is down, but I don't think it does too much. Monkey King now being focused by Ramses. He's in. That's his only chance to kill off Pure, and Lina's there to help him out. Ramses and Rebel, what can you do? 2 against the
Can't
world.
die.
They can't die. DK Fogas is in onto GBK. The Primal Beast is pulling up on Lacuna Blade, and one more touch. They've got the double of Lina. Oh my god!
It's the humiliation.
The double range cores. They're still strong. DK Focus tries to see what's up. Blinks to the high ground, hoping to catch someone with a bash. And it's an ally. But they're out of there. Oh man, that stack storm from Snako as he dies, trapping in Pure, and Ramsey is making the gut check decision. I'm going. TP's in, help from Rebel to get the kill. Pure forced to buy back. Now sitting, not sure if they can Roche right now. Not feeling confident, but now the Exorcism's there, the DP as well. They're gonna go for this Roche. And so they will be rewarded with some big spoils here. I say that, they're actually just putting in Nightfall. They're still scared.
Some Treants come along for the ride. Pure now joining in the fight. And Ramsey's, what's he doing? TPing into the bottom lane from the bottom lane to push a little faster.
Moonshard as well in the monkey.
Eat up the Moonshard. Eat up the Aghanim Scepter. Pick up the Aegis. And he is incredibly fat now. Basically on par with the Nature's Prophet, who has been, what, like 10k ahead of him the entire game.
Alright, well, gold's even.
It's like, who even has room to grow anymore, Trent?
DK Focus.
Oh, yeah.
The Wraithmans don't actually double again at 50 minutes, unfortunately. That would be useful for him right now, but...
Sad.
Yeah. Rebel desperately needs this refresher. Like, the one BKB is not enough at this point. There's just too many issues with Magic Melee, with the Pulverize and the Wukong's commands. It doesn't protect you enough. Toronto Tokyo did not grab the refreshers. They did pass that one over to, I think DP has it? The shard? Yeah, she's the shard right now. So, he could, you know, he still has to be pretty clutch with that overgrowth.
Pure buying another Moonshard.
Oh, that's nice.
Is he going to give that to Primal Beast?
I don't know.
I
It
don't know.
doesn't seem that good, I guess.
Just to have it himself? Like, he's eaten one and he wants another? Interesting. Like, it doesn't affect his statues, right? They have a base attack time. Like a flat interval, right?
I'm not sure, to be honest with you. I couldn't say for sure one way or another. I would also assume it does not, but you never know. We have a couple interactions in this game, I've heard.
Yeah, soldiers have a 1.2 attack speed, but I don't know if that's increased by attack speed buffs or not.
Probably not. Nobody else.
I'm pretty sure it's not, but I'm curious to see him buy multiple Moonshards.
Is coming.
Maybe he wants the night vision back. Oh, back to a moment of calm. Nobody clashing, just dealing and contending with waves. Nature's Prophet with a ton of Treants pushing out bot for DarkSide, while BetBoom keeping top lane under control.
Oh, while the clones can be affected by attack speed buffs and slows, they may only attack once per 1 or 2 seconds.
Is under attack.
Even if their attack misses. Huh. There you go.
They can be affected, but they can't.
Yeah, so like if they, let's say you buff them and then you get slowed by the enemy, as long as you overcompensate the slow, you can make sure they maintain their 1.2 so they can never go faster.
Okay, understood. That makes sense.
Yeah. However, other permanent buffs, Moonshard or Duel, are not copied.
Okay.
But Aghanos Blessing and Shard are copied.
Yeah.
So there you go. Makes sense.
So yeah, wonder why he's heading into that second Moonshot. It must just be like night vision or something. I don't know. More attack speed for his own hero. Very quickly pushing out that bottom wave though. Map is getting kind of scary to play as DarkSide. But the timing on this Aegis, 2 minutes left. Yet again in a situation where it doesn't feel like either team has the upper hand, or BetBoom can't utilize this to finish the game. And buyback status-wise, probably going to be the most important stat right now. DP, Disruptor, Treant, the only 3 heroes with it available. Everybody else is on cooldown.
Alright, to me, I think that Radiant win the fight if Snako gets off with good ulti and he's trying to buy his Blink Dagger.
Oh.
So that could be humongous.
Look at top.
And then, oh no, that's too bad. Oh, well,
Can they? They're TPing up here. Toronto,
this is
Tokyo.
hard, yeah.
Stop the TP. The BKB, no growth, refresher. Ramses. A few more hits here. But Pure with a double damage rune. Aiming for Ramses. They got the pulverizer. They found the Prophet. He's gone. 2 minutes without your Ramses Prophet now. That's the chance BetBoom needed.
Yeah, that's a fast BKB, but it's not going to matter versus a lot of these heroes. That's a GG Monkey King, as if they weren't already frightening enough. Moving in. What is the timer left? 2.5. Okay, so he is not back before this respawn.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Now he is dead until this game ends, it feels like now. The monkey statue's working on the buildings.
It is hard to go up, though.
Against Lina?
Yeah, Lina with
Dart.
Refresher, Sleeping Dart, Static Storm. Like, you cannot overcommit too hard with GPK.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Well, they don't make any rash moves up to high ground yet. Pure up on the trees.
I think Save's going to get a little crazy. That's my theory. He is buyback. I think he's going to do some wild 4-staff blink tossback play.
Is under attack.
Yeah, we'll see what he does. I think I just saw the Monkey King buy an Eon disc. It is being delivered out to him. Aegis, the timing. They've moved on to Pure. Over into the back of the Rebel, but he's still running. The damage comes. The Eon disc is there. The Monkey, the Pure, is still alive. Has the Refresher orb, but he wants to use it. While Rebel on his high ground trying to damage into this Nightfall. DP, but the disarm stops him. And no buyback on Lina means this game is coming to a close. BetBoom have finally secured victory and GG's crawled. Oh yes, 54 minutes. That's what we expected between these two squads. BetBoom, though, proving to be the victors.
That's a well-played game from DarkSide as well. They had some solid stuff coming out there, and it really just came down to who was in the clutch and just that one pick-off, how painful it can be. On the one side, you've got Tree skulking around, stalking from the invis. On the other side, you had the Ricky. So this really could have been anyone at that point, but you just need that slight edge. No matter what the goal differences and everything, it just makes the fight so much easier. So I love the way they pressured immediately after that and found their way in. GPK very boldly jumping in and gets the play that they needed.
Yeah, an incredibly close game. Like Ramsey, until the bitter end, looked like he was going to be able to carry that one through. 40,000 net worth on him, only beaten out by Pure's 43,000 thanks to some of those Roshan goodies and spoils. You were talking about the Aghanims and the Aegis and all that good stuff. Moonshard eaten too. But my goodness, what a game 3 to round things out today, Trent. BetBoom no longer undefeated. Did drop a game here. DarkSide looking a little sloppy in that game too, but overall, still looking like top 3 contenders.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think very impressive. And I'm a little disappointed we didn't get the, A beats B, B beats C, C beats A to make it really tight at the top of the board. But as expected, everyone coming in here looking at BetBoom as being the big favorites, which is something to say when you have, 4 to 5, TI winners still being on a squad. But hey, Toronto Dogo, he's the TI winner. He picked the ones that he wanted. And when you're being handpicked and organizing it like this and just seeing these names that you all recognize as being so strong in the region, it is... I don't know. It's very exciting. Now, at this point, it feels like we're just waiting to see them on land because it looks like that's where they're going to be going.
Yeah, definitely. Yes, that's going to be the real team-making moment for BetBoom. DarkSide still a few things to figure out there. It feels like, Rogers Ricky looks pretty good throughout this game, but kind of, trying to tie in DK Focus to a lot of these moves has been the sticking point for them in all 3 games, has been DK Focus. Maybe hero pool or comfortability on some of these heroes and laning matchups. Because we've talked about Rebel before in previous series. When he has a good game, he looks good. When he has a poor game, the whole team kind of falls apart. But yeah, some focus maybe there for the position 3 of DarkSide is in order.
Just had to figure out how to better enable that lane, I think, as well. Because maybe it's part of the plan. Like they just like to stack a lot of gold on the 1 and the 2. And it's sort of this idea of like DK Focus being a little bit more sacrificial, but they have to find better ways to enable him because it was rough. All 3 games, win or lose, he was still not living up to like the potential that I think you could have gotten out of that lane. So not looking to like blame the player necessarily, but have to try and figure out why your strategy is resulting in this player seeming to have a lower impact in a lot of situations.
Yeah, figure out why they're falling flat a little bit there. But yeah, that rounds things up for today. BetBoom with a 2-1 victory and keeping their top spot in the Eastern Europe DPC. We'll be back in a couple of days on the 19th. That's Thursday. VP against Hellraiser is going to be with Robin Roll and Harry Freak. And then we're on Team Spirit versus Nemiga later on in the day. So make sure you come in and tune in for those wonderful matches. For now, Trent, I think that's it. So we'll say goodbye and see you on Thursday.
Sounds good. Bye, everybody.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB. You know for sure who's gonna win.
You act like you don't know me. What happened to your courtesy? Well, I don't need your empty wait until you're confident, sitting pretty on your fence. Well, you better hold on, 'cause things are changing. Turn it up. I don't want your answer. Pick it up. Mi casa is tu casa. Turn it up. Let's hear it in the raptor. Pick it up. Pick it up. I don't want your answer. Turn it up. No, I don't want your answer. Pick it up. Pick it up. Mi casa is tu casa. Turn it up. Turn it up. Let's hear it in the raptor. Pick it up. Pick it up. I don't want your answer. Looking round, acting like you know me. Think you're running hungry, but I've got something for you, my dear. Stopping stones, spelling out the way home, laughing down a payphone. It's clear your charm is finally running out. Turn it up. I don't want your answer. Pick it up. Mi casa is tu casa. Turn it up. Let's hear it in the raptor. Pick it up. Pick it up. I don't want your answer. Turn it up. Turn it up. No, I don't want your answer. Pick it up. Pick it up. Mi casa is tu casa. Turn it up. Turn it up. Let's hear it in the raptor. Pick it up. Pick it up. I don't want your answer.